Yao, a hapless middle schooler, finds his only solace in the warm and healing game Guangyu on his phone amid a reality filled with bullying, harassment, and indifferent family life. Yet, when reality's malice reached its peak, he collapsed, and upon reopening his eyes found himself by a strange lakeside. He had not only crossed into the world of Huanggrinzen, but also arrived carrying the entire in-game wardrobe catalog of Guangyu. Wearing a mysterious pitch-black mask draped in a resplendent back cape and samurai trousers, the 6-year-old body harbored a pale, otherworldly, indifferent, and twisted soul. Adopted by the third Hokage, he grew alongside Konoha's 12 prodigies. The mask not only concealed his expressions, but also isolated him from the world, drawing countless curious and longing gazes. Kakashi sought to unravel his secret. Itachi saw in him a reflection of his own solitude. Naruto regarded him as his soul-guiding light. Sasuke longed to overcome him for validation, and even Gaara sensed a kindred spirit, while the Akatsuki turned their gaze toward his unique light energy. While everyone else was consumed by obsessive afflictions and rampant desires, he merely watched, controlling every detail with cold indifference. His occasional radiance became his companion's strongest aid, and the true face beneath the mask turned into an all-consuming obsession. Salvation. He needed none. He was the abyss itself, a force stirring the whole shinobi world with an allure of love and hate ever elusive. Yao. Reality was an impenetrable wall relentlessly crushing the existence of one called Yao. The school's air was perpetually murky, mixed with chalk dust, sweat, and an indescribable nauseating malice. Shortly after the clamor of recess subsided, the boy who had earlier forced his head into a toilet stall and defaced his textbook with obscene words now blocked Yao's path back to class with a twisted, mocking smile. "Hey, Yao," the boy said in a deliberately gentle tone that dripped with venom like a snake's fangs. "Be my boyfriend." Instantly laughter erupted around them. That shrill laughter, sharp as countless needles, pricked at his long-numbed nerves. He looked into the other's eyes where scorn and malice were unmistakably evident, while his stomach churned in revolt. He remained unresponsive, his eyes betraying no emotion, merely clutching the phone hidden in his uniform pocket, its cold metal the only tangible comfort at that moment. Silence was his sturdiest armor, though it was easily mistaken for weakness. When the school bell finally rang, he almost fled the classroom, only to be stopped in the corridor by his homeroom teacher. The middle-aged teacher, sporting gold-rimmed glasses and a hypocritical air, casually placed his hand on Yao's shoulder, his fingers slowly stroking the thin fabric of the uniform. "Yao, you've been having a hard time with your studies, haven't you? Come to my office tonight for an unknown session." The teacher's warm breath, tainted with the unpleasant odor of tobacco, brushed against his ear. Startled, Yao recoiled and shook off the hand. Looking up, his pitch-black eyes revealed no emotion, like two bottomless ancient wells, momentarily stunning the teacher before a flash of anger crossed his face. "I'm taking leave, I'm not feeling well," he murmured in a light, crisp voice devoid of warmth. Without waiting for a response, he turned and left, his steps as swift as if evading a plague. Home, a word that had long lost its warmth for him. In a restructured family marked by complexity and cold detachment, the so-called half-brother, a boy whose prying gaze had always followed him, tracked his arrival like a shadow from the gaps of the living room sofa to the half-open doors. That gaze mingled with curiosity, jealousy, and a nauseating cling latched onto him as he strode toward his room. With a swift motion, he clicked the lock behind him. Temporarily shutting out that suffocating world, he slid down against the cold door, drawing a deep breath that failed to bring even a hint of relief. Only in this small space, entirely his own, could he begin to lower his invisible defenses. Yet even here safety was an illusion. Outside his door, prying eyes seemed capable of piercing the barrier, sending a shiver down his back. He was utterly exhausted, tired of bullying, harassment, invasive spying, and a world reeking of malice and desire. He took out his phone as the screen lit up, its gentle glow caressed his nearly translucent pale face. He tapped the familiar Starwing icon, Guangyu. Soothing music flowed from the login screen, like a gentle spring, momentarily cleansing the sullenness of his heart. In the game, his character stood beneath a starlit sky in the Forbidden Pavilion. It was an outfit he had painstakingly collected. A pitch-black wizard hat, with a subtle gleam at its edge, a luxurious black back cape that fluttered in the simulated breeze, sharp stylish samurai trousers that accentuated the character's upright form, and a mask of deep black intricately outlined with mysterious silver patterns concealing all expression except a cold, captivating silhouette. This was his only solace. A kingdom built with virtual wings of light belonging solely to him. Here there was no bullying, no harassment, no repulsive intrusion. Only flight, only candlelight, and only fleeting encounters with strangers, who bowed in silent acknowledgement, maintaining just the right distance. He guided his character, as it circled loneliness in the expansive forbidden pavilion. The black cape sliced through the virtual starlight like a phantom belonging to no world. He stared at the handsome, mysterious, and powerful figure on the screen, and then compared it to his own frail, bullied self, evoking an overwhelming sense of absurdity and detachment. If only he could become that character. If only he could escape here entirely. This longing burned within him stronger than ever. He fixed his gaze on the screen, as if to absorb the dancing lights into his soul. Gradually his consciousness blurred, as the clamor of reality intertwined with the serenity of the virtual. At last his eyes settled on the phone screen, where the masked character seemed to meet his gaze from across the digital divide. Then came a violent dizziness, as if his very soul were being wrenched from his body, and hurled into a rapidly spinning vortex. Everything went black. He lost all awareness, as his body slumped onto the cold floor. The phone slipped from his grasp, its screen dimming. Time passed indeterminately, and his consciousness began to coalesce, like scattered pebbles after the tide receded. The first sensation was the gentle tickle of fresh grass brushing his cheek, and the moist scent of earth. Then came the murmur of a stream, the crisp chirping of birds, and the rustling of leaves caressed by the wind. These sounds were vivid and real, unlike the perpetual noise of the city. Yao suddenly opened his eyes. Instead of the familiar ceiling, he was greeted by a vast, surreal blue sky and mottled sunlight filtering through dense foliage. He propped himself up on his arms, and discovered he was lying beside a crystal-clear lake. The verdant water mirrored the trees along the shore and distant mountains. Where was this? Glancing down, he gasped as his pupils constricted sharply. He was no longer clad in a cheap, faded school uniform, but instead, in the outfit from the game. The soft black back cape enveloped his slender form with tangible texture below the familiar samurai trousers, hugged his legs atop his head. A wide, enigmatic wizard hat exuded mysterious allure. Instinctively, he raised his hand to touch his face. His fingertips met a cold, hard surface, a mask. Gazing into the water, his reflection revealed the image of a small child of about 5 or 6, frail in form. Yet the attire bestowed upon this body an eerie, age-defying aura of mystery. Even in natural light, the black back cape seemed to absorb all surrounding brightness, the brim of the wizard hat casting deep shadows, while the mask on his face, identical to the one in the game, revealed intricate silver patterns on a pitch-black surface, exposing only a finely sculpted chin and thin, pallid lips. He raised his hand again, his fingertips trembled as they grazed the edge of the mask. It seemed as though the mask had merged with his skin, yet a slight gap was discernible. With a deep breath, he forcefully tore the mask away. It fell with a soft sound, revealing a face in the water, a face that despite its 6-year-old contour possessed an astonishing charm. His skin was as pale as one long starved of sunlight, delicate and porcelain-like. His features were exquisitely delicate, transcending gender, with narrow elongated brows, and eyes of pure unblemished black reminiscent of bottomless icy pools that reflected no light. With a high nose bridge and beautifully sculpted yet indifferent lips, his face formed a bewitching, fragile, and aggressively captivating beauty, seemingly inhuman, with an ethereal and merciless quality. "Damn it!" he muttered in a clear, childlike tone that carried an icy depth. "Playing Guangyu and then entering Huanggrenzen." He recognized this place. Although the details differed, the natural ambience here was strikingly similar to the outskirts of a certain shinobi village from his memories. Combined with the attire and the bizarre journey of crossing over, he lowered his gaze to the water's reflection, beholding that pale, surreal, and androgynous face with jet-black empty eyes that betrayed nothing. Is this truly who he had become after the crossing? A 6-year-old child bearing such a face, and adorned in Guangyu's top-tier attire. He tried to concentrate, and immediately a clear interface materialized in his mind. The familiar Guangyu wardrobe showcasing every season, every event, every ordinary outfit, hairstyle, mask, and instrument, an infinite portable closet at his fingertips. He could even see that potion icon labeled height reshaping magic. In a swift moment of thought, he sensed an intangible force, an energy flowing within him that resonated subtly with the fundamental laws of this world. Was it Chakra, or the light force of Guangyu's realm? Perhaps a fusion of both. Just then an aged yet gentle voice echoed nearby. "Child, why are you here all alone? And where are your family?" Yao swiftly turned around, his movement swift enough to stir a gust of wind that set his black back cape billowing. There stood an elderly man in a white Hokage robe, a conical hat atop his head, and a long beard, observing him from a few paces away with astonishment and concern. The old man's gaze swept over his out-of-place extravagant attire before settling on the face now revealed without its mask, a pale eerie visage with hollow dark eyes. Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. Yao said nothing, merely staring back with an unnerving calm devoid of any childish panic or curiosity. Instinctively he pulled the black mask back onto his face. Its icy touch once again cloaked his features, shutting out the probing eyes of the world and any hint of emotion. Behind the mask's eye holes those black orbs resembled abysses, mirroring the kindly yet inquisitive presence of the third Hokage. Observing this strangely attired masked child, with an astonishing appearance and a lifeless gaze, Hiruzen was filled with doubt. This child exhibited no detectable chakra, or perhaps an energy beyond perception, quiet as a doll, yet his attire and face exuded an uncanny, extraordinary strangeness. "Child, do not be afraid." The third Hokage softened his tone as he approached steadily. "Tell me, what is your name?" Yao remained silent. As the wind stirred the lake's surface, rippling its mirror-like sheen, and tousling a few strands of hair beneath his hat, he slightly lifted his head, gazing through the mask at the old man, who was poised to determine his future. After a long while, just when Hiruzen thought he wouldn't answer, a single faint yet clear and chilling word drifted from beneath the mask. "Yao!" Only one word. The third Hokage looked at the child, who introduced himself as Yao, taking in his concealed face behind the mask, and the contradictory aura of vulnerability and danger that belied his age. A homeless, mysterious child, unlike any ordinary one. "Then Yao." The third Hokage extended his hand with a gentle, embracing smile unique to a Hokage. "Would you like to return with me to Konoha? There perhaps you can find a new home." Yao looked at the weathered, steady hand, and then raised his eyes to meet the third Hokage's gaze. Hidden behind his mask, his expression remained unreadable. Was it suspicion, calculation, or simply indifference? In the end, he did not reach out, he merely nodded ever so slightly. The black bat cape traced a dark arc in the sunlight, as he silently yet deliberately followed Hiruzen's footsteps toward the village known as Konoha. His new cage, or rather his new stage. Beneath the mask an unseen smirk seemed to curl ever so slightly. "Konoha village, are you ready to welcome your new light? This beam arriving from another realm, cold and twisted, destined to drive all into madness, a light embodying both despair and redemption." Chapter 1, The End. Ninjutsu, under the leadership of third Hokage Yunfei Risen, was experiencing a period of relative peace and prosperity. Sunlight filtered through layered leaves onto the streets, casting dappled shadows over bustling crowds, the laughter of children, and the aroma of food, all composing a scene of serene harmony. Yet this tranquility could not seem to reach the silent, peculiar child trailing behind the Hokage. Even amidst the lively village, the jet-black mask on his face remained firmly in place. The mask concealed his entire face, leaving only two narrow slits for his eyes, and a few subtle pores for breathing. And yet the mask's outlines, the high-defined nose bridge, the subtly pressed thin lips and jawline, along with stray wisps of hair, and a patch of stark pale skin, revealed at its edge still formed a vague but evocative silhouette. Especially notable was his short hair, not the typical dark shades of the ninja world, but a pure, immaculate, snowy white reminiscent of everlasting snow that undermines bright sunlight, reflected in almost blinding radiance, creating an extreme and eerie contrast with his dark attire. He had set aside his wizard's hat, replacing it with another outfit quietly exchanged from his wardrobe through sheer will. His hairstyle had transformed into a neat and obedient Shota style, with fine white bangs slightly veiling the upper edge of his mask, lending him an air of feigned harmlessness appropriate to his age. Yet among those pure white strands, a small, exquisite four-leaf clover hairpin, distinctly at odds with typical ninja aesthetics, stood out with its vivid green hue, like a sudden counterfeit emblem of hope amidst despair. As for his cloak, he had chosen an invisible cloak. To outsiders, he appeared to be clad in a well-fitted set of dark garments made from an unusual material, a variant of samurai pants, with nothing overtly amiss, only he knew that the cloak, capable of distorting light and diminishing his presence, was silently at work, striving to separate him from a world that was far too lively. But contrary to his intentions, the diminishing effect proved futile for his face and white hair. From the Hokage's office to his temporary residence, and even on his way to the ninja school, curious gazes never ceased to fall upon him. Curiosity, inquiry, surprise, and even a barely perceptible hint of fear. Glances clung to him as if material, and villagers, especially the children, whispered and pointed in hushed tones. Look at that white-haired child. Why is he wearing a mask? Is he injured? Something feels strange. Murmurs drifted in fragmented voices, yet Yuan appeared unfazed. Silently trailing behind the Chunin guide sent by the third Hokage, he walked with steady steps, his dark eyes hidden behind the mask, coldly surveying everything around him, like an observer appraising a new environment destined to be his. Inside, his heart remained unmoved, devoid of anticipation for a new life and untroubled by the unknown. Only a barren indifference resided within. Ninja school. To him, it was merely another place to be dealt with. The third Hokage's arrangement was simple and direct. This enigmatic child known as Yuan, whose identity was shrouded in mystery, and whose abilities were unknown, clearly did not hail from an ordinary background. Placing him in the ninja school served both as a reasonable means of accommodation and observation, and as an attempt to gradually thaw the icy barrier encasing him through the bonds of collective life. Furthermore, deeper surveillance and evaluation were implicit. Stepping through the ninja school's gates, he was immediately enveloped by the boisterous childlike atmosphere. After a brief hushed exchange between the guiding Chunin and the teacher, Yuan was led into the classroom that would soon be his. The teacher clapped to gain the class's attention, announcing, "Today we have a new student joining. His name is Yuan. I hope you all get along well." In an instant, every gaze in the classroom fixed on the figure at the doorway. The striking white hair, the eerie black mask, the refined yet aloof four-leaf clover hairpin, and an outfit whose material was unusual, all combined to set him apart. He stood there silently, offering no introduction, no greeting, not even meeting anyone's eyes, simply keeping his head slightly bowed, as if everything around him was of no consequence. Silence fell. An awkward, transient quiet overtook the classroom, as the children exchanged puzzled glances at this mute new classmate. Seated at the front, Uzumaki Naruto widened his blue eyes, and stared intently at Yuan. He scratched his unruly golden hair, and quietly muttered, "Eh?" His whispered exclamation, "That masked kid is so cool," revealed in his eyes the simple excitement of having found a kindred spirit. Uchiha Sasuke merely cast a cold glance before looking away, dismissing such eccentricity, although his peripheral vision couldn't help but notice the striking white hair. Haruno Sakura and Ito Yamanaka, along with other girls, were more captivated by the mysterious mask and rare white hair, whispering, "Though we can't see his face, he seems rather handsome. That four-leaf clover hairpin is so cute." Hinata Hyuga timidly glanced, then immediately blushed and lowered her head, fidgeting with her fingers. Accustomed to Yuan's silence, the teacher pointed to an empty seat at the back, saying, "Yuan, please sit there." Yuan obediently moved to the seat, and sat quietly. His posture was upright, yet exuded an unmistakable sense of detachment from those around him. The effect of his invisible cloak appeared even more pronounced when he was still, though some children quickly diverted their attention. Many glances continued drifting his way, especially lingering on his mask. Class began with theoretical explanations and historical lessons which to Yuan, who possessed an unusually mature soul and unconventional thinking, felt both dull and simplistic. He remained silent, offering no interaction. Only occasionally did he lift his masked face, as if to glance at the podium, though it appeared he saw nothing at all. Until the practical class arrived. On the training ground beneath a scorching sun, the students were instructed to practice the most basic shuriken throwing. Most children performed in line with expectations, some hitting targets with decent accuracy, while others fumbled, whereas Naruto, as always, was his usual scatterbrain self, sending shurikens flying chaotically and drawing bursts of laughter. Sasuke calmly demonstrated the innate talent of the Uchiha clan by nearly hitting every target, which earned exclamations from the girls. Then it was Yuan's turn. He stepped up to the designated throwing line. Under the blazing sun, his slight figure appeared even smaller. His white hair seemed to glow, while the black mask absorbed the light, deepening its mysterious allure. He did not assume the standard preparatory stance like the others. Instead, he casually picked up a shuriken and weighed it on his fingertips. Cold and rough, the shuriken bore an unfamiliar texture. He recalled the throwing techniques of his peers and the key points the teacher had explained. Then he raised his hand, and with a seemingly casual flick of the wrist, a sharp, brief whoosh as the blade sliced through the air resounded. The very next second, a light thud resounded, not from hitting the target, but from his shuriken precisely splitting the tail end of the one Sasuke had thrown, embedding his own shuriken exactly in the spot the other had occupied without a trace of deviation. The entire training ground fell into an instant silence. Everyone was stunned, even the teacher and the Chunin recorder, and one could only wonder what level of terrifying eyesight, wrist strength, and control was required. Could a child who had just begun school and was encountering shurikens for the first time truly manage this? Sasuke furrowed his brows sharply, and for the first time his gaze toward Yuan carried genuine scrutiny and a trace of provoked ire. Yet this was only the beginning. In the subsequent physical tests and endurance run, Yuan maintained an almost even effortless pace, completing the course with steady breath, as if he were merely taking a leisurely stroll. During physical combat he never initiated an attack. No matter from which angle his opponent struck, he always evaded with the slightest, most precise movement, like a phantom. The invisible cloak further rendered his figure elusive. Even when forced into blocking, the burst of power that erupted was entirely beyond what one would expect from a 6-year-old. A monstrous talent. This term inadvertently floated into the minds of all onlookers. He was like a precision machine, flawlessly replicating, analyzing, and surpassing every basic technique he observed. There were no obvious fluctuations of chakra, or rather none could sense that kind of luminous power, as he relied solely on his physical strength and an almost instinctive formidable combat intuition. The expressions of the teacher and the Chunin shifted from surprise to solemnity as they regarded the masked, white-haired child with complex emotions. This performance surpassed mere genius, exuding an inhuman, eerie aura. After practice, as the crowd gradually dispersed, the glances directed at Yuan grew even more complex, mingling awe, curiosity, and a barely perceptible hint of rejection. Naruto attempted several times to approach Yuan and speak, but his aloof aura seemed to repel him, leaving Naruto only scratching his head and watching. As Sasuke passed by Yuan, his step faltered for a moment as he coldly muttered, "Masked weirdo, quite interesting. Next time I will surpass you." Yuan offered no response, as if he hadn't heard, and simply walked alone to a corner of the training ground. Leaning against a large tree he sat, and slightly raised his head, gazing through the mask slits at a sky fragmented by branches. Sunlight filtering through the gaps in the leaves cast mottled patterns on him. His white hair and the 4-leaf clover hairpin on his face seemed almost surreal in the halo of light. No one knew what he was thinking. The mask sealed off his expressions and severed all emotional connection between him and the world. Yet amid this extreme silence and detachment, an invisible lethal attraction began to quietly emanate. That contradictory blend of utmost fragility, pale, slight, silent, and overwhelming strength, a monstrous talent hidden beneath a mysterious mask, began to work like a slow-acting poison, seeping into the hearts of some observers. Especially when a gentle breeze stirred his snowy hair, causing the emerald 4-leaf clover hairpin to sway slightly and reflect a faint yet persistent glimmer of light. Removing the mask to see him clearly, to understand him, or even to redeem him, the very thought, like a seed sown in silence, began to take root and sprout in the hearts of a few. Yuan was completely unaware of it all, or rather utterly indifferent. He was merely revisiting in his mind that endless wardrobe, pondering which set of clothes to don next to face this dull, and in its own way slightly toy-like world. The morning light filtered through the window, casting a glow on the floor of the temporary dwelling. Yao stood in the center of the room, his consciousness sinking into the infinitely vast wardrobe he carried with him. The filth of the real world and the clamor of the ninja school were merely background noise that he needed to shut out. Changing his appearance was one of the few moments he could feel a sense of control. Today he chose a style that was completely different from his usual look. He removed the obedient yet oppressive boyish hairstyle and the slightly playful 4-leaf clover hairpin. In its place was a hairstyle named Love God. This hairstyle was not merely a simple cut, but carried a certain refinement and divinity that transcended the mundane. The pure white hair was meticulously styled, with a few gently curled bangs brushing softly against the edge of the mask, while the tips on both sides gracefully framed his facial contours. The back of his head exhibited an elegant, slightly voluminous arc, as if adorned with a halo of purity. The mere change in hairstyle transformed his entire aura dramatically, from the previous odd silence to a lofty demeanor reminiscent of a divine being who had casually descended to the mortal realm to wield the power of love. He still wore the functional invisible cloak, which appeared to outsiders as simply dark clothing, and his face remained covered by the pitch-black mask that isolated him from everything. However, the existence of the Love God hairstyle significantly diminished the coldness and mystery brought by the mask, instead creating an extreme contradiction and tension the softness of divinity versus the hardness of the mask, the purity of white hair against the darkness of concealment, all converging on his slender frame. As he silently walked into the classroom of the ninja school, the usual morning clamor abruptly ceased, as if cut by a sharp blade. Almost everyone froze upon seeing him for the first time. If Yao had previously been a curious, mysterious symbol, today he resembled a walking omen of miracles that should not exist in the mortal realm. The halo effect of the love god hairstyle allowed him to exude an indescribable, captivating charm even while wearing a mask. It was no longer merely curiosity, but a deeper soul-stirring impact. Uzumaki Naruto gaped, his blue eyes wide open, completely oblivious as the bread in his hand fell to the ground. His heart raced, a mysterious fiery emotion surged within his chest, making him want to approach yet also retreat, ultimately transforming into a chaotic whisper so dazzling. Uchiha Sasuke's hand, originally prepared to turn a page, froze in midair. His gaze uncontrollably glued to Yao's white hair, and the exquisite outline of his hairstyle. The competitive instinct that had always resided within him seemed to quietly transform. He furrowed his brow, forcing himself to look away and focus on the textbook, only to find that he couldn't comprehend a single word. All that occupied his mind was the fleeting glimpse of that white figure. Boring, he muttered softly, his ears slightly flushed. Haruno Sakura and Yamanaka Ino simultaneously gasped. They clasped their hands in front of their chests, their eyes dazed. Oh my god! Is that Yao? Sakura felt her cheeks burning. Even with the mask on, it feels completely different. Ino nodded vigorously. It's like a divine being stepped out of a painting. So beautiful. Even the usually timid Hinata Hyuga secretly lifted her gaze, and when her eyes met that splash of white, her fair face instantly turned crimson, fingers twisting together as her heartbeat resonated loudly in her ears. Tenten expressed more of an appreciation akin to admiring a work of art, while Inuzuka Kiba and his Akamaru appeared somewhat restless, as if sensing an aura that transcended comprehension. Only Akimichi Chuji continued munching on chips, occasionally glancing up and mumbling. His hair seems even whiter now, before returning his focus to his snacks. The deadly allure related to love seemed completely shielded by the tangible presence of food. Throughout the day, Yao could distinctly feel that the gazes upon him were hotter, denser, and filled with a chaotic swirl of emotions more than ever before. He remained silent, still alone, still displaying inhuman precision and talent during practical lessons. Yet today, every seemingly casual movement under the influence of the love god hairstyle appeared imbued with a different meaning, stirring the many hidden streams of gazes. The turning point came during the afternoon's physical training class. Perhaps it was a trick of fate, or perhaps the push of some subconscious impulse. Yao's opponent today was Uchiha Sasuke. Sasuke stood opposite Yao, his black eyes filled with complex emotions. He wanted to prove himself by overpowering this strangely gifted masked figure, yet he was also disturbed by the excessively dazzling attire of his opponent today. Show me your true skills, Yao. Sasuke called out sharply, launching the first attack. His movements were swift and fierce, carrying the pride characteristic of the Uchiha clan. As usual, Yao evaded with minimal movement. He glided like a feather, weaving through Sasuke's relentless assault, his invisible cloak rendering his movements increasingly elusive. Frustrated by his inability to land a hit, Sasuke grew increasingly anxious. After a rapid feint, he seized an opening, transforming his fist into claws, no longer aiming for the body, but instead targeting the face. He wanted to remove that annoying mask. This sudden thought was unexpected yet intensely strong. The change in attack was surprising, and carried the impulsiveness typical of youth, disregarding the consequences. Yao seemed taken aback by Sasuke's sudden move towards the mask, his evasive action momentarily faltering. It was in that brief hesitation. Rip! It was not the sound of fabric tearing, but rather the faint sound of some connection being forcibly severed. Sasuke's fingers narrowly caught the lower edge of the mask, using his forward momentum to yank it down sharply. Time seemed to stretch infinitely in that moment. The black mask, adorned with mysterious patterns, detached from Yao's face, tracing an arc through the air before landing with a soft thud on the dusty ground of the training field. The entire world fell silent. The wind seemed to cease its flow, the clouds froze in the sky, and all the noisy sounds, distant birdsong, nearby gasps, even the sound of heartbeats, vanished. All gazes were fixed intently on the face that was finally exposed to the sunlight. Without the mask's concealment, the face that had previously only been glimpsed in the lake, pale and disturbingly exquisite, was presented to all without reservation. It was clearer and more impactful than when seen through the water surface. The skin was nearly transparent white, so delicate that not a single pore was visible, shimmering faintly under the sunlight. The intricacy of his features transcended the boundaries of gender and age. His eyebrows were slender and elongated, and his pupils were pure, unfathomably deep black, as if containing the void and cold of the entire universe. His nose was high and delicate, and his lips were pale, a thin cherry blossom hue that lacked color and exuded a sense of fragility. Together his entire face formed an indescribable beauty that was both enchanting and ethereal, embodying both the compassion of a divine being and the allure of a malevolent creature. It was a beauty that seemed almost cruel, a lifelike allure that felt like a desecration to behold for too long, yet one could not tear their eyes away. Paired with his love god hairstyle, it created a devastatingly contradictory allure, like the deity of love and beauty themselves, yet possessing a pair of indifferent, emotionless eyes that disregarded everything. Naruto was completely stunned, his mouth agape, as if he could fit an egg in it, his mind blank, except for the face repeatedly assaulting his visual senses. Sasuke maintained his stance of having just pulled off the mask, his fingers frozen midair, as he stared at Yao's true face, his heart gripped tightly by an invisible hand forgetting to beat. He initially only wanted to see his opponent clearly, but he never expected to unveil such an existence, one that could overturn his understanding. Sakura and Ino simultaneously covered their mouths, preventing themselves from gasping, their eyes filled with ultimate awe and enchantment. Hinata felt dizzy, her cheeks flushed to the point of nearly bleeding, almost fainting. Kiba opened his mouth, but ultimately no sound came out. Even Akamaru let out a low whimper. Shido adjusted his sunglasses, becoming even more silent. Even Yamanaka, Ino's father, Yamanaka Kaiza, who was instructing today, displayed an extreme shock, momentarily forgetting to stop the scene. On the training ground one could hear a pin drop. Yao stood still, the mask removed, seemingly experiencing a moment of pause. His hollow pitch-black pupils slowly scanned the surrounding faces, filled with shock, obsession, and even daze. There was no panic, no embarrassment, not even the slightest hint of emotional fluctuation. He merely tilted his head slightly, using his eyes, that reflected no light, to indifferently glance at the black mask lying on the ground, then lifted his gaze to Sasuke, who remained frozen before him. That gaze was cold and pure, as if looking at an inanimate object or a child who unintentionally knocked over a toy. Yet it was this emotionless glance, paired with that breathtaking face, under the contrast of the love god hairstyle, created an explosive effect. Except for Chuji, who was still buried in his snack bag, all the other 8 ninja, and the observing teachers, and Chunin felt their hearts skip a beat in that moment. A seed of intense and pathological love, at first sight accompanied by an extreme visual and psychological impact, was forcefully hammered deep into their souls. Did they wish to redeem the emptiness in those eyes? Perhaps. But more so, they wished to possess this unique, cold, and cruel beauty. Yao looked at the various yet equally fervent gazes around him. On his pale, almost enchanting face, the very slight curve of his icy lips seemed to imperceptibly lift. Then he bent down as if nothing had happened, picked up the mask from the ground, and slowly, gently put it back on his face. The mysterious black once again concealed that astonishing visage. Yet some things once seen could never be erased. The true face beneath the mask was like the deepest imprint etched in the hearts of all, provoking an unquenchable storm. Chapter 3 End. The face beneath the mask had unleashed a storm that continued to ferment within the Ninja Academy. That fleeting, uncanny beauty, like the most potent toxin, silently gnawed at the reason of every onlooker. The gazes in the classroom grew viscous and fevered, carrying an unsettling blend of probing curiosity and craving. Mingren attempted to speak with him more often, yet his words grew increasingly disjointed. Zhuju's declarations of challenge were tinged with an ineffable restlessness. The girls' whispered conversations brimmed with dreamlike longing. Yao felt disgusted. Being over-scrutinized and wrapped in eyes of desire sickened him far more than the ordinary cruelties of the mundane world. It was an effort to drag him out of his cold shell and stain him with what they called emotion. He neither needed it nor deigned to accept it. So on an afternoon sunlit to an almost excessive degree, he cut class. Leaving the clamor of campus behind, he wandered alone and aimless along the outskirts of Muyi. Tall trees cast heavy shadows that cut off most prying eyes. He needed a moment of absolute quiet. Yet Muyi seemed to offer no truly quiet refuge. As he walked along a secluded brook, 2 unmistakable silhouettes appeared in a nearby clearing. One wore silver broom-like hair and a black mask, eyelids heavy with indolence, a risque magazine cradled in his hands. It was the copy Ninjutsu Kakashi. The other was clad in a green unitard blouse thick as caterpillars radiating youthful ardor, Maite Kai. The pair seemed engaged in some contest of youth, or perhaps Kakashi was simply being pestered by Kai. Yao's arrival instantly drew their attention. Kaka's eyes single exposed eye lifted from the magazine and flicked toward Yao. Kai struck his trademark dazzling pose, his white teeth flashing in the sunlight. "Oh! Isn't this the mysterious boy the Hokage brought back? What a youth filled with unknowns!" Yao halted. He had changed his look today. His morning amour hairstyle was gone, replaced by the so-called Pingu cut. The Pingu hairstyle softened his facial lines, neat bangs across the brow, the hair at the sides, and nape curving inward in a gentle arc. Its neutral, slightly delicate grace matched the Gu Onji's own lack of clear gender, now rendering him with a transcendently pure, unblemished exquisiteness. And he had forgotten his mask. Not by design. While dressing that morning, his thoughts had drifted among an endless wardrobe of choices, and he had unconsciously omitted the black mask he normally never left his face without. Perhaps on some level he had grown weary of that barrier, or perhaps he simply did not care whether he was seen. After all, to him, the opinions of these NPCs were negligible. The Pingu cut tempered the two ethereal lines of his face, lending an impression of harmlessness and purity, yet that pale, almost translucent visage, with features of exquisite refinement, still possessed a power that shook the heart. He stood silently, black pupils cool and detached as he regarded the two of them, like a spirit unexpectedly appearing in the woods. The instant Kaka's eyes gaze touched Yao's face, it stilled, if only for a breath. He closed the magazine without thinking. He had seen countless beauties, but this child, this beauty, surpassed the bounds of gender and age, bearing an inhuman hollowed quality. Those eyes, especially black, as the primal void of the cosmos, devoid of emotion, reflecting no light. They faintly overlapped with certain dark fragments in his memory, yet were utterly different. This was a more complete nothingness. Yet what truly astonished Kakashi and Kai was not merely the face. It was the height. The Yao before them was no longer the small childlike figure. They remembered the one who had required them to look down to meet his gaze. He stood erect, height easily approaching 1.75 m, his limbs lengthened. Though still slender, his silhouette had become that of a youth tending toward maturity. He looked roughly 18 years old. The garments from the Guanyu world, a dark set of trousers bearing arcane patterns, a variant of samurai pants, and a functional invisible cloak, fit him without strain despite the sudden change in stature, as if tailored for this very frame, adding to the air of mystery. Kai was the first to exclaim, momentarily forgetting his radiant stance, pointing at Yao with wide eyes. "Yao, youth! Your youth. How has it suddenly surged so high? What is with this height?" Kakashi remained outwardly languid, but the lone exposed eye had narrowed slightly, revealing keen vigilance and inquiry. "Shrink jutsu. Transformation jutsu." No, there was no chakra fluctuation. And the naturalness of that posture could not have been manufactured by Jinjutsu. What on earth was going on? Yao watched the shock plainly written on their faces, a faint, almost mischievous pleasure flitting across his mind. He had expected them to be astonished by his change in height. The effects of the height-altering potion were indeed at his will. When the inconveniences of being a child frustrated him, a thought was all it took, and his body naturally shifted into a form nearer to adulthood, one in which he felt more at ease. As for duration, he could sustain it if he wished. He ignored Kai's exclamations about the miracle of youth and fixed his gaze on Kakashi. This man who always hid his face behind a mask, eyes lazy yet edged with sharpness, now showed an eye whose emotion seemed more layered than usual. Kakashi looked into those hollow black eyes, at the adult visage beneath the Pingu cut, pure and eerie at once, and his heart inexplicably missed a beat. It was a strange palpitation, not born of lust but of a primal response to something beautiful and dangerous, a composite of caution, curiosity, and an indescribable lure. He felt as if he were staring into a black mirror that reflected nothing, cold and smooth, yet it tempted him to break it to see what might be hidden within. "It's nothing," Yao said, his voice no longer the clear ring of a child, but the cool, slightly husky tone of a young man still devoid of warmth. "I just grew taller." His answer was almost perfunctory, calm, as if stating the most ordinary fact. Kai still gaped in wonder at the miracle of youth, while Kakashi fell silent. Kakashi noticed that Yao's eyes had not flickered as he spoke. The air of casual certainty suggested that a sudden leap in height was as natural to him as breathing. The child brought back by San Daimu carried within him more and more enigmas, so many that one could not help but feel compelled to investigate. Yao paid no heed to their reactions. His purpose in cutting class had been fulfilled. For the moment, he had escaped those intrusive gazes. He cast Kakashi a faint dismissive glance. Those eyes remained hollow, yet the look felt like a fine needle of ice pricking Kakashi's nerves. Then Yao turned and strode away along the path he had come, his long legs carrying him off in silence. The Pingu cut traced a soft arc as he turned. The invisible cloak blurred his silhouette among the dappled light of the trees, as if he might dissolve into the air and vanish the next instant. Kai waved his arms behind him. Yao, youth! No matter how your height changes, the flame of youth never dies. Keep it up. Kakashi did not reopen his magazine. He stood where he was watching the retreating figure whose calm shadows seemed to trail an aura of detachment. The corner of his mouth beneath the mask tightened almost imperceptibly. That sudden flutter of the heart was no illusion. This being named Yao was like a foreign stone cast into a placid lake. The ripples it raised were spreading silently, disturbing certain established courses. And Ichimu Kakashi, the elite jonin who had copied thousands of ninjutsu, found himself for the first time touched by a genuine interest in how to read this enigma. Beneath that interest lay a colder thrill he himself had not yet fully understood. The first snow of early winter fell upon my dawn, arriving in absolute silence. Fine flakes like white feather dust drifted down from the leaden sky, covering rooftops, treetops, and training stakes, rendering the village into a graceful inkwash painting. The air was crisp and pure, filling the lungs with a sharp sweetness. Yao stood by the window watching the silver-clad world outside. Snow landed silently on the glass, melting into tiny beads that traced narrow paths downward. This cold, all-encompassing white gave him a peculiar sense of accord. As if the snow could for a while bury those overly ardent clinging gazes, and the noisy thing called emotion, which he neither understood nor wished to understand. He delved into the wardrobe of his mind. Today he required an attire to match this snow. His eyes skimmed the glittering garments and finally settled. He chose the Bai Niao hairstyle, also called the messenger of winter. It was no ordinary white wig, but seemed woven from ice and moonlight. The strands bore a cold, subtle silver sheen. The cut was elegant, and flowing sides folded like gathered wings, the back slightly upturned, like the graceful tail feathers of a resting white bird. The entire coiffure exuded an aloof, crystalline winter air. He donned a second-tier white cloak, a field of pure white threaded with intricate silver motifs, its edges trimmed with a plush, soft white fur collar. The fur clustered around his long neck and jaw, almost merging with his silver hair and pale skin. Only those jet-black pupils stood out amid the boundless white, profound and startling, like a lonely frozen pool. He had not forgotten the mask. The lacquered black mask etched with enigmatic patterns once more concealed his face. After the previous incident, his choice was not born of timidity or fear, but of pragmatism. Needless exposure would invite trouble and shatter the fragile quiet he sought. The mask's cold hardness set against the surrounding softness of white, forming a strange unified contrast that made him resemble a silent, noble emissary sprung from a winter legend. When he entered the Ninja Academy classroom in that guise, once more the commotion he caused surpassed even the stir made by the God of Love hairstyle. Warm air inside met the frigid outside, cloaking him in an almost imperceptible ring of cold mist. He walked to his seat in silence. The white fur trembled with his movement, and his silver strands emitted a cool sheen under the classroom light. Even with the mask hiding his features, the extreme contrasts, pure white lacquer black, and the abyssal darkness within the mask's eye holes, together with that distant frosty bearing, seized everyone's breath. Mingren gaped, eyes glassy, forgetting even the hand warmer in his hands. "So white! Like it's made of snow!" Suiju's fingers tightened on his pen. He watched the figure that seemed to melt into the snowy scene outside. His irritation and competitive hunger rose anew, inexplicably laced with something more complex. The fleeting glimpse of that face beneath the mask from before overlapped with the present ice-like posture, sending his heartbeat awry. Xiaoying and Jingyi nearly swooned. "Too beautiful!" Xiaoying cupped her face, eyes glazed. "Like a snow spirit. He's wearing a mask, so why does he draw the eye even more than before?" Jingyi murmured, cheeks flush. Chutian barely dared to steal a look. The white figure blinded her, her heart pounding, as if it might burst free from her chest. Even Yuan Bijinuo behind dark glasses stared at Yao for a long time, as if analyzing the relationship between his attire and natural energy. Yao paid no heed. He had not come to study. Perhaps it was a whim or a test of an idea. He attended 2 theory lessons in a perfunctory manner, his thoughts already adrift. Discussions of chakra natures and the history of the ninja world sounded shallow and tedious to him. His fingertips traced aimless patterns on the desk, sketching designs no one could read, symbols belonging to a realm of light. At the bell, he rose almost immediately, ignoring the halting looks around him, and left the classroom. Skipping class had again become his instinctive choice to escape that suffocating atmosphere. The snow had thickened since dawn, the flakes falling like torn cloudwool quietly covering the earth. Yao wandered alone through the snow-laden forest at the edge of my village. The soft layer beneath his feet sighed with a faint crunch. Silence reigned, only the whisper of falling snow and the brittle snap of overloaded branches broke the stillness. This absolute quiet brought him a rare relaxation. He walked without aim, merely savoring this space momentarily purified by ice and snow. The fur collar of his second-tier cloak shielded him from some wind. A few flakes rested on his binyao hair, adding a dreamlike unreality. Yet that silence was soon ruptured by a cold, viscous scent, different from snow's chill, laced with rot and malice, like a serpent lurking in shadows, spreading imperceptibly. Yao stopped. Through the mask, his black pupils fixed precisely on a shadow beneath a great snow-burdened tree not far away. A low, raspy chuckle drifted out, unsettling with its magnetic tone. What a surprising discovery! When did I hide such a treasure? The shadow twisted, and a figure slowly revealed itself. Pale skin, purple eyeshadow, elongated golden serpent pupils, and a mouth curved almost to the ears. The rogue Deshiwan, one of the legendary 3, stood revealed. Deshiwan's serpentine eyes glittered with voracious curiosity, and greed locked onto Yao. He had infiltrated Mai with his own aims and plans, but this sudden otherworldly presence seized all his attention. That strange attire, not of the ninja world, those silver strands, like snow, the lacquer black mask, and the palpable ineffable energy resonating from that body. Was it the power of light? Or something else? All of it awakened in him an intense hunger to research and to possess. A perfect creation! Deshiwan licked his lips with a long tongue, his gaze burning with an almost perverse heat. This cold aura, this mysterious posture. Come, let me see what secrets hide beneath the mask. Before his words finished, he vanished like a specter, and in the next heartbeat stood before Yao, his speed astonishing beyond what Jinin or even ordinary Chunin could match. His pale knotted hand sliced through the air toward the mask on Yao's face. This was no boyish impulse like Zhuju's, but the precise, ruthless, nothing-will-stand-in-me action of an adult shinobi. Yao's instincts had already sounded their alarm the instant Deshiwan appeared. That cold, overwhelming pressure was nothing like the petty scuffles at school. He nearly stepped back, but Deshiwan was too fast. A crisp cracking sound rang out. It was not a seam breaking, but a fine crystalline shiver emitted the moment the fingers brushed the mask's edge. Perhaps an invisible defense triggered, or some peculiar material property. Yet Deshiwan's power was immense, that slight hindrance could not stop him. The black mask was torn away by force. It tumbled through the air, and sank silently into the deep snow. For an instant the blizzard itself seemed to still. Deshiwan's greedy, probing golden eyes met the now bare face. Time seemed to freeze. The habitual mocking cruelty on his lips froze into rigidity. A man who had seen countless lives and deaths, jaded by beauty and ugliness, alike now endured an unprecedented assault upon both sight and soul. It was the same face, palely uncanny features, exquisitely beyond the ordinary, black eyes reflecting a void. And in this scene, the sky thick with snow, his white cloak and silver hair, the collar cradling the exposed face, shivering in the cold air, created an almost unbearable tableau. Ultimate white set against the ultimate black of the pupils, and the faintest pallor of the lips, formed a devastatingly stark beauty. It was an inhuman ethereal cruelty of beauty, as if the spirits of ice and the void of night had converged. He stood motionless, snow resting on his silver hair and long lashes, yet leaving no reflection in his eyes, as if he were an absolute being refusing contamination by any external thing. Deshiwan's breath faltered almost imperceptibly. He had seen and fashioned countless beautiful husks with his own hands. But this face was wholly different. Not merely a perfect vessel, but a living artwork possessing selfhood, a contradictory miracle that should not exist. Beneath that icy beauty he sensed a deeper resonance with the truth he pursued, the breath of eternity and nothingness. An unprecedented feeling gripped him, extreme admiration, a mad possessiveness, and a strange unexpected flutter of what one might call being moved like a vine, that wrapped itself around Deshiwan's already cold warped heart. He wanted him, not simply as material for study, not merely as a vessel for rebirth, but to possess that unique beauty and chill, to imprison him within his own domain, to savor and dissect him slowly, making him his most precious solitary keepsake. Perfect. Deshiwan's voice carried a faint rasp. Obsession glittered in his golden pupils. Truly perfect. Come with me. This vulgar village does not suit your existence. I can give you everything you desire, knowledge, power, even eternity. Yao listened to Deshiwan's seductive, possessive words without expression. Snow touched his bare skin, bringing an icy sensation. He raised a hand and lightly brushed the snow from his lashes, the motion natural and graceful, as if tending something trivial. Then he lifted his ink-black hollow eyes to Deshiwan. The look was the same one would give a tree a stone or the noisy classmates before, utter indifference. No! His voice was cold and clear as clashing ice, devoid of hesitation or fear. Deshiwan's obsession deepened. Such refusal and outright disregard only stoked his urge to conquer. Is that so? What a pity! Deshiwan laughed low, dangerous chakra rippling about him. It seems I must use special means to make you understand my sincerity. Just as Deshiwan prepared to seize him. Stop! Deshiwan! A sharp command rang out, accompanied by the sound of something slicing through the air. Several figures closed in with speed, the Mayambu drawn by the abnormal chakra. Deshiwan's brow tightened as he glanced at the approaching Umbu, then back at the still expressionless Yao. A trace of reluctance flickered in his golden eyes, but his frenzy to possess prevailed. We will meet again, my precious. Bye, Yao. He left the words, like a curse, his form dissolving into a wisp of white smoke, vanishing, and leaving behind only the faint reptilian tang in the air. When the Umbu arrived, all that lay in the snow was a discarded black mask, and the boy standing amid the drifts, white-robed, silver-haired, astonishingly beautiful, yet with hollow eyes. Wind and snow swept past, stirring his cloak and hair into a scene of breathtaking beauty tinged with eerie solitude. Yao bent and retrieved his mask, brushing the snow away. He did not put it on at once, merely holding it as he looked toward the direction Deshiwan had gone. His dark pupils revealed no emotion. If one could pierce that void, perhaps they would catch a faint icy interest, like the subtle curiosity that arises when ice begins to melt. Another intriguing toy drawn to the shell. He looked down at the mask in his hand, then slowly lifted it and covered his face once more. The cold touch returned, cutting him off from wind and snow and shielding him from all outside prying and desire. Yet this time, behind that coldness, there seemed to be an added gaze from the depths of darkness, laden with greed and obsession, coiling upward like a bone-deep ulcer. In Konoha, December deepens into chill. The white mist of exhaled breath lingers long in the air, while the festive spirit burns like a hot fire, dispelling winter's stark silence. Festive lights and wreaths of pine boughs adorn both sides of the streets. Shop windows gleam with dazzling arrays of gifts, and the air is rich with the sweet aromas of gingerbread and mulled wine. Amid this tranquil merriment, the Ninja Academy hosted its annual Christmas concert. The auditorium had been transformed entirely. A towering Christmas tree stood in the corner, draped in shimmering ornaments and glistening stars, with beautifully wrapped gift boxes piled beneath, though inside likely lay only practiced kunai. Warm amber light cascaded from the ceiling, illuminating every small face, radiant with anticipation and delight. Most students had shed their monotonous training uniforms, donning colorful, cozy winter attire brought from home. Sweaters, scarves, knitted caps, vibrant and varied like fledglings huddled together in a sunlit nest. The air hummed with cheerful chatter and the discordant tuning of instruments. Children clutched violins, flutes, accordions, even shamisen, each bearing a mixture of nervousness and quiet pride. Yet the moment that figure appeared in the auditorium doorway, all noise ceased, as if silenced by an unseen hand. It was Yao. Today, he had not used the height-enhancing elixir, retaining his natural slightly slender 6-year-old frame, rendering him appear even more unthreatening, almost delicately fragile. He seemed to have embraced the season's theme, carefully curating an ensemble radiating warmth and festivity, starkly contrasting the wintry world outside. He still wore a mask, but no longer the plain, featureless black one. Instead, he wore the Aurora mask. Its base remained deep black, yet across both cheeks bloomed crystalline snowflake motifs, fractal and icy, refracting subtle aurora-like hues under the light, mysterious yet perfectly attuned to the season's wintry enchantment. His hair was braided into two neat obedient plaits that fell gently over his chest, white strands meticulously woven soft and supple. At the base of the right braid rested a tiny charming pinecone hairpin, its warm brown a tender contrast against the pale white hair. Most striking was the crimson Christmas cloak he wore, a vivid flame bright red that commanded attention even amid the auditorium's sea of warm tones. Its hem was lined with plush snowy white fur that trembled softly, with each step accentuating the porcelain pallor of his jawline and throat visible just below the mask. Beneath the cloak, he wore form-fitting dark winter garments, and on his feet fluffy warmly insulated snow boots. Slung diagonally across his back was a seasoned guitar, its wooden body polished to a smooth gentle luster, its strings catching cold metallic glints under the lights harmoniously fused with his otherwise tender festive appearance. He stood quietly in the doorway, his red cloak motionless, as a captured flame, the snowflake patterns on his aurora mask glinting faintly. The twin braids and pinecone hairpin rendered him uncannily like a storybook sprite, sent to guide Santa through snow-laden woods, save for the hollow obsidian darkness behind his mask, an alien distant mystery wholly out of place in this season of joy. Gulp! A single swallow echoed with startling clarity in the sudden hush. Naruto's eyes widened into perfect circles, his mouth opened and shut before finally uttering, So adorable!" as if something had brushed gently against his heart, leaving behind a warm, tingling ache. Sasuke instinctively averted his gaze, yet his ears flushed crimson. He forced his eyes onto the stage, though his mind replayed only that vivid red and those two obedient braids. Why does this guy always unsettle people, every time in a different way? Sakura and Ino clasped hands tightly, whispering in breathless awe. Oh my god! Braids! Pinecone! Red cloak! That's completely unfair. He's like a porcelain doll. I want to hug him. Hinata had buried her entire face in her scarf, leaving only her wide steam-veiled Byakugan eyes visible. Even Choji, who usually cared only for food, paused mid-chip crunch, stealing several glances at that luxuriously fluffy, invitingly warm cloak. Yao remained utterly unaware, or perhaps simply indifferent, to the atmosphere's abrupt shift. He walked silently to his class's designated section, and seated himself quietly in a corner, cradling his guitar with care, fingers idly plucking stray ethereal notes from the strings. The concert soon began in earnest. Children took turns performing on stage. Some played flutes, others drew bow across violins, still others struck sleigh bells. Their skill varied widely, yet each performance brimmed with childlike sincerity and earnest effort, and earned heartfelt applause. Warmth and mirth filled the auditorium. Yet many hearts could not remain fully anchored to the stage. Their gazes kept drifting, unbidden, toward that quiet corner, toward that still crimson figure. At last it was Yao's class's turn. When the teacher called his name, the auditorium fell into absolute silence, deeper than ever before. Every pair of eyes converged upon him, as if drawn by invisible threads. Yao rose slowly, guitar held close to his chest. His red cloak swept in a graceful arc as he moved, its furry hem swaying softly. With steady steps, he ascended the stage and sat upon the central chair. Stage lights bathed him gently, rendering his snowy fur trim and the delicate snowflakes on his aurora mask all the more luminous. He did not glance at the audience. Instead, he bowed his head slightly, adjusted the guitar's position, and placed his slender pale fingers lightly upon the strings. He played a piece no one had ever heard. Story of Us. In his past life, during countless suffocating nights crushed beneath reality's weight, only this melody offered fleeting solace and resonance. Its structure was not complex, yet it carried an uncanny narrative quality, the clear rippling timbre of the guitar evoking mountain streams sparkling and winding with quiet insistence. Its tempo was unhurried and tender, murmuring softly of journeys of chance, encounters of solitude and companionship, intimate and deeply personal. Between its leaping phrases lingered a faint melancholy, a glimmer of hope, fragmented memories, and a serene quiet expectancy toward unknown roads ahead. His technique was not flashy or virtuosic, but every note rang with precision and profound feeling, a stark contrast to his usual aloof demeanor, a hidden soul deep yearning for something long lost, a quiet communion with absence itself. The guitar's crystalline voice resonated through the warm hall, intertwining mysteriously with distant carols drifting in from beyond the windows. The music felt enchanted. Even the most restless children gradually still drawn deep into the melody's current. Even Naruto, the most boisterous of all, fell silent, his blue eyes reflecting that crimson figure on stage, his heart filling with an unprecedented calm, and something strangely bittersweet. He couldn't name the sensation, only that his nose prickled faintly. Sasuke stood with arms crossed, feigning impatience, yet his gaze remained riveted on Yao's nimble fingers dancing across the strings, and on the Aurora mask shimmering under the lights. This music was like him, full of contradiction. Superficially warm and healing, yet at its core chillingly remote and untouchable. Sakura and Ino listened, entranced, eyes glazed, as if transported into a pristine snow-draped fairy tale. Iruka Sensei and the other adult shinobi present wore expressions of gentle astonishment. They had never imagined that this taciturn, eccentric child could produce music so profoundly moving, so emotionally layered and authentic, far beyond what any 6-year-old should possess. Yao was wholly immersed in his own world, eyes closed though no one could see them behind the mask, fingers moving with practiced grace across the strings. Fragments of his past life flickered across his mind like faded film, bullying, harassment, voyeurism, indifference, and on a phone screen a small masked figure forever flying, gathering wings of light. Story of Us was his sole fragile tether to that shattered world, the only story he had left unspoken and unshared. The music swelled toward its climax, resigned yet resolute, bidding farewell while heralding a new beginning, before fading into a single lingering, haunting note. Yao lowered the guitar, rose, and bowed stiffly to the audience, a gesture devoid of warmth, purely ritualistic. Silence. An absolute suspended silence, lasting several seconds, then erupted into thunderous, sustained applause, louder and more fervent than anything before. Children clapped wildly, faces alight with pure admiration and exhilaration. Yao, however, remained detached, untouched. Expressionless behind his mask, he descended the stage, and returned to his corner, slinging the guitar back across his shoulders, resuming his earlier impenetrable stillness, utterly apart from all around him. As if that music, which had healed so many hearts, bore no connection to him whatsoever. Applause ebbed, the concert resumed, but the atmosphere had irrevocably shifted. The melody of Story of Us seemed to hang in the air, echoing softly within every heart. Gazing at that small crimson-cloaked figure once more withdrawn into his corner, masked with exquisite frost-kissed snowflakes, a deeper, more turbulent emotion surged within many. Such healing music, yet such icy detachment. Such warmth in attire, yet such frigid distance in presence. This extreme paradox acted like a lethal toxin, sparking and accelerating seeds of pity, curiosity, possessiveness, and savior delusion, flourishing wildly to the accompaniment of Christmas carols. They longed to know what expression might dwell behind that Aurora mask, as those fingers coaxed such music forth. They yearned to become part of his story, even if only as a single fleeting note. Yao sensed those stares intensify, hotter, more layered, yet beneath his mask his lips curved almost imperceptibly in a cold, knowing smile. A story. He had no story left. Only an endless theater, open for observation. And this Christmas concert, merely a brief, mildly warm interlude within the performance. The bells of Christmas Eve were about to toll, and my lay bathed in a stillness more profound and tender than any daylight calm. Snow had ceased to fall, a deep indigo vault studded with a few cold stars hung overhead. Their chill light intertwined with the warm yellow glow spilling from every cottage window, sketching the night's most enchanting silhouettes. By tradition, the Huiying residence opened its doors for an annual Christmas Eve gathering, inviting the village's shinobi and their families, especially the young unmarried practitioners and the children, to share this night steeped in symbolism. The great hall was arranged like a cozy nest. Real amber flames leapt in the hearth, the crackle of pine wood, and its unique scent perfuming the air. A towering Christmas tree, even more resplendent than the one in the school auditorium, was hung with handcrafted ornaments and confections. Beneath it, mountains of gifts gleamed enticingly. The long table bore hot cocoa, gingerbread houses, baked apples, and an array of delicate pastries, the sweetness of the food mingled with the pine and candle smoke, conjuring the heady, almost intoxicating fragrance unique to Christmas Eve. Unlike the daytime concert, this was an intimate, relaxed occasion. The invited adults and children had shed their formal attire and slipped into soft, comfortable pajamas. Most adults wore simple cotton or velvet robes in muted tones, clustering in small groups to exchange hushed conversation, their faces marked by a rare relaxation. The children, however, had become the evening's most endearing tableau. Mingren, in an orange onesie printed with a spiraling emblems, Wushu, in a simple deep blue set awkwardly topped with a cat ear sleeping cap, Xiaoying and Jingya, wearing matching lace-trimmed pajamas in pink and purple, clutching beloved plush toys. Chutian cocooned in an oversized fluffy white rabbit onesie, only a rosy face peeking out. The air was alive with the excited laughter of children, and the various adorable sounds produced when stuffed animals were squeezed and jostled. Even Kakashi, unusually out of his ninja uniform, lounged by the hearth in a gray set printed with a cartoon park motif, though his mask remained steadfast, one eye half closed, as if savoring this rare repose. Maite sported a pajama set that cheekily echoed his signature green jumpsuit, energetically demonstrating his bedtime warm-up. Yet when that figure appeared at the doorway, every sound fell silent, as if a mute spell had been cast, leaving only the gentle crackle of the hearth. It was Yao. He wore no mask. That pale, otherworldly, exquisitely sculpted face lay uncovered beneath the warm light. Perhaps it was the setting, perhaps the costume, but the edge of his beauty seemed softened. Yet those pure black hollow pupils remained like unfading ice, utterly incongruent with the surrounding warmth. Tonight his attire perfectly embodied the sleepover theme, exceeding everyone's imagination. He wore a Yakuin robe. The robe wove warm beige with creamy white, its texture impossibly soft and voluminous, as if stitched from the finest clouds. Its generous cut swallowed his 6-year-old frame, rendering him soft and plump, like a newly hatched chick in need of care, or a tiny sprite made of cream and marshmallow who had tumbled into the world. Most striking was his hairstyle, a boyish cut that transformed him into an adorable little lad. His obedient white hair was neatly combed, a tidy fringe across his brow, and the tips turned slightly inward, framing a face so expressionless yet painfully delicate that it fused cold indifference with childlike charm in a bewildering visual coup. Cradled in his arms was an Oreo-colored puppy plush, its black and white fur charmingly offset against his snow-white hair and the off-white robe. The toy appeared gripped with earnestness, as though it were his sole lifeline in this warm setting. On his feet he wore plush rabbit slippers, their long ears trembling with each step. Perched upon that obedient boyish hair was a tiny blue big-eared dog accessory, a miniature companion nestled in his locks, giving him an especially innocent, endearing air. From head to toe every detail radiated softness, warmth, and cuteness, a devastating contrast to the age-old icy indifference on his face. Thump. Someone's heartbeat sounded startlingly loud in the hush. The frog plush in Mingren's hand slipped to the floor. He seemed oblivious, staring blankly at Yao, as if his blood had turned to hot cocoa, bubbling and fizzing, his whole self on the verge of melting. Yao, like the most expensive doll in the shop window, he murmured, his voice barely audible. Zhuju twisted his head as best he could, trying to turn the back of his skull toward that direction, yet the image of that soft white bundle would not be dislodged. The arm hugging his black kitten plush tightened unconsciously. Damn, how could he be so? Xiaoying and Jingye were nearly breathless with excitement, pinching one another's arms just to remain conscious. Boyish haircut. It's a boyish haircut. And the big-eared dog. Oreo. The rabbit slippers. My God. But his face. So cold, yet so adorable. What an impossible combination. Chutian had become a steaming mass of flustered heat, pretending to hide inside her giant rabbit onesie, while furtively peeking through the seams. Chuenzhongya hugged his Chuan, both man and dog looking somewhat dazed. Yun Jinai's sunglasses reflected the light, her eyes unreadable. Nilo Luchuan sighed softly, this is trouble, yet his gaze lingered on that swath of creamy white for a moment. Akado Dingxi glanced at the Oreo puppy in Yao's arms, and for the first time hesitated with his packet of chips. There was something about that plush that made it look almost edible. Even Kakashi on the sofa, whose eye was usually half-lidded, fully opened it now, and fixed his gaze on that small figure who was at once part of and apart from the room. Gazing at that icy little face clad in unbearably soft finery, a strange foreign sensation spread, like something striking the most tender part of one's heart, mingled with a deep probing curiosity. He tightened his grip on the book he had brought even to the pajama party. Yao remained unmoved by the air around him, frozen because of his presence. Cradling his Oreo puppy and shuffling in rabbit slippers, he slipped quietly to a corner by the hearth, secluded yet near the warmth, and curled into an enormous armchair. The voluminous Yokuin robe nearly swallowed him whole, leaving only that impassive, exquisitely fragile face, and the toy clutched to his chest visible. He bowed his head slightly, and watched the dancing flames, the firelight reflected in his black pupils, yet could not thaw the chill beyond. In the midst of this warm party, he had carved out a small solitary patch of ice. The adults exchanged glances filled with layered pity and fondness. The third Huang Sarutobi Hiryu, wearing a red Santa-style robe, his beard genuine, looked toward Yao with a flicker of something complex. This child, even on a night suffused with the symbols of love and reunion, remained an incongruous note. The party went on. The children resumed games, shared gifts, and laughter rose again. But many eyes could not look away from that corner. The contrast between the extreme softness of his outfit and the extreme coldness of his expression braided itself like a fine, unyielding thread around everyone's heart, tugging gently and stirring a peculiar ache, part tenderness, part curiosity, part longing, part helplessness. He needed no mask. In this moment, the supremely adorable pajamas and the plush toy set against his icy interior formed a more potent, irresistible mask of their own. A distant carol murmured faintly through the night. By the warm flame sat that child in the creamy Yokuin robe, boyish hair, big-eared dog, trinket clutching an Oreo puppy, and wearing a face of frosty indifference, like a little deity accidentally left behind from some snowy dreamland. With his pure cold-faced cuteness, he silently stirred this Christmas Eve, and planted in countless hearts a more persistent, harder to dislodge fancy. To save him, perhaps. Yet more than that, many longed to fold that chill and that plushness alike tightly into their arms, to possess them utterly. Sensing the gazes that threatened to scorch him, Yao hugged his Oreo puppy closer. His pale face bore no change of expression. Warmth. It had nothing to do with him. He was merely a temporary lodger. The Christmas Eve party flowed gently through the warm, cozy air like a pot of milk kept perpetually warm atop the hearth, exuding a sweet, soothing fragrance that invited drowsy serenity. The children's initial exuberance had faded, dulled by sugar-laden treats and full bellies. Their boisterous play softened into hushed murmurs punctuated by delicate yawns and languid snuggles against their parents' sides. And in the armchair tucked away in the corner sat a small, white-clad figure swathed in a soft beige Yokuin robe, motionless from beginning to end, as if suspended in time. He cradled an Oreo-shaped plush puppy, his chin resting lightly upon its velvety head. His dark eyes gazed unblinking at the dancing flames. Long, pale lashes cast delicate fan-shaped shadows beneath his eyes, trembling faintly with the fire's flicker. His face, exquisitely refined, almost unnervingly so, bore no expression, neither weariness nor engagement, only a profound hollow stillness, a living doll immaculately dressed and placed here with quiet intention. This absolute silence juxtaposed against the overwhelming softness and charm conferred by his attire radiated a silent magnetic gravity, especially compelling to Kunoichi, whose natures brimmed with innate maternal warmth and protective instinct. Yuhi Kurenai held a steaming cup of floral fruit tea, her gaze tenderly fixed on Yo. She watched the child's slender pallid fingers clutch the plush toy with quiet desperation, as though gripping the sole anchor in his world, and felt an unexpected softening deep within her chest. She thought of the rowdy boys in her own Genin team. Contrasted with this boy, so unnervingly still, so impeccably obedient at least outwardly, a sudden fierce urge rose within her to smooth away the invisible frost lingering between his brows, though no crease marred his smooth skin. That child, has he always been alone like this? She murmured softly to Mitarashi Anko beside her. Anko mid-bite into a skewer of mochi dumplings followed Kurenai's gaze, and without thinking slowed her usual boisterous motion. She studied Yo's pillowy robe and icy little face, then clicked her tongue tch. Like a mochi ball dusted too heavily with powdered sugar, yet utterly devoid of warmth. Strange how it makes you want to poke him, just to see if he's real. Though spoken lightly, her eyes held less of their usual mischief now, and something softer, quieter, a tenderness barely concealed. Shizune stood beside Tsunade, cradling Taunton. Though Tsunade feigned indifference towards such sentimental gatherings, grumbling occasionally about their fussiness, her gaze drifted more than once toward that quiet corner. Shizune could feel it whenever Tsunade's eyes fell upon the child. Her fingers, wrapped around her sake cup, would unconsciously trace the rim, slow and thoughtful. As Metacalnin, they possessed a heightened sensitivity, not just to physical ailments, but to something deeper, more intangible, a profound soul-deep emptiness emanating from the boy. Tun-tun, Shizune whispered to the tiny pig nestled in her arms. Doesn't he look just like a lost little creature? Taunton obligingly answered with two soft muffled puffs. At last Yuhi Kurenai could bear it no longer. Setting down her teacup, she selected the softest-looking strawberry cake, its surface thickly draped in creamy frosting, and approached the armchair with quiet, deliberate steps. Yo! Is that your name? Her voice was hushed, tender, almost reverent, as if afraid to disturb a fragile dream. Would you like to try this cake? It's very sweet. Yo's lashes fluttered once. Slowly his gaze lifted from the flames, settling first on the tempting slice of cake, then rising to meet hers. His eyes remained hollow, devoid of hunger for food or irritation at the intrusion, simply seeing with an unsettling purity and chill that tightened Kurena's chest. She held her gentle smile steady, extending the cake a fraction closer. Yo did not move. He did not speak. Just as Kurena began to think he would remain silent forever, and reached to place the cake on the side table, he did something no one expected. Still clutching his plush, he tilted his head, ever so slightly, toward her. Beneath his boyish haircut his jet-black eyes gleamed in the warm light like polished obsidian submerged in liquid mercury. Paired with his expressionless face, that infinitesimal gesture did not read as playful, but rather as something feral and tender, a nascent instinctive dependence, though perhaps only imagined by those watching. Yet that silent subtle shift struck Kurena, and every other kunoichi nearby who had been quietly observing, like a physical blow. "Ah!" She breathed, a soft involuntary gasp escaping her lips. It felt as though a feather had brushed the most vulnerable part of her heart, awakening a flood of maternal instinct unstoppable and overwhelming. She withdrew the cake without insistence, placing it carefully on the side table. "I'll leave it here," she murmured, voice like warm silk. "Take it whenever you'd like, all right?" Yo offered no further response. His gaze drifted back to the hearth's flames, as if that tiny tilt of his head had never occurred. A shared illusion dissolved into emberlight. Yet that quiet fleeting exchange rippled outward, like a stone dropped into still water, stirring concentric waves of emotion across the kunoichi's hearts. Then Mitarashi Anko moved. She draped a thick plush blanket, embroidered with delicate snowflakes, over Yo's legs with surprising gentleness, though her tone remained teasing. "Hey kid, dress so lightly, aren't your feet freezing? This blanket's brand new." The fabric settled over his fluffy rabbit slippers and calves, pressing down the voluminous Yokuin robe, transforming him in that moment into a cloud of warmth thoughtfully cradled. Yo remained still, yet the fingers clutching the plush toy curled inward, tightening almost imperceptibly around its soft fur. Even Anko froze, struck by a strange quiet elation mingled with sorrow. For once words failed her entirely. Shizen joined them, not bearing food or blankets, but simply sitting on a cushion nearby, holding Tonton in quiet, unwavering companionship. Tuntun, sensing the hush, lay still in her arms, its tiny black-bead eyes fixed on Yo with solemn curiosity. Even Tsunade, who had feigned disinterest all evening, had somehow drawn near, leaning against the wall with arms crossed, her gaze heavy and searching as it rested upon the boy, surrounded by warmth and kindness, yet radiating an unyielding glacial solitude. She took a slow sip of sake, her expression complex. That pure unreciprocated dependence, even if imagined, stirred long-buried echoes, fragments of tenderness she had deliberately sealed away. Other women present, Chunin instructor spouses of A&BU operatives, were likewise moved. They did not approach, yet their eyes shimmered with a shared gentle luminescence. Yo sat enveloped in silent maternal care, a warm blanket draped over his legs, an elegant cake resting nearby, quiet companionship seated close at hand. He continued to watch the flames, his face betraying neither surprise nor gratitude nor even discomfort. He was like a black hole, calmly absorbing all light and heat directed toward him, yet emitting none of his own in return. Yet within this profound stillness and acceptance an unspoken bond seemed to take root, not one of dependence from him, but toward him. It was not Yo who relied upon them, but these formidable kunoichi seasoned by death and brutality, whose hearts now turned instinctively toward this cold, beautiful child, driven by an urgent visceral need to warm him, shield him, or, even just once, make his eyes flicker with life. Through that long Christmas Eve the hearth fire danced inside. Maternal tenderness spilled forth, like a rising tide, warm insistence seeking to soften the seemingly impervious frozen reef before them. And the reef remained silent, yet within that embrace of warmth it revealed something far more piercing, far more compelling, a presence both heartbreakingly fragile and unbearably enduring. He needed no salvation. Yet his very existence, still silent, luminous, had become its own quiet plea, drawing countless tender hearts into the fathomless whirlpool of compassion and guardianship. The flames in the fireplace gradually dwindled, transforming into a pile of flickering dark red embers. The lights in the hall were deliberately dimmed, leaving only a few yellowish wall sconces, and the twinkling lights on the Christmas tree creating a drowsy, dreamy atmosphere. The melodious and soothing Christmas carols had long since stopped, leaving only the even breaths of children, the occasional murmurs of dreams, and the faint crackling sounds of the burning charcoal. According to the tradition of the Christmas Eve party, many families chose to stay overnight, while single ninjas and children were arranged on the soft bedding laid out in the hall, experiencing a warm sense of collective vigil. Thick mats and fluffy down blankets covered the floor in the center of the hall, where children, like a group of tired little beasts, nestled in their sleeping bags or blankets, sinking into slumber. The adults were scattered around on nearby sofas and armchairs, either napping or quietly watching over them. Yao remained curled up in the giant armchair, not moving to the bedding. The blanket the female ninjas had draped over him was still neatly covering his legs, while the untouched strawberry cake beside him had lost its initial alluring sheen. He clutched his Oreo puppy plush toy tightly, as if it were the only barrier between him and this world that felt too warm and too close. With his eyes closed, the long white eyelashes cast a quiet shadow beneath his eyes, his breath so shallow it was nearly imperceptible, as if he had truly fallen asleep, or perhaps merely closed his eyes to shut out everything. His tranquility, and that seemingly defenseless sleeping visage in the dim light, resembled a still beautiful scene, captivating those who had yet to succumb to sleep or whose thoughts wandered. "All right, the children are asleep, we should rest too," someone whispered, and the last few wall sconces were extinguished. In an instant, the entire hall was plunged into profound darkness. Only the Christmas tree lights and the embers in the fireplace provided an extremely faint, flickering source of light, barely outlining the blurred contours of objects. The darkness amplified the senses, making even the slightest sounds and movements extraordinarily clear. Just as this darkness descended, Yao felt a faint, almost imperceptible approach that differed from the flow of air. The first kiss, imbued with the sweet fragrance of floral fruit tea and a cautious tenderness, landed on his forehead, adorned with a mini dog accessory. The touch was fleeting, like a petal falling. It was Sarayu. She ultimately couldn't suppress the surge of maternal instinct and affection within her, making this move that transcended the boundaries of safety under the cover of darkness. Almost simultaneously, another bolder kiss, carrying a hint of sweetness from glutinous rice and a spicy essence, landed on one side of his cheek, even accompanied by a playful, gentle nibble. It was Yuhi. She followed her instincts, wanting to see if this cold, glutinous rice dumpling truly had no flavor. Yao's body stiffened almost imperceptibly in the darkness. He did not open his eyes, yet all his senses heightened to their peak in that instant. Then came the third kiss, accompanied by the faintest mingling scent of alcohol and some exquisite perfume, carrying a complex and subtle affection, landing on his other cheek, lingering slightly longer with warm breath. It was Tsunade. Even she might not be able to explain where this impulse came from. Was it the alcohol's influence, or the child's heartbreakingly beautiful emptiness? This seemed to be a signal. In the darkness, faint footsteps, the rustle of fabric, and suppressed breaths approached from different directions. The fourth kiss, carrying a faint scent of ink and paper, intimate paradise, along with a barely noticeable crisp scent belonging to an adult male, brushed against his earlobe with great restraint and brevity. It was Kakashi. He had quietly risen from the sofa and approached stealthily, his lone visible eye in the darkness resembling a hunting wolf, ultimately leaving only this touch filled with endless curiosity and a hint of his own unrecognized stirring. The fifth, sixth touches became dense and chaotic. A kiss bearing the fresh scent of lemon, and so clumsy and quick, landed on the back of his hand. Sasuke. How long did he struggle internally before succumbing to this prideful act under the darkness? Encouragement. A kiss carrying the sunlight and ramen scent rubbed messily against his chin. Naruto, it practically rolled in, acting purely on instinct. A kiss with a unique sweet and syrupy scent of a girl's candy and shampoo timidly landed on his nose. Sakura. Ino. Or perhaps both. They mustered immense courage in the darkness. A more subtle, almost imperceptible touch carrying the scent of milk and extreme shyness skimmed over his eyelashes, like a dragonfly touching the water. Hinata, using up her greatest courage in her life, nearly fainted afterward. There might even have been kisses carrying the taste of dog food in Izuka, encouraged by Akamaru, or the sensation of tiny wings fluttering Shino. His approach may have been more peculiar. These kisses, some gentle, some reckless, some shy, some complex, came from female ninjas, male ninjas, and children of the same age. In this special boundary-blurring darkness of Christmas Eve, like dense, silent raindrops, they fell on Yao's forehead, cheeks, hair tips, and the back of his hands. Even through the soft robe, he felt cautious embraces and rubs from behind the fabric. That was the female ninjas, who had not satisfied their desires earlier, finally unable to resist, gently rubbing his seemingly soft arms and back under the cover of darkness, feeling the trembling touch brought by his petite skeleton beneath the fluffy fabric. Yao remained still. He was like a lifeless doll enduring this sudden chaotic assault. His mind was like the most precise instrument, calmly recording and analyzing the source and intensity and possible identities of each touch. In the darkness beneath his tightly closed eyelids lay an icy calmness, and a flicker of offended cold anger. Or perhaps purely a lofty detached observation. Just then a feeling entirely different from the other gentle touches came. It was not a kiss. It was a pair of strong arms carrying a familiar faint scent of tobacco, and earth not the same as Kakashi's, with an undeniable yet somewhat awkward comforting strength lifting him along with his plush toy and blanket entirely from the armchair. It was Asuma. He might have been startled by the subtle movements over here, or perhaps it was merely a concern of an elder thinking it better for the child to sleep on soft bedding than on a chair. The sudden sensation of being lifted caused Yao's body to instinctively tense for a moment. Asuma evidently misinterpreted this tension. He lowered his voice, and spoke in a tone he believed to be gentle, but was in fact still rough, saying, "Kid, it's uncomfortable to sleep, here, go sleep over there." However, just as Asuma was holding Yao, and turning to head towards the bedding area, another figure appeared, like a ghost blocking his path. It was Kakashi. In the almost complete darkness, Asuma could only recognize him by silhouette and scent. Kakashi. Kakashi did not reply. He merely reached out, the motion seemingly casual yet carrying an irresistible meaning, taking the bundle wrapped in blankets and robes, exuding various chaotic scents from Asuma's embrace. In the transition of movement, Yao's cheek inadvertently brushed against Kakashi's neck. The skin there was warm, carrying a faint scent of soap from a recent bath, mingling with the mysterious aura beneath his mask, forming a unique scent that belonged to Ataki Kakashi. Kakashi held Yao, feeling the weight in his arms was surprisingly light, that robe soft as a cloud, yet the body within was stiff and cold, devoid of the softness and warmth expected of a child. He did not head towards the crowded bedding, but instead turned, cradling Yao back onto the sofa near the fireplace. He adjusted his position to allow Yao to curl up more comfortably in his embrace, wrapping him warmly in the blanket, then one hand gently rhythmically patting Yao's back as if soothing a truly frightened child who had just had a nightmare. Throughout the process, Kakashi said not a word. Asuma paused in the darkness, scratched his head, and ultimately mumbled as he walked away, finding a place to sit. Yao was enclosed in Kakashi's embrace with a complex sense of soap and mystery swirling around his nose. The firm pats from Kakashi's palm through the fabric carried a singular odd effort to soothe. Surrounding them were the rising and falling sounds of slumbering breaths, with the distant faint glow of the Christmas tree lights. In the darkness, those chaotic kissers and rubbers seemed to have quietly retreated, perhaps satisfied, perhaps feeling guilty, returning to their respective corners. Only the warmth of Kakashi's embrace remained, along with his silent yet profoundly protective, or perhaps possessive posture. Yao still kept his eyes closed with no expression on his face. Yet the fingers that had been tightly gripping the Oreo puppy plush toy slightly loosened, creating a tiny gap. Who had stolen so many kisses while turning off the lights? He might not be able to match names to faces, but the mingled sense of various desires, affection, curiosity, and impulses, along with that final cold embrace, filled with a sense of protective compulsion, carved a mark into this long, chaotic Christmas Eve. And this pajama party, that began with warmth, fell into chaos and ended in a silent standoff, gradually drew its curtain in this darkness and remaining warm embrace. Chapter 9 End. Consciousness floated like fragments immersed in a warm sea, gradually converging. The first sensation was a rhythmic, steady vibration coming through the soft fabric, carrying a reassuring cadence. A clean, crisp scent of soap bark lingered at the tip of his nose, mingled with a hint of sunlight dried wood shavings, and a deeper, indescribable, unique pheromone belonging to an adult male. This was not a familiar scent, yet it inexplicably enveloped him, imparting an undeniable sense of control. Yao slowly opened his eyes. His vision was initially blurred, then gradually clarified. What came into view was slightly worn, deep gray cotton fabric with subtle fiber textures. He moved slightly and realized he was entirely encompassed in a broad embrace, his back pressed against a warm chest, the source of the rhythmic vibration being the heartbeat of the person behind him. An arm loosely wrapped around his waist, carrying an undeniable presence. It was Kakashi. Had he really spent the night in this man's embrace? This realization momentarily stalled Yao's thoughts. He instinctively lifted his head. The soft morning light filtered through the curtain's gap, painting a faint golden hue over the dim hall. Kakashi appeared to still be asleep, his head tilted back against the sofa, his signature silver hair somewhat disheveled, the black mask still tightly covering his mouth and nose, with only his right eye tightly shut, casting a faint shadow under the long silver eyelashes. He looked relaxed, even somewhat harmless, a stark contrast to the lazy yet sharp image of the copy ninja he usually presented. As for Yao, he was still dressed in that beige Yakuin robe, tightly hugging an Oreo puppy plush, with one of his fluffy rabbit slippers mysteriously missing, exposing a delicate pale foot with slightly curled toes. Having just awakened, his mind seemed still partially adrift in chaos, his usually cold hollow black eyes now shrouded in a thin veil of moisture, appearing somewhat confused and dazed. Paired with his slightly disheveled side-swept hairstyle, those obedient side-parted white short locks had a few rebellious strands sticking up, adding a touch of unguarded adorable charm. Thus, with his tousled side-swept hairstyle, misty black eyes, and slightly parted lips, lacking color, he lay dazed in Kakashi's arms, gazing at the close-up of Kakashi's sleeping profile. This scene fell into the eyes of those who were also gradually waking up, or had been lightly sleeping, keeping an eye on this side. Ugh! Nearby Sakura, who had just sat up, quickly covered her mouth to prevent a scream, but her eyes already sparkled with a heat capable of melting ice and snow. She vigorously shook Ino, who was still rubbing her eyes. Upon realizing the situation, Ino gasped, instantly awake. Oh my Yao! That messy hairstyle! So cute! So adorable. Like a lost puppy. Naruto yawned and sat up, seeing the scene. His yawn got stuck halfway, mouth agape, cheeks inexplicably flushed, stammering. Yao. You? How are you in Kakashi? That. So cute. Sasuke had also woken up, his arms crossed, seemingly indifferent, as he glanced over, but when his eyes met Yao's bewildered sleeping face and tousled white hair, his throat involuntarily bobbed, quickly averting his gaze, yet his ears turned slightly red. Damn. That unguarded look. Hinata stole a glance and felt blood rush to her head, turning as red as a boiled shrimp, retreating back under the covers, leaving only a few strands of smoke-like hair. Even some already awake adult ninjas like Asuma and Anko, upon witnessing this scene, revealed warm ant-like smiles, their gazes soft enough to drip water. Asuma, with an unlit cigarette between his lips, watched the little bundle in Kakashi's embrace, raising an eyebrow, with a hint of meaningful amusement. Kakashi seemed to be disturbed by the subtle movements around him, his only visible right eye fluttering open slowly. His gaze was initially hazy from just waking up, but upon meeting the near distance of the confused watery black eyes in his arms, clarity returned in an instant, even flashing a quick unusual emotion that he himself had not captured. Their eyes met. Yao seemed to finally awaken completely. The veil of moisture quickly faded from his eyes, restoring their usual coldness and emptiness. The momentary daze on his face vanished like an illusion, reverting to a lifeless, exquisite doll. He did not panic, did not shy away, nor did he immediately pull away. He simply looked calmly and flatly at Kakashi with his now cold black eyes, as if examining a strange pillow. Kakashi felt a strange discomfort from being observed this way, and instinctively loosened the arm wrapped around Yao's waist. At that moment, Yao moved. First, he slowly tightened his grip on the Oreo puppy plush with one hand and pushed against Kakashi's chest with the other, using the force to rise slowly and independently. The fluffy Yakuin robe swayed with his movements, one bare foot touching the cool floor. He straightened his body, turning his back to Kakashi, facing those gazes still filled with various complex emotions. He ignored everyone. He merely tilted his head, slightly raised his empty hand, and casually, nonchalantly, swept through his tousled side-swept short hair. This action, when done by him, held no intent or allure, only a sense of casualness, as if changing outfits. However, in the instant his fingers brushed through his hair, a miracle occurred. His obedient, adorable side-swept hairstyle transformed, like it was touched by an invisible wind, shifting dramatically in the play of light and shadow. The white strands seemed to come alive, automatically restructuring and reshaping, transforming in the blink of an eye into a completely different hairstyle, Kakashi's hairstyle. It was a hairstyle strikingly similar to that of Hatake Kakashi. It was also short hair tilted to one side, seemingly carefree and unruly, featuring the signature strands that covered part of the forehead. Even that characteristic tuft of hair sticking up was mimicked perfectly. The only difference was that Yao's hair color was pure snow white, while Kakashi's was silver. This extreme similarity, combined with Yao's exquisite cold face, created a shocking, almost provocative imitation and subversion. The entire room fell silent. Everyone was stunned by this sudden unbelievable change in hairstyle. Naruto exclaimed. Yao's hair. How did it become like Kakashi-sensei's? Sakura and Ino gasped, clutching their hearts. Ah. Kakashi-sensei's hairstyle. But why does it feel completely different on Yao? So cool. And a bit naughty. Sasuke's pupils narrowed as he stared intently at the white hair that mirrored Kakashi's. A wave of discomfort and irritation, as if offended, surged within him. Kakashi himself was utterly dumbfounded, his only visible right eye wide open with unprecedented disbelief. What the hell is going on with this kid? But that wasn't all. Yao seemed to feel that merely changing his hairstyle wasn't enough. With a slight mental command, his personal wardrobe silently opened. The soft, adorable beige Yaokun robe vanished in an instant, replaced by a visually striking black back cloak. The exterior of the cloak was pure black, as if capable of absorbing light, while the inner lining was a vibrant crimson. The stark contrast of black and red filled the air with an ominous and seductive aura. The cloak fluttered behind him, moving without wind, rustling, as if its edges had truly transformed into bat wings. Simultaneously, he used a height-altering potion. Under the astonished gazes of everyone, his body shot up and stretched at a visible speed, like a plant growing rapidly. The previously small stature of a 6-year-old child vanished, replaced by a tall, youthful figure nearing 1.80 meters. The previous clothing, a variation of warrior pants, adjusted automatically with his shape perfectly fitting and outlining his slender waist and smooth leg lines. The black and red back cloak unfurled dramatically over his tall form, adding to his imposing presence. Below, he wore sharp, neat warrior pants, and he had somehow put on a pair of dark, form-fitting boots. In just a few seconds, the adorable little one, who had just been lying dazed in Kakashi's embrace, sporting a tousled side-swept hairstyle and soft Yakuin robe, had completely vanished. Standing in his place was a tall figure dressed in a black-red back cloak and warrior pants, with a hairstyle strikingly similar to Kakashi's, a pale, eerie face and cold, hollow eyes. A youth. He casually held the Oreo puppy plush that seemed entirely out of place with his current image in one hand, while the other rested in his pocket, slightly lifting his chin. His black eyes swept over the room with the aloofness of someone looking down on ants. The stark contrast plunged the entire hall into a deathly silence. From the utmost cuteness to the ultimate coldness and arrogance, from a vulnerable cub needing protection to an existence radiating danger and challenging control, this subversive transformation fiercely impacted everyone's visual nerves and cognitive boundaries. Kakashi maintained his seated position on the sofa, gazing up at the youth, who had suddenly become both strange and familiar, especially that white hair identical to his own, tumultuous waves of emotion surging within him. A complex mix of emotions, being imitated, challenged, yet intertwined with a deeper, indescribable allure, wrapped around his heart like vines. Yao finally focused his gaze on Kakashi, meeting his shocked and probing eyes. Then, under everyone's gaze, Yao's pale lips subtly traced a cold, ambiguous arc. No words. He withdrew his gaze, clutching his plush toy, stepping forward with his long legs clad in warrior pants and dark boots, the black-red back cloak slicing through the air behind him, ignoring all the frozen stares and dazed expressions, striding directly across the hall, leaving the chaotic scene of last night's turmoil and this morning's upheaval behind. Only silence remained in his wake, alongside countless hearts stirred, shaken, and further ensnared by this scene reminiscent of a sudden transformation in Xiaogu Valley. Chapter 10 End. Allah, good morning. The boy's clear, slightly hoarse voice rolled through the silent hall, like a stone dropped into an ancient well, yet the ripple it sent forth felt more like a roaring tide. His Kakashi-like hair flashed a cold, hard silver in the morning light, forming a striking contrast with his pale face and the jet-black back cloak he wore. The blood-red lining beneath seemed like a hidden flame of murderous intent, appearing and vanishing with his casual movements. A tall, erect figure was wrapped in neat warrior trousers and a voluminous back cloak, one hand cradling an Oreo puppy plush that felt incongruous with his present aura. He radiated a complex blend of languor, chill, and lethal allure. "Why, who are you?" A slightly sharp child's voice shattered the hush. It was Quan Zhong, yet clutching a similarly ruffled chi on his face, written with alertness and disbelief. To have transformed from a child into a youth overnight was entirely beyond his comprehension. Mingren still stood with his mouth agape, glancing at Yao, and then at Teacher Kakashi on the sofa, his mind reduced to jelly. "Yao, you look like Teacher Kakashi, but also not." Suiju's fist tightened, his nails biting deep into his palm. He watched Yao, reborn aura fully unleashed, and the competitive urge long kept in check along with a darker, more restless feeling surged wildly within him. This fellow not only possesses a bewildering talent, but can his body change so freely? What kind of power is this? Xiaoying and Jing Yi had been robbed of speech, clutching their racing hearts. Their gazes flickered between Yao and Kaka. She faces a tangle of shock, intoxication, and an indefinable excitement. Similar silver hair, utterly different temperament. The strange connection sent their imaginations soaring to fever pitch. Chu Tian had already resumed her steep princess persona, hiding behind Xiaoying, and daring only with sidelong glances to study that dazzling, unbearable figure. Nai Liang Lu Wan rubbed his throbbing temples and murmured, "So, the trouble has escalated again." Honestly, he keenly sensed that Yao's existence was no longer merely a riddle, but a destabilizing factor that might shatter the current balance. Xiao Dao Dingxi quietly shoved the last potato chip into his mouth. This grown-up version of Yao seemed less approachable than the earlier little dumpling, or perhaps less easy to feed. Yu Nu Jinai's sunglasses masked every expression, yet the faint chorus of insects about him buzzed a shade more intensely than usual. Faced with suspicion, vigilance, inquiry, and the more convoluted gazes of the others, Yao merely cast them a cold, casual glance, as if looking at a row of noisy backdrop props. He offered no answer to Yao's question, and paid no heed to anyone's reactions. To him, explanations were superfluous, and others' understanding utterly meaningless. His gaze returned to Kakashi. Kakashi had recovered from his initial shock, at least outwardly. The single eye that remained exposed narrowed once more into its habitual slant. The lazy posture returned, but beneath it his stare was knife-sharp as he scrutinized the boy before him. Similar hair, entirely different impression. The enigma clinging to this child grew like a snowball. The ability to alter appearance and physique at will. This was no ordinary ninjutsu nor a Kekkei Genkai. And that cloak, those cold ripples of energy that felt unlike chakra. "Ah, what an astonishing morning, Grump!" Kakashi spoke in his customary teasing drawl, an attempt to ease the tension, and perhaps a probe. "Slept well last night?" Yao did not reply. His hollow black eyes watched Kakashi as if they could see through the mask to every calculation and curiosity hidden underneath. That silent exchange carried an invisible pressure. At that moment, the voice of San Dai Huang Yuanfei Rijan issued from the hall's doorway, breaking the delicate standoff between them. "It seems everyone is awake." San Dai wore his ordinary robes, and a kindly smile, as if oblivious to the hall's strange atmosphere, and to the conspicuously grown Yao. "Breakfast is ready. Tidy up and head to the dining hall." His arrival acted like a signal, momentarily tamping down the undercurrents that swelled in the room. Though the children were full of questions, they rose with rustling movements at the Hokage's summons, gathering their bedding, while their eyes kept darting toward the silver-haired youth in the black back cloak, who stood apart from everyone else. Yao made no sign upon San Dai's entrance. Cradling his plush, he walked straight out, ignoring every gaze around him. The hem of the back cloak traced a cold, hard arc with each step, the red lining like a streak of flowing blood. Kakashi watched his retreating silhouette, his look profound. He rose from the sofa and rolled his stiffened shoulders. "Kakashi," San Dai said close by, lowering his voice. "Last night." "All is well," Kakashi replied lazily, though his eyes still tracked the figure vanishing through the doorway. "Except for this morning's surprise." San Dai sighed and rubbed his brow. "This child becomes harder to read. His power, his origins. Kakashi, keep a closer eye on him." "Ah." Kakashi answered a sound between assent and mere perfunctory acknowledgement. In Kaka's eyes, mind flickered the image of the child he had awoken to that morning, the little dumpling with the tousled, slanted hair and bewildered eyes, and the subsequent instant the form had shifted into an icy, uncanny youth. The extreme contrast, and the echo of his own Kaka-style hair, scratched at layers of shell that had long encased Kaka's eyes, heart like a tiny feather. A potent mingled curiosity, professional in nature yet tinged with an intimate intrigue, sprouted within him. Breakfast took on a more eerie air than anyone had expected. At the long table they ate in a hush, the only sound the faint clink of cutlery. Nearly every gaze, whether deliberate or not, rested upon Yao. He sat alone at one end of the table, keeping his distance. The black back cloak had been drawn in, or perhaps it had transformed into something unseen. And he wore only a fitted dark outfit, a variant of warrior trousers, his white Kakashi-like hair neat and sharp. He ate with unhurried grace yet an air of detachment. The Oreo puppy plush sat on the chair beside him, like a silent companion. He was no longer the soft adorable child, but that cold beauty remained, now expressed in a more aggressive seductive guise, that tugged at everyone's nerves without a sound. Mingren opened his mouth to speak several times, but was chilled back by Yao's intangible aura. Suozhu ate without taste, his expression tangled. Xiao Ying and Jingyi stole glances at Yao, while glancing at Kakashi in turn endless scenarios played out in their minds. Kakashi sat at a measured distance, holding a cup of water. The corner of his mouth beneath the mask curled into an almost imperceptible arc. An intriguing quarry. No, perhaps, a more dangerous kind of kin. After breakfast the others slowly dispersed. The Christmas Eve party had officially ended. Life appeared poised to return to its course. Yao stood and walked out without acknowledging anyone. Yao! Kakashi's voice called from behind, but the boy's steps did not falter, as if he had not heard. Kakashi did not press in his habitual languid tone. He said, "I'll be at the training field today." It sounded offhand, yet it was also a subtle invitation, perhaps even a challenge. Yao's silhouette did not pause. It melted into the doorway's morning light. But Kakashi knew Yao had heard him, and the others had heard as well. A new current, quiet and unseen, began to swell in that seemingly placid morning. The boy who could change his form at will, possessing astonishing beauty, and an icy heart, was like an iridescent stone cast into the river of fate. The ripples he raised were spreading outward and downward in ways no one could predict. Dawn's light fully dispelled the night's chill, bathing the training ground in brilliant clarity. Snow glittered with flecks of gold beneath the sun, and the air hung crisp and pristine. The moment Yao appeared at the edge of the training ground, the assembled crowd's gaze snapped to him instantly. Sharp intakes of breath and hushed exclamations broke out uncontrollably. He had shed the ornate icy bath-themed costume he wore at dawn, replacing it with a far more dynamic ensemble, one defined by bold, vibrant color contrasts. His lower half was clad in sleek black samurai trousers, fabric both form-fitting and supple, accentuating the elegant length and taut definition of his legs without hindering a single movement. Yet it was his upper attire that seized all attention, a uniquely designed rainbow-hued waist cincher, like the radiant arc of a post-rainbow sky, its vivid spectrum red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, violet, artfully woven or dyed into the fabric, tightly encircling his lean, sinewy waist. Framed by the iridescent cincher above, and the stark black trousers below, his waist appeared astonishingly slender and lithe, coiled with latent explosive power and fluid grace, radiating a transcendent allure where raw strength and aesthetic perfection converged beyond gender distinction. He still wore his signature white spiky hair, uncannily reminiscent of Kakashi's, and his face remained utterly expressionless as his dark, indifferent pupils swept coolly across the onlookers. Without plush toys or the concealing drape of an oversized cloak, he now stood like a blade drawn from its scabbard, adorned with rainbow-hued tassels, sharp, unyielding, and dazzlingly exposed. So cool. Naruto burst out first, eyes wide, with awed cheeks flushed a vivid bluiting pink. He understood nothing of fashion, but he knew instinctively that Yao blazed before him like a star too brilliant to look away from, especially that sliver of rainbow-wrapped waist dazzling enough to blur his vision. Sasuke scoffed coldly and forced his gaze elsewhere, yet his peripheral vision betrayed him clinging stubbornly to that streak of luminous color, his Adam's apple shifting involuntarily. That guy always knows exactly how to unsettle people. Sakura and Ino clutched each other's hands, trembling on the verge of swooning. A rainbow-colored waistband. It suits him perfectly. So handsome, so breathtaking. That cool aloof aura paired with such dazzling vibrancy. Oh, I'm dead. His waist is so slim, feels like one hand could circle it completely. Hinata's face burned crimson, even her Byakugan's vision blurred, resolving only into a hazy rainbow-haloed silhouette of elegant height. Kiba whistled low, even Akamaru barked twice, apparently offering his own seal of approval. Shino's dark glasses reflected that shimmering arc of color. Shikamaru sighed. This visual spectacle, he thought, was already proving troublesome. Choji glanced from Yao's waist to his snack bag, suddenly finding the chips strangely unappetizing. Even Chunin and Special Jonin, who'd either heard the commotion or happened upon the scene during routine patrols, slowed their steps, captivated by the figure at the center of the training ground. Meanwhile, Kakashi, the very epicenter of everyone's attention, lounged lazily against a wooden post at the training ground's edge, still holding his ever-present copy of Ika Ika Paradise, seemingly oblivious to the surrounding frenzy. Yet, As Yao approached Kakashi's half-lidded right eye lifted ever so slightly, his gaze sweeping casually from Yao's crown to his boots, then lingering 2 full seconds on that impossibly sculpted waist sharply defined by the rainbow's cincture and flowing with flawless anatomical grace. Then in a voice soft, effortless, and laced with quiet, languid admiration, he murmured just 2 words. "Fine waist." His voice carried no volume, but in the hushed stillness of the training ground it rang with crystalline clarity. Instantly every pair of eyes brimmed with equal parts shock and sly amusement, swiveling in unison from Kakashi to Yao. "Sensei Kakashi actually said that, so bluntly." Yao's footsteps faltered, almost imperceptibly. He turned his head, and for the first time those deep hollow black eyes truly met Kakashi's gaze. Within them flickered something faint, elusive. A trace of bewilderment, like hearing an incomprehensible sound or reacting instinctively to an unexpected near-flirtatious remark. But it vanished in a breath, so swiftly it might have been illusion, replaced instantly by deeper, colder stillness. He offered no reply, not even a glance back, merely strode forward to the open center of the training ground and began basic warm-up exercises. His movements were clean, economical, each stretch and twist executed with surgical precision and understated elegance. Especially when he twisted sideways or arched backward, the extraordinary flexibility and coiled power of his waist beneath the rainbow's cincture ignited the watcher's fascination anew, their gazes growing hotter, sharper. Kakashi watched Yao ignore his comment, and beneath his mask his lips curved upward in quiet, private satisfaction. He closed Ika Paradise, slipped it into his weapon pouch, and in a single fluid motion, like smoke given form, appeared directly opposite Yao. "Yo, seems you're in good shape," Kakashi said, hands tucked lazily into his pockets, posture relaxed as ever. "Warm-up finished? Then let's move on to something more practical." His tone held its usual playful lilt, but his visible right eye gleamed with unmistakable focus and quiet inquiry. He wanted to know what this youth, whose body shifted at will, whose talents defied logic, could truly accomplish in real combat. And he also wanted to observe up close certain things he'd begun to suspect. Yao halted, his warm-up straightened, and gazed at Kakashi with calm, depthless black eyes, as if sizing up nothing more than a routine training partner. He spoke not a word, only tilted his chin upward, offering a silent, minimal gesture of invitation. Cold, distant, yet radiating absolute, unshakable confidence. The air over the training ground tightened, electric and taut. The onlookers held their breath, anticipating a clash disguised as instruction, yet charged with profound uncertainty. Beneath the sun the rainbow's cincture blazed with intensified brilliance, its vivid hues striking a stark, arresting contrast against Kakashi's somber, shadowed shinobi garb. A silent contest was about to begin. The air in the training ground seemed to have solidified. Kakashi and Yao stood facing each other, one exuding a lazy sharpness, the other a coldness filled with the unknown. The sunlight illuminated the rainbow sash around Yao's waist, making it even more dazzling, contrasting sharply with his pure black warrior pants and snow-white Kakashi hairstyle, creating a beauty that was almost unreal. "Well then, let's begin." Kakashi's voice broke the silence, his hands still tucked in his pockets, but his aura had transformed, akin to a crouching cheetah. Before his words faded, his figure suddenly blurred, not vanishing, as if using the body flicker technique, but closing the distance to Yao at a speed far beyond the limits of the naked eye. There were no hand seals, no ninjutsu, just pure physical technique exerting pressure, the resulting wind causing a few strands of Yao's silver hair to flutter. How fast? The onlookers gasped in astonishment. Is this the power of a jonin? Yet facing this lightning speed approach, Yao's reaction was strangely calm. He made no attempt to retreat or block. Instead, just as Kakashi's fist was about to touch his chest, he slid back half a step, as if wheels had been installed under his feet, moving in a manner that defied the laws of physics, allowing the fist imbued with fierce force to graze past his clothing. His movements were elegant and precise, as if everything had been calculated in advance. A glimmer of surprise flashed in Kakashi's eyes, yet his assault continued unabated. With a twist of his fist, he transformed it into a palm, fingers curling like hooks towards Yao's shoulder, while his left leg silently swept towards Yao's lower body like a whip. Yao's form twisted and sidestepped with a fluidity akin to dance. Kakashi's palm grazed his shoulder blade, and the sweeping kick nearly struck air. He was like a gust of wind without a physical form, always managing to evade all attacks with minimal movement and the most incredible angles. "Is that all you can do, is dodge?" Kakashi's tone remained flat, but the rhythm of his attack suddenly accelerated. This foot, elbow, knee, all transformed into afterimages enveloping Yao from all directions. The fierce onslaught generated a whistling wind stirring up the snow and dust on the ground. This time it seemed Yao could no longer rely solely on his ghostly movements to evade. In the midst of the relentless assault, he occasionally had no choice but to raise his hands to block. Bang! The clash of arms produced a dull sound. Kakashi frowned slightly. The sensation was off. The opposing block wasn't particularly strong, but the quality of that arm felt unusually hard, unlike flesh and blood, but more like some kind of dense energy body. In his moment of confusion, Kakashi seized upon a flaw, delivering a precise knife-hand strike to the lower side of Yao's left rib. This blow was controlled to avoid serious injury, but it was enough to incapacitate an ordinary person in an instant, causing excruciating pain. Ah! Sakura couldn't help but exclaim, while Ino and Hinata also gasped, and Naruto and Sasuke widened their eyes. However, the anticipated muffled groan and painful curl did not occur. Yao merely swayed slightly from the force, not even furrowing his brow. He looked down at the struck area where his clothing remained intact, the property of light-absorbing clothing. He raised his head, looking at Kakashi with eyes still filled with a cold indifference, as if that blow, which could break the bones of an ordinary person, was merely a mosquito bite. Kakashi's pupils suddenly contracted. Impossible. Even for a physical technique ninja, enduring that blow without any reaction was unimaginable. You? Kakashi halted his attack, his gaze sharp as a knife focused intently on Yao. Yao said nothing, merely standing there quietly, the rainbow sash shimmering in the sunlight, as if silently mocking Kakashi's attacks. Kakashi's expression darkened, no longer holding back. His figure vanished once more, this time using the body flicker technique. He instantly appeared behind Yao, the cold glint of a kunai flashing, as it aimed straight for Yao's back. This time he was serious. Although he avoided the vital points, it was definitely a strike capable of seriously injuring and drawing blood. Kakashi-sensei! Irika couldn't help but shout and stop, his face pale. Too late. Shh! The kunai struck accurately into Yao's back, piercing through his clothing. But there was no blood. No pain groans. Not even the faint sound of fibers tearing from the fabric. Yao's body merely staggered forward a step before stabilizing. He slowly turned around, facing the pale-faced Kakashi, and the surrounding onlookers, all of whom looked as if they had seen a ghost. He reached back, grasping the kunai still embedded in his back, and gently pulled it out. With a soft pop, it was like removing a cork. The kunai was withdrawn unharmed. There was not even a hole left in the clothing of his pierced back. His skin remained smooth, as before, pale as ever, devoid of any scars or blood. He casually tossed the kunai to the ground, producing a crisp clatter. The entire training ground fell into a deathly silence. The sound of a dropped needle could be heard. The sunlight remained bright, yet a chill surged from the ground up to the top of the head. Monster! Inuzuka Kiba clutched Akamaru's voice, trembling. Akamaru also whined in fear. Naruto gaped, unable to utter a word. Sasuke's Sharingan had opened at some point, the single tomo spinning wildly, trying to see through something, yet only perceiving a void of energy contours, and that unharmed body. Sakura and Ino's faces turned pale, their previous admiration and infatuation replaced by an overwhelming fear and disbelief. Hinata nearly fainted. Shikamaru's forehead was slick with cold sweat. What on earth is this? Kakashi stared intently at Yao, the hand gripping the kunai trembling slightly. He clearly remembered the sensation when the kunai penetrated. It wasn't piercing flesh and blood, but rather entering an extremely dense elastic energy body, and that energy had automatically healed the moment the kunai was removed. Immortal body? No injuries. No pain perception. These terrifying terms flooded Kakashi's mind in an instant. This was completely beyond his understanding of human. Yao looked at the tumultuous waves of shock in Kakashi's eyes, and the surrounding gazes that had shifted from admiration to fear and astonishment on his cold face. For the first time, an almost imperceptible arc of a smile appeared. It was not a smile. More like a cold, condescending pity, or perhaps mockery. As if saying, look, this is the existence that you cannot understand or reach. He raised his hand not to attack, but to casually adjust the folds of his rainbow sash, moving with a leisurely grace, as if the heart-stopping deathly assault just now had merely been an inconsequential game. The sunlight bathed him, the rainbow still radiant, the white clothing as pure as snow, the black eyes still deep. Yet at this moment, this beauty cast an eerie, inhuman, and chilling shadow in the eyes of the onlookers. He was impervious to harm without pain or sensation. Where did he come from? The son of light? Or some nameless existence cloaked in beautiful skin? The air in the training ground was heavy, making it hard to breathe. A suffocating silence hung over the training ground, heavy as 1,000 genes pressing down upon every heart. The sunlight remained bright and clear, yet it could not dispel the bone-deep chill that seeped up from the very marrow of their spines. That back, pierced by a kunai yet unmarred and scathed, that effortless removal of the weapon, as if plucking a weed from soil, and then the slow turn revealing a pale face where only the faintest, coldest trace of a smile curved, barely perceptible yet piercingly frigid. All of it silently shattered the onlooker's fundamental understanding of life, harm, and even existence itself. "A monster!" Kiba Inuzuka's voice trembled uncontrollably, voicing the terror that gripped many hearts. Akamaru shivered violently in his arms, and animal's primal instinct screamed at the incomprehensible being before him. Naruto Uzumaki stood agape, his cerulean eyes wide with chaos and disbelief. He had always sensed that Yao was extraordinary, powerful, even captivating. But unwounded, undying. This transcended every definition of power he had ever known. An inexplicable sense of distance and dread mingled with the earlier indescribable flutter in his chest, leaving his thoughts in turbulent disarray. Sasuke Uchiha's Sharingan remained activated, its single tomo spinning wildly, straining to analyze, to pierce through the veil. Yet all he perceived was a hazy, unwavering aura of energy, utterly alien to Chakra, enveloping that seemingly fragile yet indestructible form. This absolute unbreakable nature filled him with unprecedented helplessness, and perhaps a flicker of crushing rage. Or something else entirely. Sakura Haruno and Ino Yamanaka paled, visibly instinctively retreating half a step. The beauty and strength they had once idolized now revealed its inhuman, terrifying essence. That coldness was never merely temperament, it was something deeper, intrinsic, of fundamental otherness. Hinata Hyuga nearly collapsed where she stood. Through her Byakugan the figure's energy flow appeared eerily placid, no post-injury turbulence whatsoever, like a bottomless, unfreezing still pool. Shikamaru Nara's mind raced at unprecedented speed, weighing possibilities, only to arrive at one inescapable conclusion: trouble. Catastrophic, paradigm-shattering trouble. Such an existence, by its very nature, was the greatest disruption to order. Kakashi Hatake stood closest to this anomaly. His knuckles widened around the kunai beneath his mask, his lips pressed into a taut, unyielding line. Having copied over 1,000 jutsu, and survived countless life-or-death trials, he believed himself versed in every conceivable oddity, yet this scene still lay far beyond the bounds of his experience. Immortal, invulnerable, impervious to pain. These were concepts reserved for myth and legend. His gaze locked onto Yao, searching desperately for the slightest flicker in those perpetually hollow black eyes, a spark of panic at exposure, a trace of arrogance born of overwhelming power. But all he found was void, and within that void the faintest whisper of mockery. At that moment several formidable presences surged rapidly closer. Hiruzen Sarutobi, the third Hokage, arrived at the edge of the training ground, accompanied by several Anbu, his expression grave. Clearly word of this astonishing incident had reached him without delay. The third's gaze swept across the assembled shinobi before settling upon the youth at the center, dressed in a vibrant rainbow sash, his expression detached, and upon the kunai lying at his feet, stained with an uncanny energy unlike blood or dust. The elder's eyes held a complex storm-shock vigilance, intense scrutiny, and a deep, carefully concealed anxiety. "Yao!" The third spoke, his voice steady as ever, yet a subtle dryness betrayed his composure. "What has transpired here?" Every eye turned toward Yao, awaiting his reply, or rather an explanation. Yao did not glance at the third, nor did he look at anyone else. His gaze passed over Kakashi and settled instead upon the third Hokage, who had just arrived, brow furrowed in concern. Then he spoke. His voice retained the crisp timbre of youth, yet carried a glacial calm so profound it seemed to freeze the very air. "Old man," he said casually, distant, his obsidian pupils, like twin abyssal wells, reflecting the third's weathered yet formidable figure. "Are you afraid of me?" The words struck like ice daggers, sudden, sharp, piercing straight into the third's heart, leaving every listener breathless. Afraid? Could a shadow, one of the pinnacle figures of the shinobi world, truly fear a child? Yet, was this still a child? Yao did not wait for an answer. With that same placid, uninflected tone, each word a quiet indictment, he continued. Have I ever laid a hand upon any of you? He lifted his hands slightly, palms open, revealing his flawless body and empty palms. His posture was serene, almost innocent, yet the glacial emptiness in his eyes rendered that innocence bitterly ironic. From the moment the third brought him to Konoha, enrolled him in the academy, endured prying gazes, provocations, even Kakashi's near-fatal assault moments ago, he had remained entirely reactive. He had harmed no one. He had displayed no aggression, no malicious intent. All his anomalies arose solely from his existence itself, and from the impossible results triggered by others' actions upon him. Unconsciously, all eyes shifted to the kunai on the ground, then to Kakashi, and finally back to the third. Indeed, he had never raised a hand against anyone. Rather, it was they, the shinobi of Konoha, who had repeatedly probed, attacked, and even attempted to kill him, though Kakashi had ultimately held back. That strike would have been fatal to any ordinary person. So what precisely were they fearing now? His immortality? Or the terrifying, unknowable reality it represented, an existence utterly beyond their control? Was it fear of an irrevocably alien other? The third Hokage fell silent. His weathered eyes gazed deeply, unflinchingly into Yao's. He saw the cold void in those youthful eyes, and beneath it a silent, unspoken question. I have harmed none of you. Why then do you meet me with blades and fear? Konoha preached the will of fire, the protection of comrades, compassion, understanding. But when confronted with an entity of absolute, incomprehensible otherness, could that will endure? A breeze stirred across the training ground, lifting fine motes of snow dust. Yao stood motionless, his rainbow sash vivid, his spiky hair sharp and precise, his pallid face utterly impassive. He required no explanation, no proof. Merely by existing he had shaken the foundations, within every witness present, and within the highest echelons of Konoha, of beliefs long thought unassailable. Fear springs from the unknown, and his very presence was the deepest, most impenetrable unknown of all. Summer waned into autumn, the treetops blazed with fiery gold crimson, and burnt umber, their leaves spiraling down in the increasingly biting wind to carpet the ground in a thick rustling mantle. The air was redolent with the sweet caramelized scent of roasted pumpkins and candied apples, while jack-o'-lanterns, grinning wide on every windowsill, glowed with warm, flickering candlelight. The spirit of Halloween, like the deepening chill of autumn, settled over the entire village, a festival of laughter, mischief, and sweets. Children buzzed with excitement, meticulously preparing costumes, and dreaming of how they would shine during the night's trick-or-treat revelry. Even the Ninja Academy dismissed early thrumming with a festive restlessness and anticipation, yet this clamor and mirth seemed sealed away behind an invisible barrier, excluded from one quiet corner. Yao sat alone beneath the gnarled leafless ginkgo tree behind the Ninja Academy. He did not return to the so-called home, where the atmosphere of a reconstructed family unsettled him more than the holiday's raucous cheer. He had donned a costume befitting the season, a wide-brimmed pointed wizard's hat, whose shadow swallowed most of his face, revealing only the elegant line of his jaw and his pale, bloodless lips. His lower body remained clad in crisp shinobi trousers, but over them draped a peculiar translucent cloak woven from spider silk. Nearly colorless, the cloak shimmered only at certain angles, revealing delicate silver filaments that mimicked real spiderwebs, trembling faintly with each breath, as if he were a patient arachnid poised at the heart of its own intricate web. In stark, jarring contrast to this enigmatic, even eerie attire were two absurdly exaggerated, clownish red cheeks painted onto his face, like strokes of careless brushwork. The red was unnervingly vivid, stark against his pallid skin, utterly alien to the icy stillness radiating from him. It led no cheerfulness nor charm, only a silent, self-mocking irony. As if declaring, "Look, I am celebrating too in the way you understand." Yet he took part in no festivities. He did not join his classmates, dressed in fantastical garb, chattering animatedly about their evening plans, nor heed Naruto's boisterous invitations, nor acknowledge Sasuke's seemingly casual yet subtly expectant glance. He simply sat there, back pressed against the rough bark, observing the distant playground, where children ran and laughed, from beneath the wizard's hat's shadow, and the near-invisible veil of his spider-silk cloak cold and detached. Those who had once been captivated, some even obsessed, by his appearance, his talent, or the innocent, bewildered demeanor he'd shown on Christmas Eve, now regarded him differently after witnessing his astonishing immortality on the training ground. Fear. That emotion hung in the air like an invisible frost, so palpable he could sense it even from afar. Naruto still tried to approach, yet his gaze now held hesitation, and a subtle, almost imperceptible recoil, no longer the fearless, unreserved camaraderie of before. Sasuke's competitive drive had given way to something more complex where a caution his eyes deeper inscrutable. Sakura and Ino still cast glances filled with awe, but beneath that admiration lingered an inescapable dread, as though admiring a breathtaking work of art that might suddenly turn ravenous. Hinata could scarcely muster the courage to meet his eyes. Adults were even more direct. Irika's concern was laced with careful restraint. Other Chunin instructors watched him with sharp scrutiny and guarded wariness. Even the third Hokage's gentle gaze concealed profound anxiety and sober calculation. They fear me. This realization seeped silently into his long barren heart, cold as rainwater. Not for anything he had done, but for the very nature of his existence, which lay beyond their comprehension, shattering the boundaries of their known world. Immortality, invulnerability, absence of pain. These fundamental traits of a child of light in the world of sky here, within this realm of life and death, injury and relentless struggle, became the original sin that isolated him, that made him an object of terror. Beneath the wizard's hat his lips twitched, just slightly, infused with a surreal hollow irony. He raised a hand, fingertips brushing lightly over those absurd painted cheeks. His touch met only his own cool, smooth skin. That red was a clumsy mask, a desperate mimicry of how normal people ought to look during festivals, yet it only magnified the hollowness within him and deepened the cruel irony of the surrounding merriment. Immortality brought not eternal freedom, but eternal estrangement. When time leaves no mark upon you, when harm brings no agony, when death is a foreign concept, then between you and all those who bleed, weep, age, and perish stretches an uncrossable chasm. They chase candy and fleeting joy, they fret over tomorrow's exams and missions. And he? Merely an eternal frigid observer upon this land. Far away the sun began its descent, staining the horizon in warm tangerine and rose, a luminous counterpoint to the jack-o'-lanterns now glowing softly across the village. Children's laughter drifted on the breeze, faint yet vibrant with raw pulsing life. Yao rose. His translucent spider silk cloak vanished in the sunset's glow. Only the wizard's hat and those comically painted cheeks stood out oddly conspicuous in the gathering dusk. He did not walk toward the lights and clamor, but turned instead, stepping deeper into the hushed, shadowed woods. His silhouette stretched long behind him, solitary and swaying across the auto-carpeted earth. Halloween night belongs to ghosts and monsters. And he, the true immortal anomaly, chose solitude, retreating from the crowd to savor in silence a loneliness innate and unspeakable. They feared him. And perhaps he had long grown accustomed to the chill of being forever outside. The night of Halloween finally descended, and Konoha seemed to have been cast under a spell, shedding the solemnity of the day to don a bizarre and extravagant guise. Variously shaped jack-o'-lanterns grinned throughout the streets and alleys, their candle flames flickering, casting distorted and quivering shadows. Children in costumes of all sorts, like a group of excited little ghosts, flitted between the streets, their cheerful cries of trick or treat and jubilant cheers for the sweets they collected rising and falling. The air was thick with the cloying sweetness of frosting, the roasted aroma of chestnuts, and a kind of indulgent, slightly eerie joy. This overwhelmingly intense and straightforward atmosphere of happiness, like thick honey, enveloped the village, yet made certain quarters feel all the more out of place. On the rooftop of the ninja school, usually a place for students to unwind and practice, at this moment it was empty save for the cold moonlight and the distant echoes of the festive merriment. A figure leaned alone against the edge of the railing, almost blending into the deep night. He still wore that oversized wizard hat, and was clad in samurai pants along with a transparent spider silk cloak that could only be glimpsed at certain angles. The two comically red cheeks on his face appeared even more jarring under the moonlight, like clown paint harshly applied over a pale canvas. He did not gaze down at the dazzling sea of lights and bustling voices below. Instead, he tilted his head slightly back, looking up at the moon in the night sky that was not quite full. The shadow of the wizard hat obscured much of his face, leaving only his tightly pressed colorless lips and a taut jaw visible. In the shadows at the entrance to the rooftop, several figures quietly gathered. It was the 9 little strong of Konoha: Naruto, Sasuke, Sakura, Ino, Hinata, Kiba, Shino, Shikamaru, and Choji. They had finished their first round of trick-or-treating, and whether absent-minded or drawn by some invisible force, they had all come to this place. They spotted that solitary figure. "It's Yao," Naruto whispered, his blue eyes filled with complex emotions. He wanted to rush up, as he used to, handing him a handful of sweets, and saying some foolishly passionate words. But his feet felt as if they were letting the image of Yao effortlessly pulling out shuriken from the training ground burned into his mind, like a cold brand filling him with trepidation. That was something beyond what a human could accomplish. Fear like thin vines entwined around his impulsive urge. Sasuke had his hands stuffed in his pockets, leaning against the wall, his Sharingan gleaming faintly in the darkness. He fixed his gaze on Yao's back. That cold beauty and absolute unreasonableness attracted him, like a magnet igniting a desire to conquer and understand. Yet, that immortal quality felt like an insurmountable chasm, leaving him with an unprecedented sense of impotence. His pride would not allow him to be afraid, but reason screamed warnings in madness. Redemption? He couldn't even reach out to touch it. Sakura and Ino clutched each other's hands, their palms slick with cold sweat. They still found Yao to be breathtakingly beautiful, especially under the moonlight, and with the wizard hat accentuating his figure, which carried a fragile and mysterious poetry. But beneath that beauty lay a terrifyingly inhuman essence. They wanted to approach, to use their feminine tenderness to melt the frost, yet their bodies honestly remained at a safe distance. Was it honey, or an illusion wrapped in arsenic? Hinata hid at the back, her fingers twisting the hem of her clothes, her Byakugan clearly revealing the eerily calm flow of energy surrounding Yao, devoid of any festive exuberance. She could feel his loneliness, a weighty solitude that made her heart ache, yet the fear stemming from their differing natures held her back. Kiba scratched his head irritably, Akamaru whimpering uneasily at his feet. Shino remained silent like a backdrop. Shikamaru sighed, feeling that this situation was 1,000 times more troublesome than any shinobi technique contest. Choji quietly chewed on the last few candies in his pocket, finding them somewhat bitter. They were all shaken by the truth of the immortal. The thought of redemption felt so pale and powerless, even laughable, in the face of the absolute disparity of power and the chasm of differing essences. They were like a group of mortals warming themselves around a bonfire, yearning for the beauty of the ice and snow spirit under the moonlight, yet fearing the chill that could freeze their souls. At that moment, a cool autumn breeze swept across the rooftop, stirring the brim of Yao's wizard hat and tousling a few strands of silver hair from his forehead. The moonlight illuminated his side profile more clearly, revealing the two comical red cheeks beneath, which glimmered two crystalline wet trails. Tears. Silently they seeped from the depths of his dark hollow eyes, rolling down his pale cold cheeks, tracing the bright yet jarring red paint, leaving meandering moist trails. He did not make a sound of sobbing, nor did his shoulders tremble in the slightest. He simply stood there quietly gazing at the moon, letting the tears flow silently. Those tears were pure, not resembling sadness, but rather a distant nostalgia, an eternal sense of loss, a profound loneliness that felt utterly out of place with this world and all surrounding life. He bore an unresolved grief for a life that had passed. Perhaps it was the only being that had ever given him a faint warmth in his past life, the last straw he clutched in the endless darkness, yet it had long since perished in another time and space, leaving no trace to be found. This cacophony of the living and the dead dancing together on Halloween, this sweet scent of being alive wafting through the air, struck his heart like a dull knife repeatedly cutting at what should have felt no pain, yet still bore some mark. The red cheeks were a disguise, a mockery. And these silent tears were the truth, a tribute. This scene pierced the 9 pairs of watching eyes in the shadows, like the sharpest of ice picks. Are you afraid of him? Yes, still afraid. That inhuman quality made them instinctively tremble. Yet at this moment, the silently flowing tears, the genuine sadness, hidden beneath the comical paint, shone like a bright light piercing through the mist of fear, striking at the softest part of their hearts. He can also cry, even without the sense of pain, even if he cannot be hurt, even if he could potentially live forever. He still feels sadness. The thought of wanting to redeem him like embers from a dying fire reignited, fiercely burning even hotter and more recklessly than before. Fear and compassion, rejection and attraction violently intertwined and collided at this moment. Honey or arsenic? Perhaps both. Yao seemed to sense the gaze behind him. He raised his hand and casually wiped away the tear stains on his face, smudging the comical red cheeks, further making him appear more disheveled yet more real. He did not turn back, he merely pulled his wizard hat lower, completely obscuring his face, then turned and left like a ghost, merging into the night, silently departing from the other side of the rooftop. Only the moonlight remained, along with 9 youths standing in place with complex feelings. The clamor of Halloween continued, with the sweetness of frosting permeating the air. But on this rooftop all that lingered was a cold dampness and a heavy unresolved grief that could not be dissolved. Chapter 16 End. After the silent tear-streaked scene on the Halloween rooftop, the scrutiny directed at Yao by the 9 youths, and by those watching in the shadows, did not wane. If anything, it grew more clandestine and more obsessive. That contradictory feeling, fear entwined with palpitation, repulsion merged with attraction, fermented like a poisonous wine, burgeoning and spreading at the heart. They both feared Yao's inhuman essence, and could not resist the lethal allure where beauty and sorrow interwove, nor could they suppress the urge to tear aside the mist and touch the truth. An opportunity appeared on an otherwise ordinary night. Perhaps weary of the ever-watchful covetous gazes, or perhaps driven by a deeper need he himself had not fully understood, Yao did not remain in his room. He went out to the small courtyard allotted to him. The courtyard was secluded with only a few first-hardy shrubs, and a stone bench. Moonlight poured like mercury, cloaking everything in a thin chill sheen. He did not light any lamp, he simply stood alone in the center of the yard. Then beneath the spying eyes concealed in the tree shadows, under the eaves, even beneath the earth, where young Zinai's parasitic insects lurked, he did something that stopped every voyeur's heart. He began to shed his disguise. The hat that always lent him an air of mystery, he casually removed and set upon the stone bench. Next came the nearly invisible cloak of spider silk, which fell away like morning mist. Then the samurai trousers and all the garments, whether ornate or plain, belonging to this ninja world. Piece by piece, layer after layer of an outer shell that clashed with this world was peeled away. At last he stood naked beneath the cold moonlight. The body revealed beneath no clothing did not possess the texture of human flesh. It was an ineffable whiteness, not the pallor of skin, but a condensed, softly luminous radiance. A supremely gentle, pure halo flowed over him, as if he himself were a human-shaped manifestation of primal light. His lines were graceful and fluid, transcending gender, exuding a sacred ethereal aura that formed an exquisite contrast with the earthly courtyard and the chill of the moonlight. All breaths of the watchers halted at once. Mingren clapped his hands over his mouth to stifle a cry, his blue eyes brimmed with shock and bewilderment. Zuozu's Sharingan spun frantically, attempting to dissect the structure of that light, but it revealed only a concentration of pure energy. Xiaoying and Jingya felt their minds go blank. The earlier fear seemed washed away by this sacred radiance, leaving only a pure, almost pilgrim-like awe. In Kyushin's Byakugan field of vision, the light was so pure that not a speck of impurity remained, stirring in her a tremor, as if her very soul were cleansed. Yet this sanctified light did not endure long. As if some inner equilibrium were broken or some latent essence finally emerged, the all-encompassing soft whiteness began to fade at a speed visible to the naked eye. Like ink seeping into clear water, a profound, all-devouring blackness rose from the center of his body, perhaps from where the heart sits, and began to spread. This blackness was no lifeless void, it was as deep as the universe's primal night, yet under the moonlight it refracted an uncanny sheen, as if within it lay countless fractured, shifting hues, a black that shimmered with variegated color. The black swiftly consumed and overlaid the original light. Within a few breaths, he transformed from ultimate white into an extreme, darkly iridescent black. At the same time, his neat short hair erupted into wild growth, as if imbued with life, instantly falling to his waist like a black waterfall or living shadow flowing down his now jet-black back. Between the strands there glimmered faint traces of that variegated dark sheen. From a sanctified aggregation of light to a profound embodiment of iridescent darkness. This sudden violent metamorphosis bore a breathtaking subversive beauty and strangeness. It felt as though an invisible hand had squeezed every heart, so hard they nearly suffocated. But this was not the end. The pitch-black figure curled slightly, its waist-length hair wrapping parts of him like a living cloak. He lifted his face, now blackened yet still bearing traces of its former delicate contours, and looked at the cold moon. Then a sound entered the ears of every observer, reverberating straight into their souls. It was not a sound carried by air's vibration. It was the weeping of an abyss, a sound beyond description. Not a wail of grief nor a plaint of injury, but something older and more elemental, as if it came from the world's very birth or its end, a dirge like keening. It was the lament of laws twisted, the echo of eternal solitude, the final wordless yet thunderous sigh emitted when light and darkness are both obliterated. The weeping was not loud, yet it bore an irresistible penetrative power, acting directly upon the soul. It contained no human emotion, no grievance, no pain, no plea, only a pure, immense, despairing hollowness and loss. Chutian was the first to break. She rolled her eyes, and fainted, gently caught by a flustered Xiaoying and Jingya. Mingren felt his heart torn by the cry, and ineffable sorrow and panic overwhelmed him. making him nearly vomit. Zuozu's Sharingan sent a stab of pain. He snapped his eyes shut, his face pale. The cry seemed to wash away every hatred and obsession within him, leaving a vaster, more nihilistic terror. Ya and Chiwan emitted pained whimpers together. Yun Zainai's insects writhed in unrest around him. Luan felt his thoughts frozen by the cry. All stratagem seemed laughable before this essential lament. Dinx's snack bag dropped to the ground unnoticed. He remained oblivious. Even those farther away, and a firmer will, Kakashi and the third Hokage, changed hue and were shaken to their cores upon hearing this abyssal weep that acted directly upon consciousness. What on earth was this? An incarnation of light and dark. The abyss itself lamenting. In that instant every act of spying became the torment of confronting an unspeakable horror. The undying body they had feared before seemed childish compared to the existential light arc transmutation, and the abyssal weeping now manifest. Another shudder. But this time it no longer sprang from visage or strength. It arose from the being itself that transcended comprehension, from a soul-deep tremor at the coexistence of ultimate beauty and utter void, and from an almost instinctive fear that wished to flee yet was held fast in fascination. In the center of the yard, that jet-black figure, its waist-length hair flowing with dark iridescence under the moon, continued to emit that mute, soul-piercing abyssal weep. He was no longer the lonely boy to be redeemed, the one with an undying body. He himself had become an abyss to be gazed upon, an interweaving of light and darkness that wept. After experiencing the horrifying scene of light and darkness reversing, and the abyss weeping, the Night Yao had not stepped out of his room for several days. The direct shock to one's soul left all onlookers filled with trepidation, and for a time even the most persistent among them restrained their urge to approach. That small courtyard seemed to transform into a taboo place. However, worry, curiosity, and that complex, unquenchable emotion ultimately drove some to muster their courage and come to visit. Gently pushing open the unlocked door, the visitor was met with a scene starkly different from their expectations. There was no gloom, no chill, and none of the inhuman radiance that had haunted them that night. The room was exceptionally tidy, even to the point of being empty. The only window was half open, and the afternoon sunlight slanted in, casting warm patches of light on the polished floor. Yao sat on the floor by the window, leaning against the wall, with one leg bent. His posture was unusually relaxed. Today he had changed out of his flamboyant and bizarre attire, wearing a simple white cotton t-shirt and loose, slightly faded jeans, looking like an ordinary youth from a common family. His hairstyle had also transformed into the most basic of cuts, with white short hair lying smoothly against his scalp, lacking any excessive embellishments, making his overly refined face appear exceptionally clean, even exuding a rare hint of youthfulness. What stood out the most was the warm yellow scarf wrapped around his neck, made of a soft and thick material resembling the style of the little prince's scarf, though at that moment it hung loosely around his neck like an ordinary scarf, the warm tones softening his pale skin and seemingly dispelling some of the habitual chill that surrounded him. He did not look at the people entering. His gaze was fixed on the only low table in the center of the room. On the low table there were no ninja scrolls, no shuriken, only two items that seemed out of place in this world of ninjas. One was an exquisite transparent glass dome quietly holding a vivid red rose that seemed as if it would never wilt. The rose petals were plump, their rich color resembling solidified blood, shimmering with a dreamlike luster under the glass dome. Beside the dome sat a plush fox toy. The fox had fiery red fur, a black nose tip, and a pair of glassy eyes that seemed both mischievous and all-seeing. It sat quietly, as if guarding the rose, or perhaps waiting for someone's return. Sunlight filtered through the glass dome, casting a gentle halo over the rose and the fox toy. Yao quietly gazed at them, his black pupils devoid of the usual emptiness and coldness, devoid of the heart-wrenching sorrow from that night. Instead, they held a kind of extreme remoteness, as if immersed in an old dream from which he would never return. At that moment, he was no longer the undying son of light, nor was he the abyss woven of light and darkness, nor the cold and indifferent bystander. He appeared as an ordinary boy lost in the crevices of time, reminiscing about something of great importance. This stark contrast left Hinata, who had quietly entered the room, encouraged by Sakura and Ino, as well as Naruto and Sasuke, who sneaked in behind, frozen at the doorway, momentarily unsure how to speak. That warm yellow scarf, the rose under the glass dome, the quiet fox toy, and the rare, almost gentle daze on Yao's face. All of this formed a serene yet sorrowful picture, silently narrating a past they could not touch. Perhaps this was his unresolved feelings of the deceased. That carefully nurtured rose that silently accompanying Fox. It was a unique bond, and farewell belonging to the little prince. He did not go outside today, because he was lost in a memory one eternally preserved under the glass dome, belonging solely to him, that rose and that fox. In the room, the sunlight was tranquil, and time seemed to slow down and soften in that moment. The only sounds were the faint chirping of birds outside, and the slightly tense breaths of a few people. Yao seemed to have finally sensed their presence. He slowly turned his head, his gaze moving away from the rose and fox, landing on the few people at the door. The soft edge of the scarf brushed against his jaw. His expression returned to the usual indifference, yet there seemed to be no intention of driving them away. He simply gazed quietly at them, as if asking, "Do you need something?" Meanwhile, the warm yellow scarf, the red rose in the glass dome, and the fiery red fox toy continued to silently tell a story about love and responsibility, about taming and parting, about the lonely tale of the B612 planet that existed only in memories. The Ninja Academy's auditorium swelled once more with uproar, but unlike the warm serenity of a holiday concert, the air thrummed with a raw, rebellious passion. This was an unorthodox themed day for the student concert, heavy metal rock. Drums rolled like thunder, and the bass shook the floor. Students, normally bound by discipline, seemed to have broken their restraints, roaring and headbanging on stage as they unleashed long-suppressed energy. The audience ignited as well. Cheers and whistles rose in waves. Dazzling lights and kaleidoscopic hues rendered the space into a phantasmagoric crucible. Just as the frenzy reached a minor peak, the announcer called the next name. "Next, please welcome Yao." The clamor stalled oddly for a heartbeat, then exploded into even louder speculation. He is going to perform. That perpetually silent, cold, and human Yao. He is going to perform heavy metal. The lights converged as a figure strode slowly onto the stage. When his form resolved, all chatter was extinguished, leaving only sharp intakes of breath. He had changed into an outfit utterly unlike his usual style, yet uncannily suited to the wild theme. His hair fell in an unruly, carefree white mane, strands flying, as if freed of every bond. Below, he still wore the same precise warrior trousers, but over his torso hung a voluminous bright yellow Dao robe. The robe was not of ordinary cloth. Under the lights it gleamed like silk, ink-brushed dragons and phoenixes dancing across its surface. As the sleeves billowed, it conveyed both ethereal Taoist grace and an undeniable imperious authority. In his hands was a flamboyantly styled electric guitar for performance. Its streamlined body flashed cold metal light, a violent collision of the classical and the modern East and West. He stood at the center of the stage, his white hair wild in the blast of the fan, the yellow robe snapping like a banner. He did not look at anyone in the crowd. Those jet-black pupils were no longer hollow or sorrowful. They burned with a cold, contemptuous flame that seemed to deride all beneath it. He adjusted the electric guitar. His fingertips swept the strings, producing a series of sharp metallic sounds. Then the prelude began. Not a conventional metal riff, but a stirring, tragic melody steeped in Chinese sonority, amplified through the guitar's distortion into something more majestic and piercing. It was the song Tianxia. He opened his mouth, and the microphone carried his voice through the hall. No longer the usual clear timbre, but hoarse and torn, eruptive yet hauntingly resonant. Beacons of war arise, seeking love like waves that sift the sand. To meet her is like spring water reflecting pear blossoms. I swing my sword to sever distant horizons, and set longing gently down. In dreams, I foolishly remain held to her. The lyrics spoke of the lovers, and partings, of the jianghu, of entanglement, and finality, yet his rendering stripped away any romantic softness. What remained was only the icy cruelty of severing horizons, and the resolute letting go of yearning. Who was that? She? The rose beneath a glass dome. The unresolved grief now dead. Everyone in the audience, whether previously fearful, obsessed, or merely curious, was struck into speechless awe by this utterly different Yao, and by the music's overwhelming force. Mingren gaped with his mouth open. Zhu Xiaolinian stared unblinking at the figure, who seemed to reign over the world. Xiao Ying and Jingyi forgot to scream. Chu Tian clutched her heart. The music moved into an interlude, and the guitar solo erupted, like a silver vessel shattering like a dragon's cry into the heavens. The technique was dazzling to the point of disbelief. Every note bristled with the force of restrained power unleashed. His fingers danced along the strings, his white hair and the yellow robe billowed with his movements. He seemed to fuse with the music, becoming the living embodiment of the Tianxia melody. Then came the final climax, the thematic summit. Do we care for dukes and ministers? Do we heed the ages of 10,000 autumns? I only beg that love might dispel this boundless mortal chaos that never rests. Love more love for eternity. Desire more desire tenderness, like flowing water. Who cares who governs the seasons of years? When he reached, "Who cares who governs the seasons?" his voice suddenly soared, bearing a proud defiance that rent the sky and a loneliness that sank deep into the bone. Tianxia. The last two syllables were almost a howl, his voice hoarse yet shattering. At the same instant he flung his hand with sudden force. A piercing, intolerable snap, the sound of a string breaking, rang out like a final lament, replacing the expected coda and ending everything abruptly. The music stopped. The auditorium was left with that single snapping resonance and a silence as if death itself had fallen. He stood on the stage, his unruly hair slightly disordered, the yellow robe stilled, one of the guitar's strings hanging limp. He breathed softly, beads of sweat at his temple, perhaps an energy simulation, yet his gaze was as cold and unyielding as ancient ice as it swept over the stunned faces below. The unresolved grievance was dead. He had no attachments. All his prior silence, his aloofness, even that night of abyssal weeping, might have sprung from that single unlaid attachment. And now, amid the roar of Tianxia and the snap of the string, he seemed to have severed the last thread linking him to the past. Heaven and earth, I alone am supreme. It was no longer the arrogance of an immortal body, but an absolute cold solitude that looked down upon all beings after cutting every causal tie and freeing itself of every fetter. He did not bow or return for an encore. He casually dropped the guitar with its broken string to the floor, as if discarding some trivial object. Then, clad in the bright yellow robe and white hair, heedless of the shocked, frightened, or newly stirred gazes, he strode straight off the stage. He left behind a hall filled with silence and a ludicrous illusion of redemption, as if that fantasy had snapped along with the guitar string. The winter sting was at last softened by an east wind that grew gentle, the snow melted, moistening the earth. Bare branches pushed forth tender green shoots that within days unfurled into verdant abundance. Soon followed the utterly resplendent cherry blossom season. My village seemed overnight draped in pink and white clouds. Along the banks of Nanhechuan whole stands of cherry trees burst into bloom. When the breeze stirred, a brilliant fleeting shower of petals fell like a rosy snow. Spring throned in the air itself, which was redolent with the fresh scent of earth and flowers. Though the days warmed, a slender chill still lingered at dawn and dusk. On such an afternoon Yao walked alone through the cherry grove beside Nanhechuan. Today his attire had quietly shifted to hues that harmonized with the spring. He had chosen a sakura hairstyle, not real blossoms, but hair sculpted into layered contours, like blooming petals. The soft pink and white blended with his silver locks, as if spring itself perpetually bloomed among his tresses. He wore a second-rank white cloak whose pure expanse was threaded with subtle silver patterns, a complement to the pinkish white of his hair. Because the spring retained a faint bite, he had wrapped a ring of fluffy white fur about the cloak's collar. Its downy texture cradled his slender throat and jaw, rendering his exposed skin pale and translucent, softening his too sharp beauty and lending him a hint of warmth. He walked quietly along the petal-strewn path, the hem of his second-rank white cloak brushing the grass, the white fur collar trembling gently with each step. The pink and white hair gleamed softly in the sunlight. Occasional real petals drifted down to rest among his locks and upon his shoulders unnoticed by him. His black pupils remained indifferent, reflecting the whirl of falling petals yet revealing no warmth of spring. He was like a living, perfect spring painting, separated from this vivacious world by an invisible veil. At that moment, beneath an especially lush cherry tree, a head space twisted oddly, and a figure emerged, as if surfacing from water, sudden and incongruous. The newcomer wore the mysterious black and gray cloud robes of the Shao organization, and an orange spiral mask that revealed only a single eye. His manner was exaggerated and comical, waving his arms and humming odd cadences. This was Yuziba Daitu, who used the alias Afei. Wow! These cherry blossoms are an absolute wonder. No wonder Mai is famed. Afei exclaimed in his characteristic flamboyant tone, as if truly a wayward traveler enchanted by the view. Yet when the lone eye beneath his mask casually swept the path and landed upon the slowly approaching figure, every motion and sound froze. The wind at that very moment grew gentle and lifted more petals into a grand pink blizzard that drifted down. Amid that scattering shower of blossoms, the figure drew near. The sakura hairstyle almost merged with the falling flowers. The second-rank white cloak was immaculate, the fur collar resting softly against the curve of his neck. Sunlight slipping through the gaps in the floral rain traced a hazy halo around him. He lifted his head slightly to watch the airborne petals. The profile of his face caught by the light was so flawless it seemed not entirely human. His black eyes reflected the splendor yet bore an emptiness, as if they dwelt in another solitary dimension. Beauty, an exquisite ethereal fragility that transcended gender allegiance, even the bounds between life and death. It carried a deadly loneliness, something that made one want both to destroy and to cherish. The pupil beneath Afei's mask contracted to its utmost. Time seemed to stretch infinitely. He had known Lin's gentleness, teacher Schumann's warmth, and had seen countless cruelties and darkness in the world. He had long convinced himself his heart was stagnant, like water crushed by a boulder, beating only for the plan of the Ian. He wore the ridiculous mask, and played the foolish part, burying his true self deep. But in this instant, within the cherry blossom snow that symbolized life and rebirth, this presence that had suddenly entered his sight, so beautiful as a mirage, so lonely as an ancient icefield, like a blinding shaft of light that tore through all gloom and disguise, struck with merciless precision the frozen dead core of his heart. A single impossibly clear heartbeat thundered in his chest, so violent he thought the mask might shatter. What was this? This feeling was love at first sight. Absurd. Laughable. Impossible. He should have been plotting to capture the tailed beasts, scheming against Yuziba Ban and Heiju, awaiting the illusory realm of the infinite Tsukuyami, not here before an unknown, perhaps even a my ninja, succumbing to such uncontrolled childish throbbing. Yet that single eye could not wrench itself away from the figure. He watched the pink and white hair, the pure white cloak and collar, the skin so pale it was nearly translucent, the hollow yet mesmerizing black eyes, and the aura of solitude that clung to him, so out of place amid this lively spring, as if the world itself had forsaken him. That solitude resonated with the boy buried beneath a boulder deep within his own heart, the boy who had forever lost sunlight and Lin. He wanted to draw closer, to tear open that cold shell and see what lay inside. He wanted to seize this singular beauty and loneliness, to hold them firmly in his grasp, or to drag them into his own darkness and twine together. Yao seemed to sense that gaze, so intent, even burning with an invasive heat. He halted, turned his indifferent eyes piercing the drifting petals to rest upon the strange figure wearing a spiral mask. Their eyes met. Afei felt his breath catch. Through the mask, across the distance and the whirling petals, those black eyes were like the deepest night, utterly void of emotion yet seeming to draw at his soul. Yao merely cast a faint glance at the oddly dressed, oddly scented man, showing no reaction, as if he had looked upon a tree or a stone. Then he withdrew his gaze and continued along the path. The hem of his white cloak swept over the fallen blossoms without leaving any trace, until the figure vanished into the depths of the cherry grove. Afei stood frozen where he was. After a long while he slowly raised his hand and touched his spiral mask, covering the eye that still quivered with shock and yearning. "Hm." He uttered a sound faint and utterly unlike his former bravado, threaded with bewilderment and disarray. The spring breeze blew, and the cherry blossoms remained radiant. Yet in the heart of a masked avenger the stagnant pool had been struck by an unexpected stone, stirring ripples that would never calm. Spring weather turned capricious. Moments ago, the sky had been boundless and clear, and in an instant a fine rain began to fall. The silk-like shower silently nourished the leaves, washing the cherry blossoms into richer hues, while the air filled with the fresh scent of wet earth and newly awakened greenery. Pedestrians hurried to shelter some raising umbrellas. Yao did not resort to any ninjutsu to dodge the rain, nor did he quicken his pace. He seemed to savor the hush that the falling water bestowed. Today he had changed into an outfit that harmonized with the mood of the spring rain. His hair was arranged in the Yuma hairstyle, a classical and gentle style, smooth white locks swept into an elegant bun at the nape, with a few stray tendrils framing his neck and making it appear even longer and paler. Across his shoulders sat the second-rank white cloak, which in the drizzle seemed to take on a moist sheen. His lower half was clad in practical warrior trousers suited for movement. Most striking of all was the blue oil paper umbrella he held. Its canopy was a deep indigo painted with simple white flowing cloud motifs, and under it he opened a small tranquil patch of sky. So he walked umbrella in hand through the veil of rain, treading slowly along the bluestone path darkened by moisture. The Yuma hairstyle softened the usual sharp chill about him, adding an inexplicable serene maternal radiance, despite the fact that he possessed no gender. The second-rank white cloak fluttered lightly in the rain. The blue umbrella kept the downpour at bay, gently separating him from the damp world around him. He was like a walking ink painting, cool, lyrical, and suffused with a calming stillness. As he passed the mouth of a secluded alley, something in the shadows at its depths stirred the ground right, as if alive, and a strange organism, like a pitcher plant, slowly rose up. Its upper half was deathly pale, its lower half black. This was a scout of the Shao organization, Ju. The Baiju half opened its mouth in that familiar, slightly flippant tone. "Oh my, it's raining. My spring is so wet." The Heiju half remained silent, its orange-yellow eyes vigilantly scanning the surroundings. Yet the instant their gazes, or rather their perceptions, fell upon the figure passing beneath the blue umbrella, every sound and thought froze in that split second. The rain fell like a curtain, blurring the scene yet accentuating the calm sanctuary beneath the umbrella. The Yuma hairstyle sketched an elegant, gentle silhouette. The second-rank white cloak hung pure and unstained in the drizzle. He walked without haste, as if the clamor and strife of the world mattered not to him. Only the raindrops tapping the umbrella's rim struck the stone with a clear, rhythmic patter. An indefinable sensation, as quiet as the spring rain, seeped into the convoluted depths of Ju's mind, a mind composed of countless Baiju clone consciousnesses and the millennia-long obsessions of Heiju. To the Baiju portion, that silhouette radiated an overwhelmingly strong maternal aura that drew it near and made it yearn to depend. Not a physical attraction, but a more primordial, energetic quality, tender, embracing, serene, capable of soothing all unrest and anxiety, like a return to the cradle from which life first began. This sensation felt even purer than when it had once faced Schwanwa Mito, more alluring to the innocent newborn-like part of its awareness that longed for belonging. For the Heiju portion, what it perceived was an extreme, enduring loneliness coupled with a deep, unfathomable, pure, and potent energy essence, the very force of light. That loneliness spanned 1,000 years, resonating with the long, brooding solitude it had endured, while scheming and enduring to resurrect its mother Daetong Hui. At once the purity of that energy set its instincts on edge, and yet drew it in irresistibly. This was an existence utterly distinct from Chakra, from the Renzong, and even from the power of its own mother. Maternal dependence and the dark resonance of solitude, two utterly opposed, even contradictory emotions, crashed and braided violently within Ju. "He, she, it is," Baiju murmured, its voice thick with unprecedented bewilderment and longing. "Unknown." Heiju's voice was hoarse and grave, laced with the caution of an age-old creature, yet those orange-yellow pupils stared unwaveringly at the receding blue umbrella and the white figure that seemed ready to dissolve into the rain. Love at first sight. The notion was absurd to Ju. It had no human emotions, its existence served only a single purpose. And yet, that instinctive pull, like finding a missing puzzle piece, was real and could not be dismissed. Baiju longed to entwine itself like a vine to draw upon that peace and gentleness Heiju wished to capture and study the entity, to see whether it might be woven into the plan to resurrect its mother, or perhaps become a strange refuge, an anomaly capable of temporarily anchoring and easing 1,000 years of loneliness. Yao appeared entirely unaware of the extraordinarily complex and concentrated gaze that watched him from the depths of the alley. He held the blue oiled paper umbrella, and did not pause. The white figure faded through the misted rain, rounded the corner, and was gone. Only Ju remained standing like an eerie plant in the dark recess, letting the rain soak its pitcher plant shell. Baiju fell into rare silence, as if savoring that fleeting tranquility. Heiju sank into deeper contemplation. A plan forged over millennia seemed, because of this unexpected spring rain, to have acquired an unpredictable variable. The rain continued. The blue oil paper umbrella and the figure beneath it, an amalgam of maternal radiance and eternal solitude, became deeply imprinted in Ju's non-human consciousness, stirring a silent storm within. The cold winds of Yurin swirl with the festive atmosphere sweeping through the streets and alleys of the village. Every household has hung up celebratory lanterns and pasted up brand new couplets, while the air is filled with the enticing aroma of preparations for the New Year's feast. Children dressed in new clothes chase and frolic, eagerly anticipating their red envelopes and the night-long festivities. In this atmosphere of bidding farewell to the old and welcoming the new, the ninja school organized a traditional activity. Students dressed up adorably and festively, led by the senior Jonin teachers, to visit the village nursing home, bringing warmth and comfort to the lonely elderly. On the day of the event, the school gate was bustling and lively. Most children wore red, fluffy winter clothes adorned with various animal elements, resembling a group of colorful dumplings. The senior Jonins had changed out of their usual combat attire into relatively decent clothing that still conveyed the festive spirit responsible for maintaining order and guidance. When Yao's figure appeared, the previously noisy scene fell into a momentary pause, followed by an uncontrollable murmur of mixed admiration and affection. His outfit today truly epitomized the extremes of cuteness and festivity. His hair was styled in an exceptionally neat student cut, with his white short hair trimmed perfectly, the smooth bangs framing his face, making his delicate features appear especially innocent and pure. He wore deep red cotton pants that looked thick and soft, and adorning the upper part of his backside was a fluffy round white bunny tail that wobbled gently with his movements, drawing attention. However, the most striking detail came from behind his head, a large vibrant red bow neatly tied in his soft white hair. According to an insider, a certain unnamed assistant to the Hokage, this was secretly tied by the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, when Yao was not paying attention, with a rare mischievous smile on his face. At this moment, the large red bow paired with his neat student cut and deep red bunny pants softened the usual cold aura that surrounded him, leaving only an endearing, almost clumsy cuteness. He also carried a small bamboo basket on his back filled with fresh fruits prepared to be given to the elderly, making his figure appear somewhat slender. "Wah!" Naruto couldn't hold back, first pointing at Yao's bow, and bunny tail, his eyes wide with excitement. "Yao Yao! You? You are so cute! Even cuter than the soft-boiled egg in a Chiraku ramen." Sasuke forcibly turned his head away, yet his ears betrayed him turning red, and he muttered under his breath, "Shut up, you loser!" But his gaze couldn't help but drift towards that white bunny tail that wobbled with every step. Sakura and Ino were practically breathless with excitement, tightly holding each other's hands, squealing in high-pitched voices. "The student cut, the bunny tail, and the bow. Did the third Hokage tie it on him? Oh my god, this contrast. I can't take it. I just want to hug him." Hinata's face was as red as Yao's cotton pants, hiding behind Tin, only daring to sneak glances with her Byakugan, feeling her heart racing. Even the usually cool Shino pushed up his sunglasses to take a few more looks. Shikamaru sighed, feeling that today's visual disturbance was a bit overwhelming. Choji looked at the fruits in Yao's basket, wondering if he could snag one later. The senior Jonins in charge of leading the group, such as Kakashi, Asuma, and Kurenai, also displayed slight surprise and amusement upon seeing Yao's outfit. Kakashi's lips curled into a subtle arc beneath his mask, his gaze lingering on the bunny tail and red bow for a moment, before settling on Yao's exquisitely expressionless face, his eyes deep and contemplative. Yao remained indifferent to the gazes that almost overwhelmed him, filled with affection, surprise, and a certain cuteness overload sentiment. It was as if he felt neither the large bow behind his head nor the bunny tail on his backside, quietly standing in line, carrying the fruit-filled basket, waiting to set off. The group finally set off in a grand procession. The children chattered like a flock of happy little birds. Yao walked silently among them, the red bunny pants and the red bow on his head standing out vividly in the winter sunlight, creating a striking contrast with his cold profile. Upon arriving at the nursing home, the children eagerly took out their prepared gifts and performances, entertaining the elderly, helping with cleaning and chatting with them. The nursing home was filled with laughter and joy, the festive atmosphere growing even more vibrant. Yao did not participate in the performances, nor did he actively seek out conversations. He simply walked quietly to those elderly who were immobile or sitting alone in the corners, took out fruits from his basket, gently placing them beside their hands or on the nearby low tables. His movements were light, devoid of unnecessary words. After placing the fruits, he quietly stepped back, searching for the next person in need of warmth. Throughout the process, his face bore little expression, yet his neat student cut, the bouncing red bow behind his head, and the white bunny tail that swayed as he bent and straightened added an indescribable, clumsy yet sincere warmth to his silent actions. An elderly lady with somewhat blurred vision received the orange he handed over, squinting at him for a long while before a kind smile broke across her wrinkled face. "What a handsome little boy. So well behaved." Yao only paused slightly, without responding, continuing to the next elderly person. He seemed like a delicate doll executing a fixed program, weaving through the bustle and warmth, while remaining as if separated by a transparent wall. Yet his overly cute outfit, along with the silent act of delivering fruits, resembled a faint yet persistent ray of sunlight in winter, quietly warming some lonely hearts. As the event concluded, the setting sun painted the sky. The elderly reluctantly bid farewell to the children. On the way back, Yao remained silent. The red bow behind his head swayed gently in the evening breeze, and the white bunny tail on his deep red pants gently wiggled with each step. He had given away all the fruits in his basket, completing a mission. For those elderly, the fleeting warmth visible in their cloudy eyes, and the gazes of his companions filled with complex emotions perhaps were merely an inconsequential interlude in this festive season. Warmth seemed to relate to him, yet it also felt as if it had never truly touched him at all. Chapter 22 The End. On New Year's Eve, Konoha village was brilliantly lit, resembling broad daylight. Festive lanterns adorned the streets, while crowds surged, their joyful laughter merging into a sea of celebration. The annual fireworks festival was the most anticipated grand finale of this moment of bidding farewell to the old and welcoming the new. Villagers carrying the elderly and little ones donned new kimonos or festive attire as they flocked to the best viewing spots. The air was filled with the aroma of takoyaki, candied apples, and fried noodles intermingled with the excited screams of children. This year's ignition ceremony for the fireworks festival saw the third Hokage make an unexpected decision. Yao was to carry it out. When this news quietly spread, it sparked considerable discussion. However, recalling Yao's sweet and adorable demeanor during his visit to the nursing home and the extraordinary aura of mystery he exuded, his role in igniting the fireworks symbols of hope and light seemed to carry a strange sense of destiny. At this moment, Yao stood on the specially constructed platform for the ignition ceremony. Below him, a sea of eager faces awaited. His outfit for the night once again overturned everyone's expectations, merging the festive cheer with his own unique characteristics into a breathtaking beauty. He wore a cat-like hairstyle, not actual animal ears, but strands of hair sculpted into two playful and fluffy cat ears, their white fur blending seamlessly with his snow-white hair quivering gently in the night breeze. Draped over him was an exquisitely ornate koi-fish cloak, its deep red base intricately embroidered with shimmering koi-fish patterns in gold and orange threads. The scales reflected a dazzling array of colors under the lights, as if he truly wore auspiciousness upon him. Beneath the cloak was a simple white shirt and deep blue suspenders, adding a refreshing youthful charm to his appearance. On one side of his cat-like hairstyle, he had a small, delicate koi hairpin that echoed the cloak's design. In his hand, he held a lit, crackling sparkler, golden sparks bursting forth, illuminating his indifferent yet delicate profile. Koi-fish cat ears, suspenders, and a sparkler. These elements combined should have exuded utmost cuteness and festivity. Yet on Yao, coupled with his vacant gaze and an unshakable sense of detachment, they produced a beauty that was almost prophetic and otherworldly. He stood on the platform like an otherworldly spirit that had descended to join the celebration, separated from the bustling crowd below by an invisible dimension. The 9 young ones, thanks to their privilege, were allowed to stand closest to the platform. They gazed up at Yao, their emotions complex and hard to articulate. Naruto stared at the cat ears swaying in the night breeze, his hands itching. Sasuke forced himself to focus on the sparkler, yet his gaze uncontrollably flicked toward the striking red koi and the adorable outline of the cat ears. Sakura and Ino were so excited they nearly fainted, whispering breathlessly, "Cat ears. Koi. Suspenders." Hinata's face flushed red like a ripe apple under the lantern's glow. Even Kiba and Shino found themselves momentarily entranced. At that moment, Sharingan, responsible for coordination, whispered something to Yao and gestured toward the 9 young ones below. Yao's gaze lightly swept over the 9 beneath the platform, then he calmly spoke with a clear voice that pierced through the noise of the fireworks warm-up, quietly issuing an unmistakable command to the 9, "You may touch the ears." The 9 instantly froze, almost thinking they had misheard. Touch the seemingly soft cat ears. A wave of immense surprise and disbelief instantly washed away all hesitation and fear. Naruto was the first to dash forward like a cannonball, yet his movements became extraordinarily gentle before the exquisite cat ears. He extended his slightly trembling fingers, cautiously brushing the tips of the white fluffy cat ears. The sensation was not that of real fur, but a warm, soft, and strangely elastic energy texture that sent a tingling sensation from his fingertips to his heart. So soft. Naruto murmured, his blue eyes filled with a dreamy sparkle. With Naruto leading the way, the others could no longer hold back. Sasuke forced himself to remain calm as he stepped forward, his fingers slightly tense as they brushed the edge of the cat ear, the sensation causing a rapid blush to spread to his ears. Sakura and Ino almost simultaneously reached out their fingertips, cautiously touching, feeling the wondrous warmth that seemed alive, their eyes shimmering with excitement. Hinata mustered her greatest courage quickly, and lightly poking with her fingertip then retracting her hand, like a startled rabbit, her entire being nearly bursting into flames. Kiba chuckled and reached out to rub them, while Akamaru spun excitedly at his feet. Shino silently extended his hand, his fingers lingering slightly longer, as if analyzing the energy composition of the cat ears. Shikamaru sighed, feeling that this experience was somewhat surreal, yet still reached out to touch. Choji hesitated for a second between touching and snacks, decisively opting to touch the ears, his eyes narrowing in satisfaction with the sensation. 9 hands, some eager, some shy, some curious, some restrained, gently touched the warm cat ears composed of energy in turn. Yao simply stood there, allowing them to touch, his expression still devoid of emotion, as if the affection bestowed upon him was not part of himself. Only in the flickering firelight of the sparkler did a faint, incomprehensible glimmer seem to pass through his dark eyes. As the brief touch ended, the 9 reluctantly withdrew their hands and returned to their places, filled with an indescribable sense of satisfaction and thrill, as if they had received a brief favor from a deity. At that moment, the scheduled time had arrived. Yao no longer regarded the crowd below with their varied thoughts. He raised the nearly burnt-out sparkler in his hand toward the fuse. Whoosh, boom! The first gigantic firework shot into the sky with a dazzling tail, and erupted with a resounding blast, transforming into a cascade of golden light that illuminated the faces of everyone present, as well as the slender figure of the boy dressed in koi topped with cat ears, who seemed to hold the light. Immediately after, more fireworks soared into the sky, painting the night with vibrant colors, a splendid spectacle. The roaring sounds intertwined with the cheers of the people bidding farewell to the old and welcoming the new. And beneath that brilliant display of fireworks were 9 hearts that could not settle after a brief touch, and a solitary figure still standing apart from the light and shadow, as if he might vanish alongside the fireworks at any moment. Chapter 23 End. On a weekend night, the tension of training and missions faded away, and the village of Konoha was immersed in a lazy tranquility. The moonlight flowed like water, filtering through the window lattices and casting cool patches of light on the tatami. Yao had just completed a routine inspection of his personal wardrobe, selecting his bedtime attire for the evening. He donned a milky white onesie from Moom in season, made of an incredibly soft and skin-friendly unknown fabric, its warmth making it feel as though he was wearing a cloud. The design of the onesie was simple and cute, snugly wrapping his entire body, leaving only his slender neck, wrists, and ankles exposed, making him look like a freshly made soft and fragrant glutinous rice dumpling still steaming in illusion. His cat-like hairstyle remained unchanged, with 2 white fluffy energy cat ears perching adorably atop his head. On his feet were a pair of equally fluffy bunny slippers, their long ears draping beside him. This outfit melted away his usual icy sharpness, leaving only an utterly defenseless extreme softness and cuteness. Seemingly satisfied with this comfort, he was about to turn off the lights and rest, sitting on the prepared bedding in his soft onesie, hugging his knees and gazing at the moon outside, his eyes somewhat vacant, lost in a rare unguarded stupor. At that moment, the window of his room opened quietly, without a sound, as if melted by an invisible force. A shadow bringing with it the subtle ripples characteristic of space ninjutsu slipped in like a specter. The newcomer was still clad in the Akatsuki robe patterned with black and red clouds, his face obscured by a swirling orange mask. It was none other than Ah Fei, who had been unable to find peace since parting ways in the cherry blossom forest. Using the power of Shinjutsu, he instinctively and uncontrollably infiltrated Konoha, once more precisely locating Yao's room. He originally only wanted to take another distant look, confirming that it was not merely an illusion. However, when his single eye, peering through the hole in the mask, clearly saw the scene inside the room, all plans, all vigilance, and even the deep-seated hatred and disguise towards Obito shattered in an instant, overwhelmed by a more primal and surging emotion. Under the moonlight, the figure he yearned for, dressed in a soft-looking milky white onesie, appeared before him. The white cat ears atop his head seemed even fluffier under the soft glow. On his feet were adorable bunny slippers. Curled up there, soft and sweet, his expression dazed, lost in thought, he resembled an unguarded waiting to be cradled top-tier dessert. Meow. A completely uncontrollable sound infused with extreme surprise and rippling emotions, mimicking a cat's meow, spilled from Ah Fei's Obito's throat, breaking the silence of the room. This sound was entirely different from his usual exaggerated tone, brimming with a pure joy akin to discovering a treasure. Almost simultaneously with the sound, Ah Fei's figure appeared before Yao, in an instant, crouching down, with movements so swift that only an afterimage remained. He reached out with a hand clad in a black glove, moving with an instinctual speed that was more driven by impulse than boldness, gently pinching one of Yao's ears from his cat-like hairstyle. "Wow. I touched it." Fei's Obito's voice was filled with unmasked, almost obsessive excitement, and one could almost imagine the grin stretching to his ears behind the mask, if he were capable of such a smile. So soft. The cat ear was not made of flesh and blood, but was composed of pure light energy, warm and soft to the touch, possessing a peculiar elasticity that soothed the soul. This sensation, combined with Yao's currently soft and harmless onesie appearance, and those pure black eyes that widened slightly in surprise at the unexpected situation, Fei Obito felt as if his brain had been struck by a meteor of happiness, leaving it blank, overwhelmed by the most direct sensory impact, and a frenzied shout from within his breath was so comfortable. Unlike the chakra fluctuations or bloody scent often found on ninjas, Yao emanated an extremely pure and gentle energy field, light power, and approaching him felt like being enveloped in the warmest spring sunlight, or being cleansed by the purest spring water, allowing Fei Obito, whose soul was scarred and tainted by darkness, to experience an unprecedented, intoxicating tranquility and comfort. He almost wanted to lean in, burying his face in that seemingly soft onesie, completely indulging in this peace. Meanwhile, Yao, taken by surprise, seemed to finally regain his senses from his stupor. He slightly tilted his head, gazing at the masked figure squatting in front of him, pinching his cat ear, emitting strange meows, and radiating excitement and obsession. His pure black pupils clearly reflected Fei's exaggerated, swirling mask. There was no panic, no anger, not a hint of displeasure at being disturbed. He merely tilted his head slightly, with one ear pinched, looking at Fei up close, with hollow yet purely curious eyes, emitting an extremely soft syllable. It seemed to ask, "What are you doing?" This single, combined with his currently soft and adorable appearance, and the dazed posture, with the pinched cat ear, delivered a ton of impact to Fei Obito. Fei Obito internally screamed in silence, feeling as if he was about to explode on the spot. He abruptly released the cat ear he was pinching, though reluctantly jumping back a small step, like a startled rabbit, flailing his hands and feet in an attempt to disguise his uncontrollable actions and racing heartbeat. The moonlight is really beautiful tonight. Ha ha ha. He awkwardly and incoherently tried to change the subject, his face behind the mask probably already flushed if it could still turn red. Yao still maintained his tilted head posture, the cat ear he had just released bouncing slightly, and the question mark in his gaze seemed to grow larger. Fei Obito could no longer stay, feeling that if he lingered another second his already dead heart would completely cease functioning from excessive agitation. He hurriedly activated Ninjutsu, his body swiftly drawn into the swirling distortion of space. I'm leaving now. See you next time. Little kitty. Leaving behind this tremulous, blush-inducing farewell, Fei's figure completely vanished from the room, and the window quietly returned to its original state. In the room, silence returned. The moonlight still poured over Yao, who was wearing the moon in onesie, sporting cat ears, and looking utterly bewildered. He raised his hand and gently touched the cat ear that had just been pinched, its warmth and softness still lingering. He emitted another syllable of confusion, then seemed to feel there was nothing worth pondering, hugging his knees again and resting his chin upon them, gazing at the moon outside, continuing his interrupted stupor. Yet the slightly swaying bunny slippers seemed to betray a hint of inner turmoil. Chapter 24: The End. For Yao, sleep was not a necessity, but rather a deep diving of consciousness, akin to an unconscious retrieval of past fragments. However, tonight, this tranquil place stirred up turbulent waves. He dreamed of her. The one who had passed away in unresolved longing. The one forever sealed in his memories alongside glass-covered roses and a fox doll. The dream was bizarre yet strikingly vivid. She wore a pure white wedding dress, her smile radiant, as warm as in his memories. Yet the hand holding hers at the altar was not his. It was a man, with a blurred face radiating happiness. The church bells echoed, guests filled the seats, and the air was infused with the fragrance of blessings. She was about to belong to someone else. Just as the wedding ceremony was about to conclude and the groom was to kiss the bride, she suddenly turned her head, her gaze piercing through the illusion and reality, landing precisely on Yao, who stood in the corner, as an observer, yet with a shattered heart. Her eyes held a gentle, almost pitying plea. "Yao, sing us a song, bless us." The power of the dream distorted reality, or rather Yao's uncontrolled leaking energy, unconsciously wove a massive net in his slumber, forcibly drawing in the nearby sleeping members of Team 7, and several perceptive Jonin, Kakashi, Asuma, Yugo, etc., into this realm built from his heartache. Thus in their respective dreams Team 7 and the Jonin were horrified to find themselves seemingly at a strange yet beautiful wedding scene where the faces of the bride and groom were blurred except for the figure standing in the corner, Yao. He had unknowingly changed into a perfectly tailored black suit accentuating his tall figure. His hairstyle transformed into a sleek cool CO, cut with white strands, meticulously slicked back revealing a smooth forehead and a face marked by an oppressive storm. He held a microphone standing under a solitary spotlight completely out of place amidst the joyous wedding atmosphere. Then the music began. It was not the solemn wedding march, but a distinctly rhythmic DJ track infused with endless sorrow and self-mockery, half a heart DJ. He raised his gaze to the couple at the altar though the groom's face remained blurred in everyone's dreams, his dark pupils reflecting shattered ice lakes. His voice transmitted through the microphone cold and eerily calm, as if recounting another story, yet each word bled. I ask if this place is good, you look up without a word, you hold me and kiss my lips, yet it seems you're kissing him. The lyrics sliced through his seemingly unbreakable exterior, like the sharpest blade revealing the bloodied wounds within. The despair and unwillingness of being betrayed by a lover treated as a substitute became even more heart-wrenching amidst the pulsating rhythm. Team 7 and the Jonin felt this overwhelming foreign yet suffocating sorrow in their dreams. Naruto felt his heart tighten. He did not understand why he felt so sad, only wanting to rush and embrace the figure illuminated by the spotlight, who appeared incredibly lonely. Sasuke's Sharingan uncontrollably activated in the dream, as if to deeply imprint his current vulnerability and pain. Sakura and Ino were already in tears, mourning the love that was unattainable and utterly forsaken. Hinata felt as if she could barely breathe. The weight of that sadness made her want to curl up. Kakashi frowned beneath his mask. He had never heard Yao sing with such a voice. The undercurrents of calm were more perilous than any battle he had ever faced. Asuma and Kurenai exchanged a glance, their eyes filled with shock and compassion. Yao continued to sing, his voice carrying a barely perceptible tremor, as if the cold exterior had finally begun to crack. I secretly wish there is some love, oh, I secretly wish there is some love, can you give it to me, finally experiencing love. It was a humble plea, a struggle of holding on to a flicker of hope despite knowing it was impossible. Dressed in a sharp suit with a CO hairstyle, standing there, he resembled a beggar pleading for alms. It's fine if there's less love, yet I understand more, weaving dreams. Self-mockery, utter despair. He knew better than anyone that this slight hope was merely a self-deceptive dream. Finally the song reached its cruel climax, his voice suddenly rising, carrying a sense of shattered resolve. Please give me half a heart, it's just a small wish. Yet your heart had long been entirely given to him. The last line was nearly a scream. All the repression, all the pain, all the unwillingness erupted at that moment. The dynamic DJ rhythm seemed to be the perfect accompaniment to this heartbreak, vividly portraying the despair of being completely robbed, unable to even attain half a heart. He finished singing. Under the spotlight, he breathed heavily, the knuckles of his fingers gripping the microphone turning white. He closed his eyes, as if expending all his strength. Then in all the dreams forced to witness this heartbreak ceremony, his figure along with the illusory wedding shattered and dissipated like a broken mirror. Yao suddenly sat up from the tatame. Outside the window the dawn light was faint. He was still wearing that soft and fragrant Moomin onesie, the cat ears on his head swaying gently with his movements. Yet there was not a drop of sweat on his brow, and his breathing quickly steadied. It was as if that heart-stopping, heartbreaking dream was merely an inconsequential data flow that had passed. He raised his hand, gently pressing it against the left side of his chest. There was no heartbeat, no sensation of pain. Yet a certain hollow feeling was clearer than ever. He turned to look at the low table, where the glass dome encased an everlasting red rose alongside the quiet fox doll. After a moment, he whispered so softly it was almost inaudible. Half a heart. And in every corner of Konoha, the members of Team 7, and several Jonin awakening from their dreams simultaneously clutched their hearts, where lingered a cold and intense pain that did not belong to them, along with the melody of half a heart DJ, and the white figure in a suit singing heartbreakingly under the spotlight that lingered long after. Chapter 25, the end. Since that heart-wrenching dream, Yao had grown even more withdrawn, a profound hollowness emanating from the very depths of his soul, unfilled by words or external stimuli. He was like a volcano sealed beneath ice, outwardly still yet churning, with unseen currents no one could fathom. Perhaps in search of a kind of return, or perhaps merely obeying an instinctive urge to explore the boundaries of his own abilities, one afternoon, When sunlight streamed through the window casting a bright luminous patch upon his floor, he stood quietly at its center and closed his eyes. His consciousness sank inward into that boundless, infinite wardrobe intrinsically linked to the world of sky children of the light. A realm he did not choose deliberately but entered effortlessly, guided only by the flow of his well donning an outfit both effortless and deeply comfortable. His hairstyle was that of a mystic, enigmatic and untamed, his white hair artfully disheveled yet exuding an unshakable sense of individuality. He wore the commemorative cloak marking the game's 5th anniversary, a garment rich with symbolic meaning. Its base hue glowed with warm amber and gold, its edges traced with constellational motifs. Most notably, it bore a matching soft thick scarf draped loosely around his neck, enveloping him in quiet comfort. Below, simple blue jeans and pristine white sneakers completed the ensemble. When he opened his eyes again, his black irises held no trace of emotion. He raised his hand, not forming a hand seal, but simply drawing a gentle arc through the empty air before him. There was no ripple of chakra, no sound of spatial distortion. And yet, a doorway appeared. Silent, impossible, defying all natural law. It was no conventional gate, but rather a vertical, softly shimmering mirror of light, like still water touched by moonlight. Beyond it lay no reflection of his room, but a realm utterly beyond the comprehension of the shinobi world, a sky washed in flawless cerulean, where colossal cloud-white masses drifted as if within reach. Vast emerald hills rolled gently into the distance, dotted with enormous eggshell-like ruins of white architecture, and here and there softly glowing flora and candles flickered with tranquil radiance. Farther still, the silhouettes of grander palaces emerged on the horizon. A breeze wafted through the portal, carrying the crisp scent of sun-warmed grass and something else, a pure, serene energy profoundly uplifting, the light force. This was Yun. Without hesitation, Yao stepped across the threshold, his figure dissolving into the luminous haze and vanishing entirely. The portal did not close. It remained suspended steadily in the center of the room, like a fixed coordinate anchoring two disparate worlds. This anomalous spatial resonance instantly drew the attention of nearby individuals gifted with acute perception. First to arrive were Naruto and Sasuke, who happened to be passing nearby. Staring at the shimmering mirror and the ethereal landscape beyond, they stood utterly dumbfounded. What is this? Where's Yao? Naruto pointed at the portal, his face frozen in shock. Sasuke's Sharingan activated instantly, his gaze locked onto the portal as he attempted to decipher its structure, yet sensed only an energy vast and placid, wholly alien to Chakra. An alternate dimension. Then came Sakura and Ino, drawn by insatiable curiosity, soon followed by Kakashi and the third Hokage, summoned by the disturbance. All were stunned by this inexplicable gateway to an unknown world. Yao's Chakra signature lies beyond the portal. Kakashi spoke gravely, his expression taut with gravity. The third Hokage gazed intently at the vista of Yun beyond the light, its serenity, its immaculate purity, utterly unlike any perilous terrain or illusion known to him. This child's abilities grow ever more astonishing. After brief astonishment and deliberation, motivated equally by concern for Yao and fascination with the unknown, the third Hokage authorized Kakashi to lead Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura through the portal for reconnaissance. The four crossed the threshold with cautious steps. The moment they entered Yun, an indescribable sensation enveloped them. The air was impossibly fresh, the grass beneath their feet luxuriantly soft, and springy distant clouds hung like frozen dreams. Light here was gentle and golden, and candles scattered across the land cast a soothing ambient glow. There he was, Yao, standing atop an open grassy slope, his back turned to them, his white mystic hair stirring lightly in Yun's breeze, his anniversary cloak scarf fluttering softly. He appeared to be gazing toward the colossal temple-like edifice in the distance. Yao! Naruto called out instinctively. Slowly Yao turned, his expression unsurprised, his demeanor as detached as ever. You followed. His tone was calm, as though their arrival required no explanation. Kakashi swiftly scanned the surroundings, his Sharingan and shinobi instincts confirming one undeniable truth: this place was utterly empty. No life existed here besides themselves and Yao. No birds, no insects, no inhabitants. The grand structures were real, the candlelight tangible, but the world itself, save for them, was silent, still, and profoundly vacant. A beautiful, peaceful world, yet one devoid of other players, the world of sky children of the light. Where is this? Sakura asked, her voice startlingly clear in the vast open expanse. Yao did not answer directly, only murmured. A place to rest for now. He lifted his hand, gesturing toward a cluster of white stone-carved sky whales perched upon the hillside, creatures in sky meant to be ridden. At his silent command, those motionless statues began to glow with a tender radiant light, as if infused with life, emitting haunting resonant calls and slowly lifting their stony wings to hover aloft. This miraculous sight left the four newcomers speechless once more. Yao seemed unmoved by their awe. He approached a lit candle, extended his palm, and the flame's radiance gathered into shimmering motes, flowing like starlight into his body, replenishing his strength. He performed these acts with innate ease, as if he had done them 1,000 times before. Naruto reached tentatively toward a glowing plant that swayed gently, scattering even more starlight. Sasuke stood in silence, absorbing the world's radically different energetic laws. Sakura and Ino, captivated by the dreamlike beauty, momentarily forgot all fear. Kakashi watched Yao stroll across this tranquil singular domain, interacting with luminous beings standing at the cliff's edge, as wind billowed his cloak and scarf, until in that moment understanding dawned. This world called Yun might well be the sole sanctuary within Yao's heart, untouched, unspoiled, unscarred. A place without bullying, without harassment, without prying eyes, without betrayal, and without the lingering unquiet ghost of a past that refused to die. He had opened this door, and permitted them entry. Perhaps that act itself was a silent gesture of trust. Or perhaps something deeper still, a candid, expectation-free revelation of his innermost self. From the heights, Yao turned to look down upon the four below, small, uncertain, adrift. Beneath his mystic hairstyle, his hollow gaze remained unchanged, yet faintly, almost imperceptibly, it carried a new softness, a quiet release unknown to him in the shinobi world. The light portal remained open back in the room, and Yun's breeze, scented with sunlit grass and warmth, blew across both worlds, stirring in the visitors' hearts a growing complex and ineffable tenderness toward Yao. Following Yao's footsteps, Kakashi, Mingren, Zuoju, and Xiaoying felt as if they had stumbled into a surreal dreamlike voyage. They crossed Yun's warm grasslands and stepped into the ceaseless drizzle of the rainforest. Rain struck Yao's back cloak, yet could not wet it in the slightest. The scarlet within burned like a living flame against the dull curtain of rain. With a whitebird hairstyle, he moved with elegant poise through the tangle of towering vegetation, guiding them to a cave of shelter, where he lit candles and drove away the chill. Next came Xiaogu, a magnificent course where pristine snow and golden sunset braided together. Yao harnessed some energy beyond their comprehension, light wings. He carried them skimming across the ice, gathering speed, until at the end of a vast track he spun into a whirling dance. In an instant his figure blurred, as though breaching some boundary, and with a velocity the naked eye could not grasp, he shot straight upward. It was not the ninja shunshin technique, it felt more like an invocation of rules themselves, an ultimate gravity-defying grace. Upon reaching an inconceivable zenith, his movements slowed to an almost glacial pace, like a cinematic slow-motion shot. The whitebird hairstyle unfurled in the wind, the back cloak billowed, and he froze in the gilded sunset, an exquisitely suffocating silhouette. So handsome, Mingren murmured, eyes glazed. Zuozu's Zuolinian worked frantically, yet could only seize fragmented after-images, and that final godlike pose, his heart assailed by an unprecedented shock. Even Kakashi felt a thrum of unease. Such mastery over space and personal velocity lay far beyond taijutsu and ordinary ninjutsu. As he skated, tendrils of green and blue light twined about him, adding to the mystery. Yet the terminus of this dreamlike journey proved anything but beautiful. When they stepped into Mutu, the atmosphere shifted abruptly. An ashen sky, desolate earth, foul black waters, an air thick with portent and oppression. A giant Minglong radiating red light circled above the ruins. With a low roar, its malice-laden gaze locked onto them, making Mingren and the others' hair stand on end. Be careful! Kakashi snapped, immediately on guard, kunai already in hand. At that instant Yao moved. He did not evade, he met the Minglong stare, and resumed the opening pose of that whirling dance. His form went ephemeral, and traced an incredible trajectory, somehow breaking the dragon's oppressive lock. At the same time, an ethereal, slightly electronic trance music rose in their minds. The song, "Heart Like Still Water." Its strange charm seemed to soothe the panic the Minglong had stirred. Even more astonishing, a firework staff had inexplicably appeared in Yao's hand. Rather than retreat, he approached, teasingly flicking the sparks from its tip within the colossal creature's field of vision. Enraged, the Minglong unleashed a deafening roar, and slammed its massive head downward. Yao, however, moved like a spectre, evading at the last breath, with elegant perilous flourishes, the trails of light from his staff braided with the Minglong's crimson gaze into a tableau that was both lethal and resplendent. He seemed to be waltzing with death, calm precise suffused with a hair-raising madness and beauty. What? What is he doing? Xiaoying turned pale. Taming the dragon. Kakaxi's voice was hoarse, as he uttered a word that sounded absurd even to himself. This fellow was actually attempting to tame that terrifying beast. Finally, whether from weariness or having achieved some end, Yao led the Minglong maddened by mockery yet helpless to Muta's terminus, an even bleaker ancient battlefield littered with fractured statues and colossal skeletons. Here the music shifted abruptly. The assaulting DJ remix of You detonated, violent rhythms, heavy beats, suffused with a dark cathartic fury. Yao stood atop a pile of enormous ancient skulls, his whitebird hairstyle whipping in Muta's bleak wind, the back cloak spread like a demon's wings. As the music reached its climax, the remix layered chill murderous harmonies, as if from the depths of hell piling like a curse. Heartbreakers shall be punished. At the very utterance of the word punish matched to a DJ effect mimicking the shattering of glass or mirror, Yao flung his arms wide. A violent surge of energy, black fused with crimson, the hue of his back cloak, erupted around him, and the ancient skulls beneath him seemed to groan under the strain. In that instant, he ceased to be the aloof child of light. He had become a night king risen from Muta's depths, ruler of retribution and ruin, intent on dragging all betrayal and fickleness, and the world itself, into a shattered abyss. The music, the visuals, and that towering aura of maddening beauty and peril rising from Yao struck like a sledgehammer upon the souls of every onlooker. Mingren and the others had been so battered by the relentless onslaught that thought deserted them. They could only stand frozen, engulfed by the incoming bone-chilling murderousness and sorrow. Yao stood upon the throne of bones, his masked face tilted slightly upward, as if listening to the judgmental melody, yet also as if issuing the most final verdict to some absent entity. Muta's wind laced with rot could not disperse the dense insoluble hatred and pain. When that heart-piercing DJ melody and the sounds of shattering swelled to their peak upon the ancient battlefield at the terminus of Mutu, and Yao's body thrummed with a savage energy, black and crimson braided together until it threatened to become a tangible storm, everything abruptly stopped. As if a pause had been pressed, the music, the ripples of power, even the Minglong's unwilling roar froze and contracted in an instant, finally converging upon the fingertip Yao raised. He did not look back at the skeletal throne, nor did he heed Mingren and the others below, nearly crushed by that dreadful aura. He merely traced the void once more with a casual motion. No haloed doorway leading to Yun appeared. Instead, there came a more immediate, more irresistible sensation of spatial displacement. The world spun, not the instant body shift of ninjutsu, but a more elemental scene-level forcible switch. Muta's ashen sky, its foul black waters, its grotesque bones peeled away, like a faded oil painting dissolving in an instant. A moment later they felt solid ground beneath their feet, a slightly worn wooden floor, a familiar window, and the evening air outside my village heavy with the scent of household smoke. They were back. They had returned directly to Yao's room, as if the breathtaking journey through Yun, the rainforest, and Xiaogu to Mutu had been nothing more than a collective illusion. Yet their bodies retained scraps of sensation, the warmth of Yunya's sunlight still clinging to their skin, the rainforest's dampness lingering at their nostrils, the weightless rush that had buckled their legs while skimming through Xiaogu, and the suffocating oppression of Mutu, along with the Minglong's raging fixation. An icy brand seared deep into their souls, prompting involuntary shudders. Mingren collapsed onto the floor, gasping, his blue eyes still wide with lingering terror and confusion. Back! We're back! Just now! Those! Zwishu stood against the wall, pallid. His Sharingan had long since closed. He pressed his lips tight, trying to steady his racing heart, and the replaying image of Yao at Muta's terminus, an image like a lord of the night. That power, that madness. Utterly unlike his usual cold indifference, yet more authentic, more terrifying and irresistibly compelling to probe. Xiaoying and Jingya steadied one another, barely able to remain upright. They looked at Yao standing motionless in the center of the room, their gazes layered with the utmost complexity. The earlier wonder and affection after witnessing Muta's heart-piercing scene seemed to have been shrouded by an inextinguishable shadow. What past could he possibly carry to erupt such annihilating hatred? Kakashi recovered faster than the others, but the single right eye he revealed bore a gravity previously unseen. He was stunned not only by those otherworldly vistas and Yao's astonishing abilities, but even more unnerved by the unhidden, almost all-consuming negative emotion Yao had displayed at Muta's terminus. That song you mixed with DJ beats the line. The faithless shall be punished. And the simulated sounds of breaking, all of it pointed to a single unmistakable truth. Yao's inner world was far from calm, within it lay cataclysmic tides capable of toppling everything. Yet the center of that storm Yao behaved as though he had only taken an ordinary stroll. He still wore the whitebird hairstyle, and the bat-like cloak, the mask across his face concealing every possible expression. He did not spare another glance for the still shaken group. He walked to the window, and watched the lights of my gradually kindle, his stance erect yet threaded with a solitude at odds with its surroundings. Silence reigned in the room, broken only by their quickened breaths. The recent ordeal had been too intense, the torrent of information nearly crashing their minds. A beautiful otherworld, wondrous abilities, graceful gliding, and ascent, the dangerous, maddening taming of dragons, and that final, heart-rending, soul-shattering figure of judgment. All of it sprang from the silent youth before them. After a long pause, Kakashi drew a deep breath and broke the silence. Those places. Guangji realm. Yao's voice came through the mask, even and still betraying no emotion. My domain. He offered no further explanation, as if those simple words were sufficient to encompass everything. A domain. A personal domain containing multiple utterly distinct ecosystems inhabited by wondrous creatures, like Yukuan and Minglong, and governed by peculiar rules. Candle's light wings. The concept struck anew at their understanding. Mingern parted his lips to ask about Mutu the song and the faithless, but seeing Yao's icy back, the questions were swallowed. Suizhu remained silent, as well he knew some questions would never be answered. Today. Thank you, Kakashi finally said. They were grateful that he had revealed that sanctuary Yun, and that he had allowed them a glimpse into a corner of the abyss within him. Yao gave no reply. The sun's final glow sank below the horizon and the room dimmed. Kakashi gave a small signal, and with Mingern, Suizhu, Xiaoying, and Jingye, each wearing their own expression, silently exited the room and closed the door gently. They returned that space, recently ravaged by an otherworldly storm, and now fallen back into stillness, to its owner. Inside, Yao still stood by the window, his bat-like cloak seeming to fuse with the deepening night. He raised his hand, his fingertip, as if unconsciously traced the cold glass once. Repeating it seemed the motion that opened and closed two worlds. The real world slipped back into its semblance of normality. Yet the aftershocks of that luminous encounter rippled silently, echoing in the hearts of each witness, and refusing to subside. The midsummer heat rolled over my cicadas, shrilling without end, yet unable to quell the festival's exuberance. To celebrate peace and prosperity, I had sent out widespread invitations, and staged a grand joint summer festival. Colorful pennants and wind chimes fluttered along the lane, stalls overflowed with games and treats, goldfish scooping candied apples, takoyaki, and the like, while the air brimmed with the smoky tang of street food and cloying sweetness. Ninjas from Shay and Yunin and Yinin let down their customary guard, melting into the bustling throng to enjoy a rare spell of leisure. Beneath this seemingly peaceful tableau, however, undercurrents quietly stirred. Led by Yuzibo Daituafe and Ju, several core members of the Shao organization slipped into my employing secret arts, such as Shenwei, to move unseen. Their ostensible purpose was intelligence gathering, perhaps with deeper destructive designs in mind. Yet fate, or rather Yao's impossible Toinor presence, shifted their plans away from their intended course. The festival's climax would be the grand fireworks on the Nanhechuan riverside. Before that there was a stretch of free time. As the sun sank and the heat eased, the riverbank swelled with people, laughter, and merriment unceasing. It was at the heart of that clamor and vitality that the figure appeared, like a drop of ice plunged into a boiling cauldron, instantly detonating the attention of every watcher lurking in the shadows. Yao's attire that day radiated summer coolness and a peculiar blend of maturity and innocence. He had taken a height potion to preserve an adult frame, standing tall and lithe. His hair was cut in a neat, austere executive-style, white strands immaculate yet clipped, with an incongruously cute bright yellow little duck hairpin that sat strikingly against his snow-white locks. A pair of stylish sunglasses concealed those signature hollow black eyes. He wore only simple, refreshing beach shorts, revealing straight, slender legs and ankles so pale they seemed to glow. A brightly colored swim ring hung casually over one arm. Most arresting was the golden yellow towel cape draped over his shoulders, soft and absorbent, as if he had wrapped a slab of congealed sunlight about himself. In the sunset's afterglow, he seemed to radiate light. He looked as if stepped from a seaside resort poster, perfectly fusing the executive's cold charisma with the summer youth's fresh vigor. The little duck hairpin lent an ineffable, tantalizing cuteness. He wandered the riverside without aim, indifferent to the surrounding uproar, as though he were a sight unto himself. That sight, however, instantly seized the gazes of all Shao members hidden in the dark. Payan Tiandao Mayakan stood atop a distant tower, and through the shared field of vision saw that figure. His Rinnegan remained icy, as if harboring the laws and mercilessness of the world, yet, when that golden sun-like silhouette entered his sight, something long silenced within Changman's heart trembled faintly. Such consummate purity and radiance, seemingly untouched by worldly stain, stood in stark opposition to the peace he sought through pain, yet it struck with equal, if different, force. Beautiful. The long-spoken words slid silently through his mind. Xiao Nen stood quietly by Payan, paper talismans fluttering gently around her. She gazed at that figure with a barely perceptible daze. The golden light reminded her of a rare sun long ago, piercing the clouds over Yuan village. Warm, bright, yet unattainable. A mingled ache of nostalgia and gentle sorrow quietly spread. Yuzhibo, disguised as an ordinary visitor, stood before a stall selling dumplings. His gaze swept the crowd and fixed precisely on that figure. Even with his Sharingan unignited, his sight remained keen. He perceived beneath that beauty an absolute chill and aloofness, a solitude burdened with heavy secrets akin to his own. Yet the difference was this otherness seemed to exist outside all rules, emanating a purity and potency, a force of light, he had never encountered. That contradictory quality sent a ripple of curiosity across his still hard lake. So dazzling. Gonshur Guizhou grinned, baring sharp teeth, shouldering Samahata, as he blended into the crowd. He instinctively sensed within that body an energy utterly unlike Chakra, yet equally majestic and overwhelming. Humph, it looks like a beautiful porcelain doll, unexpected. He licked his lips, a flash of excitement for a potent prey crossing his eyes, beneath which beat an attraction he had not consciously noticed, drawn by that pure aura of light. Daedala widened his eyes almost the instant he saw Yao. The clay in his hand unconsciously shifted form. This is... what a perfect vessel for art. This radiance, this bearing. More brilliant than an instantaneous explosion. His artistic soul burned like wildfire, a fierce urge to eternalize, or to detonate, this fleeting beauty in his own fashion, colliding violently with a more primitive emotion, one summoned purely by beauty itself. Xie sheltered within Philatu, his surgically altered cold eyes piercing the seams of his puppet to lock onto Yao. He analyzed the bodice construction, and the way its energy flowed, seeking a method to forge the perfect human puppet. The more he dissected it, the more he felt frustrated and oddly attracted. It was not merely flesh or energy, but a condensation of a concept: eternity, beauty, solitude. That quality stirred some buried obsession with eternity deep in him. Jiandu counted the money he had just earned, his green eyes sweeping the riverside before coming to rest. He had lived nearly a century, and seen countless beauties, but never one that so paradoxically fused value with the priceless. If we could capture it, perhaps we could sell it for an unprecedented price. He schemed, though some inner voice cautioned that this beauty might be beyond any monetary measure. Fade One, growing impatient with Jianda's talk of money, suddenly sensed an extremely peculiar aura. He followed the feeling and saw the golden figure. Oh! This one feels extraordinary. The evil god will surely relish such an offering. He waved his blood-stained March scythe with fervor. Beneath that fanatic devotion and obsessive possessiveness toward a perfect offering quietly took root. Ju's half-formed body rose slowly from the riverside shadows. The Baiju muttered rapturous whispers. Ah! It's like that light in the rainy day. Its glow grows stronger. I wish to draw near. The Heijua remained silent, its orange-yellow eyes brimming with vigilance and deeper calculation. Such pure radiance was a major variable to its plans, yet the resonance of loneliness kept it transfixed. Yuzhibo died to a Fei wearing his whirlpool mask hid in the scene between Shinwei space and reality. When he saw Yao again, especially in such a fresh, alluring summer guise, he felt his heart leap into his throat. Meow! Little kitty is so adorable today. No, even more adorable. Like the sun. He clutched his chest beneath the mask and twisted in place with excitement. The terrible scene of the grave seemed to melt before the sun, leaving only a surging obsession and love that threatened to drown reason. You are so beautiful, like the sun. This was the almost universal, purest, most immediate impression rising in the hearts of nearly all Shao organization members present, regardless of their dark, intense, or twisted minds. That golden, searing yet crystalline light, like a true sun, collided without warning into their respective dark cold inner worlds, provoking varying degrees of shock, infatuation, possessiveness, and even a violent inexplicable chemical reaction called love at first sight. The summer festival's clamor continued. The fireworks had not yet ascended. Yet a storm belonging to the shadow world, stirred by the sun, was already brewing in silence. The clamor of the summer festival rolled in like a tide, and as night deepened receded again. The fireworks over the banks of Nanhachuan had ended, the crowd dispersed, sated and tired, leaving behind scattered debris, and the lingering scent of gunpowder in the air. Yet for certain beings the searing imprint left by that passing sun had hardly cooled. Yao had long since slipped away from the bustling riverbank. He did not return to his lodgings. Instead he opened once more the door to Guangyu Guidu, and stepped into the rainforest. Unlike the earlier passage, when he had led Kakashi and the others through, he did not linger in the endless rain. He flew straight into a hidden corner deep within the jungle, the treehouse. The place had been prepared for the Midsummer Day festivities, where ancestors and the children of light would gather in laughter. Now it stood empty save for hanging pennants, scattered shells, and a central pool that glowed in azure light like a swimming basin, whispering of the celebration that had just passed. Inside the treehouse, the space opened broadly. Luminous vines wound around the wooden beams, their soft light bathing the place like an undersea palace. Yao had shed the golden towel cape, wearing only beach shorts, a slightly ridiculous little yellow duck hair clip still perched in his hair, sunglasses shading his face. He casually tossed the inflatable ring he had brought into the clear blue pool at the center, then lay back upon it in complete relaxation. The ring bore him as he drifted and turned slowly in the empty treehouse pool. His immaculately styled executive haircut formed a subtle contrast with his languid posture. The little yellow duck hair clip bobbed gently with the water's ripples. The sunglasses hid his eyes, leaving only a graceful jawline and pale thin lips. His hands were clasped behind his head, as if simply savoring this private tranquil slice of summer. No words. No movement. Not even the faintest fluctuation of energy. Only the delicate sound of the ring gliding against the water echoed within this utterly quiet, utterly intimate space. That in itself was a silent invitation, a display of solitude, a tacit permission for companionship, perhaps even if unintended. And that invitation was received with uncanny precision. The first to lose restraint was Yuzhibo Daituafe, whose senses had been unruly ever since the assault of the cat ears and the sun image. Using Shui-A's spatial technique, he manifested without sound in the shadow of a thick beam almost the moment Yao settled onto the ring. He crouched there, the lone eye beneath the Xuanhua mask unblinking as it fixed upon the drifting figure below, his heart pounding. So quiet, so docile, as if one could reach out and touch him. Then the vines at the treehouse entrance shivered, and a pitcher plant-like form emerged slowly, as if grown from the foliage itself. The Baiju side watched the floating figure with rapt fascination, while the Heiju side remained alert, probing the surroundings to ensure there were no other interlopers. On a wooden platform opposite, the space warped slightly, and the silhouette of Yuzhibo seeped forth like ink. He still wore the Shao robe, hands tucked within his sleeves, the Sharingan fluttering faintly in the dim light, as he observed in silence. The serene, placid atmosphere here, combined with Yao's utterly unguarded posture, only intensified his curiosity. In the shadow at the pool's edge, Gon Shirguiji shouldered his jiaoji, grinning to reveal sharp teeth, as his gaze roved eagerly over the pale skin and the smooth contours of that drifting body. Head hair relaxing in a place like this, how bold! Higher up on the structure, Daedala descended silently atop his clay bird. He lay upon its back, his golden ponytail hanging down, turquoise eyes fixed below his breathing a little quickened. This languid pose, this tranquil tableau. It is itself art. Yes. In a more distant corner, paper fragments drifted together, coalescing into the figure of Xiao Nan. She watched motionless, a complicated expression flickering through her cool eyes. Through Pei En shared sight, even Zhongmen far away in the tall tower beheld this tranquil scene. Even Xia, hiding within Fei Lu, who unusually indifferent to art, and Jiaodu, who cared more for money, were each drawn here, either by some inexplicable pull or by an assessment of potential value, appearing in different corners of the treehouse. Even Fei Duan, bearing his Shueshing Sanwell Yen, crouched upon a totem pillar, tilting his head as he appraised Yao, as if weighing how well this sacrifice might suit his dark god. Members of the Shao organization were nearly all present. They lurked within the treehouse's shadows, like moths peering at the only light in the night. No one spoke. No one moved. Only the sound of rippling water. Yao, lying on the inflatable ring, seemed utterly unaware of the many uninvited guests. Or perhaps, he simply did not care. He remained supine, the face behind the sunglasses betraying no emotion. Finally the silence was pierced by the most impatient of them all. Ah Fei's voice burst out, abruptly tinged with the awkward intonation he adopted to mask his nerves, sounding unusually clear in the hollow treehouse. Meow. Little. No, You're here alone, aren't you? Bored? The first exchange opened with that clumsy catcall and a foolish question. All the hidden Xiao members focused their gazes. Yao on the ring tilted his head slightly. The angle of his sunglasses seemed to turn toward where Fei was hidden. Silence. Yet it threw heartbeats further out of rhythm than any answer could. Fei's too awkward cat call and silly question echoed in the empty treehouse, and after the sound faded an even more suffocating silence ensued. All the Akatsuki members hiding in the shadows held their breaths, waiting for the response from the figure floating in the center of the pond. Yao's slight tilt of the head caused the lenses of his sunglasses to reflect the soft light within the treehouse, obscuring the expression behind the lenses. He did not answer Fei's question about boredom, as if it were not worth mentioning. Silence persisted for several seconds. Just as Fei too was scratching his head, thinking the other party was simply ignoring him, filled with disappointment and embarrassment, Yao made a new move. He did not shout. That was the way the children of light communicated and exchanged emotions, too direct and noisy for him. He simply lay quietly on the swimming ring, yet a subtle change occurred around him. A soft and pure white light circle centered on him, silently spread out. This light circle was not an explosion of chakra. There was no intense energy impact. It resembled a gentle ripple, like the tides under the moonlight, softly sweeping across the entire treehouse space. Wherever the light circle passed, the minute dust particles in the air seemed to be washed away, and the light became more transparent. Even the ripples of the azure pond seemed to dance with more vitality. More importantly, within this light circle resided an extremely pure, gentle yet powerful energy, the power of light. This was not an attack, it felt more like an unconscious emission of energy, or perhaps a purification and replenishment. Fei too, the closest to the light circle, felt as if a warm spring flowed through his soul, in that instant temporarily soothing the restlessness, tension, and even the deeply buried darkness and pain within him. The cold and sluggish sensation brought by the shinobi space seemed to lighten considerably. He felt so comfortable that he nearly moaned, his single eye behind the mask widening in disbelief and enjoyment. Hidden behind the vines, Ju emitted an extremely faint, satisfied sigh, as if it had finally encountered a long-awaited rain after a drought. The black part of Ju remained even more silent. The pure light energy instinctively made it feel uncomfortable, yet it could not deny the vitality contained within, which was so enticing. Uchiha Itachi's Sharingan narrowed slightly, as he sensed the pure energy within the light circle. This energy was entirely different from the cold chakra that gradually eroded his body due to the use of the Mangekyo. It carried a feeling of restoration and nourishment. His heart trembled, but he showed no signs on his face. Kakuza's corner of the mouth tightened slightly, and the skin of the fish on his shoulder stirred uneasily, as if both eager and wary of this unfamiliar energy. Deidara lay on the clay bird, his azure eyes sparkling him. This feeling, so peculiar. It's not as explosive, but seems to penetrate the soul. Scorpion, hidden in the crimson flow, could not feel the nourishment of the energy with his puppet body, but he could see the subtle influence of the light circle on the surrounding environment. This pure power of light is a completely opposite yet tempting subject for his pursuit of the art of water permanence. Kisame's green old eyes flashed with a gleam as he calculated the value of this energy. Haydn felt uneasy all over. The aura of light clashed with the evil god he believed in, yet inexplicably he found it hard to truly feel hatred. Conan's paper pieces seemed to become even whiter and softer under the sweep of this light circle. She paused slightly, her gaze at Yao growing more complex. The light circle slowly dissipated, and the treehouse returned to calm, but the atmosphere had changed. Yao still lay on the swimming ring, as if nothing had just happened. He raised one hand, lightly tracing the clear water surface, creating ripples. At that moment, a cool, calm voice sounded, not from Fei, but from Uchiha Itachi, standing on the platform, with his hands in his sleeves. This energy is not chakra. What is it? His question was direct, and to the point, representing the confusion in the hearts of most Akatsuki members. Yao's movements in the water momentarily paused. He still did not take off his sunglasses, nor did he look in Itachi's direction. he simply answered in a clear, crisp voice that resonated through the mask, though he wasn't wearing it. The quality remained light. Just one word. Yet it seemed to contain boundless meaning. Light. A completely different energy system from Chakra. Where does it come from? What are its characteristics? The questions did not lessen but multiplied. Light. A Fei Dai too couldn't help but chime in, trying to keep the conversation going, his tone exaggeratedly curious. Is it like the light of the sun? Then you must be the sun itself. Meow. This childish remark made several Akatsuki members in the shadows, especially Kakuzu and Haiden, roll their eyes. Yao's reaction to a Fei's nearly harassing comment was unexpected. He did not scold nor ignore him, he merely tilted his head slightly, directing his sunglasses toward a Fei, then calmly countered, with a factual tone, "You're noisy." A Fei died too. He was choked up, his face beneath the mask turning bright red in an instant, if it could turn red, his entire being feeling as if his neck was being squeezed, his flailing gestures freezing in midair. To him, not noisy. This is a vibrant, youthful greeting. Meow. He tried to recover, but his voice sounded even more ridiculous due to his embarrassment. Yao ignored him further, lying back down, continuing to float with the swimming ring. The first conversation ended with a cat call, and the silent baptism of the light circle. The members of the Akatsuki exchanged complex glances in the shadows. This being named Yao was even more mysterious and elusive than they had imagined. He possessed pure and powerful light energy with a detached and indifferent demeanor, yet it seemed he did not reject their approach, or perhaps he simply did not care. The large treehouse in this rainforest seemed to have become a unique stage, performing a silent drama of darkness and light, of probing and disregard. And the figure lying in the center of the water remained the only and absolute focal point. Chapter 31 End. Yao's calm remark, "You are very noisy," fell like a bucket of ice water, dousing much of a Fei's libido overly exuberant enthusiasm. He froze in place, his expression behind the mask collapsing like a large dog with drooping ears, after being scolded by its owner, as if even the invisible tail had drooped down. His previously lively gestures slowed, ultimately leaving only his fingers unconsciously picking at the wooden beam beneath him. "Oh!" he muttered in a sullen tone, his voice filled with grievance, yet dared not to meow carelessly anymore. The atmosphere in the treehouse grew even more delicate because of this remark. The other hidden members of Akatsuki, though amused by a Fei's embarrassment, especially Jiao, whose inner cold snorts could almost be heard simultaneously, became acutely aware that this radiant being before them was not someone to be trifled with. Beneath his indifference lay an unassailable sense of boundary. Uchiha Itachi's question received no further answers, only a single word, light, akin to a stone thrown into a deep pool, stirring ripples that seemed to reach unfathomable depths. He remained silent, his Sharingan still fixed on Yao, attempting to decipher more secrets of the light power from that languid and nonchalant posture. Kisame licked his teeth, feeling somewhat bored yet also inexplicably restless. This guy, seemingly unguarded, felt as though he was separated by an invisible wall. Deidara continued to immerse himself in the strange sensation washed by the halo, believing this tranquil art held a unique charm indeed. Sasori's puppet remained motionless, but its internal core whirred rapidly, calculating the possibility and risks of capturing and studying this light life form. Setsu quietly withdrew deeper into the shadows, the white half savoring the comfort of the halo, while the black half began plotting how to exploit this variable. Conan's figure had somehow turned into paper, and dispersed as if she had never been there. Haiden yawned, feeling tired from squatting for too long, beginning to miss his evil god ritual. Jiao was calculating time in his mind, believing this reconnaissance had yielded little, and it was better to think about the next profitable mission. Seemingly realizing that this tranquil moment belonging solely to him had been excessively disturbed, or perhaps simply losing interest in floating. Lying on the swimming ring, Yao finally showed signs of leaving. He did not open a space door, as before, but gently turned over, smoothly sliding from the swimming ring into the water. The azure pool water only reached his waist. Standing in the water, his meticulously styled hair remained neat, with only a few strands dampened by water sticking to his forehead. The little yellow duck hairpin stood resiliently. He raised his hand, took off the sunglasses on his face, and casually placed them on the floating swimming ring. Those pure black hollow pupils were exposed for the first time without obstruction to the soft light of the treehouse, scanning the surrounding corners of varying brightness. No warnings, no expulsions. Just calmly, like a sweep through the air. Then he turned, took long strides, and walked toward the edge of the clear pool. Water droplets rolled off his pale skin, leaving behind ripples that spread out behind him. He reached the shore, picked up the golden bath towel cloak that had been carelessly thrown on the ground, but did not drape it on immediately, instead resting it on his arm. With his back to all the prying eyes, he stood at the treehouse's exit where glowing vines hung down like a curtain. Just as his figure was about to merge into that radiant vine, he halted. Without looking back, a clear voice rang out again, not loud yet distinctly, reaching every hidden member's ears, carrying his unique, unperturbed tone. See you next time. 3 words. As plain as stating a given fact. No agreed time, no agreed place. There was even no hint of expectation or invitation. Yet these 3 words made the members of Akatsuki, who were originally somewhat disinterested and preparing to leave, collectively shaken. Afeabito suddenly raised his head, his lone eye behind the mask bursting with disbelief and joy, almost unable to suppress a meow, only managing to hold it back with a tight grip on his mask. Uchiha Itachi's pupils slightly contracted. Kisame grinned widely once more. Deidara tightened the clay in his hand. Sasori's puppet fingers twitched unconsciously. Zetsu's body, a pitcher plant, slightly expanded. Even Jiaodu and Haiden halted their thoughts and looked over. Next time. See. This meant he permitted their approach again. Would they be able to step into this strange realm once more? A massive surge of surprise, curiosity, possessiveness, and a certain expectation even they had not realized spread like wildfire in the hearts of these people cloaked in darkness. And Yao, after saying those 3 words, did not linger, his figure completely merging into the luminous vines, disappearing from sight. Only the empty echoing treehouse remained, with the swimming ring adorned with a little yellow duck hairpin, still floating lonely in the center of the pool. The golden bath towel cloak resting in his arm seemed to still carry the scent of sunlight, along with a light drifting "see you next time," and countless hearts from the dark world stirred by these words, unable to find peace. Reluctance. This word had never been so distinctly present in the consciousness of these cold-blooded rogue ninjas as it was at this moment. They remained hidden in the shadows, unmoving for a long time. As if savoring the touch of the halo cleansing their souls, the tranquil figure flowing with the waves, that cold evaluation of "you are very noisy," and the final incantation like "see you next time." The summer festival had ended, but a longer and more dangerous chase, an indulgence sparked by light, had only just begun. Chapter 32 End. As autumn deepens, and the heat completely fades away, the sweet fragrance of osmanthus begins to permeate the village of Mai, accompanied by a bustling atmosphere of preparations for reunion. Only a week remains until the annual Mid-Autumn Festival. According to tradition, the ninja school collaborates with the villagers to host a grand Mid-Autumn evening gala, with the most important segment being the reenactment of the ancient legend of Change flying to the moon. In previous years, the role of Change was mostly played by graceful senior female students, but this year Irika and several teachers responsible for planning the gala found themselves puzzled over the casting list. It is unclear who first mentioned it, but a name was thrown into the conversation like a stone cast into a still lake, creating ripples and quickly garnering covert support from almost all the informed parties, especially the younger generation, and a certain hidden anticipation. Let Yao play Change. In the Hokage office, the 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Irika, who appeared troubled yet somewhat excited, as he paused with his hand holding the pipe. He instinctively wanted to refute this absurd suggestion. How could that cold, unyielding, non-human boy capable of transforming into the essence of light and darkness possibly portray the graceful and sorrowful moon goddess from the myths? This was simply. However, just as the words were on the tip of his tongue, the 3rd Hokage swallowed them back. He recalled the obedient, or perhaps feigned, figure silently delivering fruit at the elder care home. He remembered the cute appearance with a red bow tied around a fruit basket during the festive season, and even the slightly relaxed demeanor he had in the cloud fields of the Kingdom of Light. This child seems to embody countless contradictory traits, perhaps. It is not entirely impossible. More importantly, the 3rd Hokage keenly sensed that behind this proposal lay a strong, almost stubborn hope harbored by the young people surrounding Yao, especially the 9 little strong ones. They seemed to always attempt to pull Yao into the trajectory of ordinary people, even if it was only temporary or superficial. Does he agree to this himself? The 3rd Hokage ultimately did not directly deny it, but exhaled a smoke ring and asked in a deep voice. He knew that any will imposed upon Yao would be futile and even dangerous. Irika's expression grew even more complicated. We haven't dared to ask him directly, but Naruto, Sakura, and even Kakashi Sensei seem to think It's very suitable. God knows how horrified he felt when he first heard this suggestion from Kakashi. The third Hokage rubbed his brow, feeling a bit of a headache. Even Kakashi is involved. He could almost imagine the lazy tone of that silver-haired masked man saying, well, giving it a try isn't bad. I understand now. The third Hokage sighed. I will personally ask him. But do not hold any expectations. It was still that secluded little courtyard. Autumn sunlight filtered through the sparse branches, casting mottled shadows on the ground. Yao sat on the porch dressed in a simple dark yukata, his white hair almost translucent in the sunlight. He seemed to be gazing at a cluster of autumn chrysanthemums in the courtyard that were about to wither, his expression vacant, as if separated from the joys and sorrows of the world by an invisible membrane. The arrival of the third Hokage did not elicit any emotional response from him. He merely glanced faintly, and then withdrew his gaze. The third Hokage did not beat around the bush. He stated his purpose directly, and conveyed the request regarding the Mid-Autumn Gala, and the role of change, cautiously using the word request. He had even prepared himself for the possibility of being directly rejected or simply ignored. However, Yao's response once again exceeded his expectations. After listening to the third Hokage's account, Yao did not respond immediately. He continued to look at the cluster of autumn chrysanthemums, his black pupils showing no ripples, as if he were contemplating or merely drifting in thought. The courtyard was silent, only the sound of the wind rustling through the leaves could be heard. Just as the third Hokage thought he would not respond, and was about to take his leave, Yao slowly opened his mouth, his voice as cold as jade beads falling onto a plate. Change! He repeated this unfamiliar name, his tone carrying a faint, almost inquisitive implication. The third Hokage hurriedly explained the story of Change flying to the moon, emphasizing Change's beauty, loneliness, and her connection to the moon. She flew to the moon alone, residing in the cold moon palace. The third Hokage concluded, carefully observing Yao's reaction. Alone. Cold moon palace? These few phrases seemed to strike a chord within Yao. His vacant gaze appeared to momentarily focus. He raised his eyes to look at the third Hokage's gaze, as if it could penetrate through all disguises and reach the heart. So, just play? He asked, his tone flat. Yes, just at the gala, wearing specific attire, performing a story. The third Hokage cautiously replied. Yao fell silent. Time slowly flowed by, and the third Hokage could even hear the sound of his own heartbeat quickening. This decision, seemingly just an arrangement for a performance, entangled far more complex matters behind it. Finally, Yao moved slightly. He nodded ever so slightly. I can. No extra words, no inquiries about details, no conditions raised. Just a simple, cold agreement. The third Hokage was stunned, almost unable to believe his ears. Did he agree? Was it really that simple? However, Yao had already turned his gaze back to the cluster of autumn chrysanthemums, clearly indicating it was time to leave. The third Hokage suppressed the turbulent waves within him, took a deep look at Yao, and said, Irika will come to communicate the specific arrangements with you, before turning to leave with a heart full of doubts and an indescribable sense of anticipation. In the courtyard, silence returned. Yao remained seated on the porch, the autumn wind stirring the edges of his yukata and white hair. Change. The moon palace? Is it a lonely ascension? He raised his hand, his fingertips unconsciously tracing an imaginary line in the air, as if sketching some non-existent trajectory. In the depths of his pure black eyes, a fleeting glimpse of an ungraspable cold interest seemed to pass. On the night of the Mid-Autumn Festival, when the moon is full in the western tower, what kind of scene will he playing Change present? The village of Mai is about to welcome an unprecedented Mid-Autumn Gala destined to be recorded in history, or perhaps to spark countless complex sequels. Chapter 33 End. On the night of the Mid-Autumn Festival, the sky was clear, and a round moon hung high like a silver plate, casting its serene light upon the brightly lit Konoha. To celebrate peace and prosperity, Konoha once again extended a grand invitation to all the ninja villages to join in the festivities, even surpassing the scale of the summer festival. The vast venue for the evening gala was packed to capacity with envoys from Sunagakure, Kumogakure, Kirigakure, and Iwagakure mingling with the villagers, the air thick with the sweet aroma of pastries and the lively sounds of the festival. However, when the announcement for the grand finale, Change Flies to the Moon, echoed through the air, all the commotion was suddenly stilled as if grasped by an invisible hand. The lights dimmed, leaving only a cold spotlight illuminating the center of the stage. Then she, or rather the she at this moment, emerged from the shadows. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. She utilized some unknown method to momentarily transform her body into a more delicate and graceful feminine form. Her waist-length silver hair was styled into a moonlight hairstyle cascading down her back like flowing moonlight, adorned with a small and exquisite white rabbit headpiece that added an ethereal charm. 2 moonlight earrings radiating a soft glow dangled from her ears. She wore a blue and white long dress known as the Moonlight Ensemble, the hem billowing like clouds or mist, pure moon white in color, with light blue delicate ribbons accentuating her waist and cuffs swaying gently in the breeze. Barefoot she stood on the smooth stage, her slender ankles delicate and her skin glowing pale under the moonlight, appearing untouched by the dust of the world. What was most astonishing was the cloudy veil cloak draped over her shoulders. The cloak was not made of fabric, but seemed woven from moonlight and clouds, its translucent texture shimmering with starlight, its edges surrounded by a dreamlike aura that gently fluttered with her breath. She simply stood there quietly bathed in the spotlight, the cloudy veil cloak spreading behind her, emanating a cold aloof aura, as if she might ascend to the heavens at any moment, returning to the Moon Palace. Beautiful. A beauty that transcended gender, language, and even the very concept of humanity, extreme ethereal and tinged with sorrow. Below the stage, whether Konoha's villagers, ninjas, or foreign envoys, everyone held their breath, their pupils reflecting the enchanting figure under the moonlight, their minds blank. Members of the Akatsuki hidden amongst the crowd were also struck by an unprecedented visual and spiritual impact. Underneath the mask, Obito's mouth formed an his single, eye wide open feeling, as if his heart might leap from his chest. Itachi's Sharingan had forgotten to activate. Kisame forgot to lick his teeth. Deidara dropped the clay in his hands. The Kora Sasori's puppet emitted an overloaded buzzing sound. Even Kakuzu forgot to calculate value. Hayden felt, for the first time, a shock that was not related to sacrifice. Zetsu's pitcher plant opened slightly, the white part exuding a silent exclamation. At that moment music began to play. It was not traditional melodious music, but a modern arrangement featuring a distant flute melody as the main theme of Before the Flowers Fall. The cheerful yet slightly melancholic flute notes flowed out, creating a strange resonance with the ethereal figure on stage. She began to dance slowly in time with the music. The movements were not complex, even somewhat simple, just stretching her arms, spinning lightly, the cloudy veil cloak dancing along scattering flecks of starlight. Her bare feet touched the stage silently, akin to the solitary dance of a celestial maiden from the Moon Palace. An ethereal and clear female voice, unknown origin, as if resonating directly in the mind, accompanied the melody, the lyrics, like the finest raindrops quietly seeping into everyone's hearts. What I wait for you to come is countless rainy days. Before the flowers fall, I long to lean on your left shoulder. The restless heart remains in the pitch-black room, countless times mistaking the sound of rain for your call. The longing, loss, and loneliness in the lyrics perfectly matched the cold and aloof figure of change on stage. She slightly raised her head, gazing at the virtual moon, the spotlight, her eyes hollow and distant, as if staring at a past that could never be returned, to a Hoi who had broken his promise. You said you would always be by my side. It turns out it was your lie. I remember you loved watching the cherry blossoms fall. The promised time and place, now you have disappeared, hiding in the countless days and nights, deeply concealing my longing for you. The song flowed like a sigh, carrying endless melancholy and tender sorrow. Her dance became increasingly ethereal, the cloudy veil cloak billowing, as if she truly would ride the wind's back. Those bare feet, that swirling skirt, that flowing starlight formed a heartbreaking and tragic picture. The audience below, regardless of gender, age, or which ninja village they hailed from, were captivated by this ultimate beauty, the song resonating with a loneliness and regret that penetrated to their very bones. Many were unknowingly moved to tears, yet remained oblivious. Even the third Hokage stared at the stage, his pipe long extinguished. Members of the Akatsuki were even more immersed in this atmosphere of sorrow, which clashed sharply with their own darkness, yet resonated with them in inexplicable ways. The line, "It turns out it was your light," pierced like a needle into their most hidden wounds. Before the flowers fall, I long to lean on your left shoulder. That meeting was a sunny day that made us fall in love. Before the flowers fall, that farewell in the rain made my eyes red. That kind of poignancy is one where if you just appear it feels like a heavy punch to my heart. The music gradually approached its conclusion in repetitive singing, the flute notes lingering like lost memories. On stage, change made her final spin, the cloudy veil cloak resembling a blooming night, blooming serious, finally folding slowly. She froze in a posture of gazing at the bright moon, her profile achingly perfect, her eyes hollow, as if she had buried all her emotions in that cold Moon Palace. the music stopped. The spotlight dimmed. The stage fell into darkness, leaving only the moonlight earrings, and the residual faint glow of the cloudy veil cloak, like sparks ultimately extinguished. The entire venue was engulfed in a deathly silence. After a long while it was uncertain who led the applause, igniting a fuse that erupted into a thunderous applause sweeping through the entire venue, lasting endlessly. The applause was filled with shock, emotion, and an indescribable outpouring of collective sentiment. However, amidst the waves of applause, those who knew the true identity of Yao felt an extreme complexity in their emotions. Did the waiting lies and heartache in that song represent the unresolved feelings buried deep within him? Was this breathtaking performance that stunned the entire ninja world a portrayal, or a silent accusation in mourning? Members of the Akatsuki, concealed in the darkness, gazed at the empty stage, the turmoil within their hearts far more turbulent than any strength mission. The full moon of the Mid-Autumn Festival, yet people cannot be fully reunited. That song, Before the Flowers Fall, like a long cold rain wrapped in longing, deeply imprinted the loneliness and regret of parting on this night, leaving an indelible mark on countless spectators' hearts. The figure that embodied the Moon Palace's transcendent being, after delivering profound shock, quietly retreated backstage, leaving the world with only an eternal cold and sorrowful silhouette and endless reveries. Chapter 34 End. The aftershocks of the mid-autumn night had yet to fully subside, and the figure of the fallen celestial under the moonlight lingered in countless minds, becoming a vivid memory of autumn. However, amidst this lingering resonance, Yao made a decision. He arrived at the Hokage's office still dressed in familiar attire, as if branded with the marks of another world. With a wizard hat hairstyle exuding a hint of mystery and defiance, the wide brim cast a shadow. Draped in the symbolic blue cloak of the 5th anniversary of Light Encounter, the scarf that came with the cloak loosely wrapped around his neck, bringing a sense of warm embrace. On his face, the pitch-black mask that isolated him from everything once again covered his features, leaving only his elegantly contoured chin visible. Below, he wore simple loose denim pants and a pair of comfortable sneakers. This was his most common outfit while traversing the world of Light Encounter, casual, comfortable, yet carrying a sense of detachment incompatible with the world of ninjas. He stood before the desk of the 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, with no pleasantries or preambles, directly stating his intention. "I want to leave for a while." His voice came through the mask, still maintaining that calm, emotionless tone, as if stating a fact that had no bearing on him. The 3rd Hokage paused, slightly raising his eyes to regard this child, who had brought so much shock and mystery to Konoha. The office fell into silence, with only the faint sounds of training drills drifting in from outside. "Leave." The third's voice carried a barely perceptible dryness. "Where to? For how long?" Yao tilted his head slightly, the holes of his mask seemingly gazing out at the vast sky beyond the window, where birds flew past and clouds rolled. "The world is so big, I want to see it." He used a phrase so simple it bordered on cliché, yet it seemed to contain endless meaning. This world perhaps referred not only to the land of fire, nor merely to the ninja realm, but also to that domain of light, an encounter that belonged solely to him, as well as all the unknown corners waiting to be explored. The 3rd Hokage fell silent. He knew that no reason or force could compel this child to stay. Yao's very existence was an unbound variable. "Will you come back?" After a long pause, the 3rd Hokage asked this crucial question. His gaze was profound, carrying the weight of the Hokage's responsibility, as well as a hint of concern that he himself had not fully clarified, akin to that of an elder. Yao turned back the mask, facing the 3rd Hokage. He did not answer immediately, seemingly in thought, or perhaps just a brief pause. Then he spoke clearly. "I will come back." There was no promised return date, no explanation of reasons. Just those 4 words, yet they carried a strange, convincing power. It was as if this was merely a stopover in his long journey, a brief farewell rather than a final parting. The 3rd Hokage looked at him deeply, as if trying to see through the cold mask to understand his true thoughts. Finally, he slowly nodded. "Good." The 3rd Hokage's voice regained its steadiness. "Konoha will remember you. You are always welcome to return." There were no excessive pleas, no unnecessary reminders. This perhaps was the most appropriate way for them to interact. Yao nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Then he no longer spoke, turned around, and the hem of his blue 5th anniversary cloak traced a neat arc as he directly exited the Hokage's office. His departure did not disturb many. Like his arrival, it was quiet and unobtrusive. However, the news ultimately spread. When Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura learned of Yao's departure, their reactions varied. Naruto shouted that he would go find him, but was held back by Kakashi. Sasuke remained silent, clenching his fists. Sakura and Ino's eyes were filled with loss, and worry. Hinata's eyes were even red-rimmed. Even the usually calm Shikamaru furrowed his brow. Meanwhile, members of the Akatsuki organization lurking in the shadows of Konoha learned of this news through various channels. Obito in the Kamui dimension was anxiously pacing. Meow! He's gone! How can this be? I haven't. What he couldn't say remained unspoken. Itachi Uchiha stood by the Nanha River gazing at the flowing water, lost in thought. Kisame Hashigaki wielding his sword Samahata grinned and said, Can he really escape? Deidara molding clay with his azure eyes sparkling said, Next time we meet I must show him my art. Meanwhile Sasori's puppet fingers silently tapped. Zetsu quietly sank into the ground. Kakuza calculated the possible reunion value. Haiden swung his side yelling that he would offer Yao to the evil god. Their next meeting agreement seemed to be extended in another way. Yao did not formally bid farewell to anyone. He walked alone to the lake outside Konoha village, the very spot where he first arrived. The autumn lake was even clearer and deeper, reflecting the lofty sky. He stood by the lake taking one last look at the village that had borne his brief human life. The brim of his wizard hat gently swaying in the wind. Then he raised his hand, and just as he had countless times before, lightly traced a line in the air before him. A door shimmering with a soft halo silently opened. On the other side of the door there were no familiar clouds or rainforests, but a broader, more unknown landscape of the light encounter realm, perhaps connecting to even more worlds. Without a hint of hesitation, he stepped into the light portal. The blue 5th anniversary cloak and scarf vanished into the glow, and the pitch-black mask flickered one last time. The light portal slowly closed, ultimately disappearing into the air, as if it had never existed. The lakeside returned to silence, with only the autumn breeze brushing over the water, creating rippling reflections. The world is so big he wants to see it. He said he would return. This is a farewell of a traveler, as well as an unfinished promise. The sky of Konoha remained a vivid blue, and someone's journey had already begun. Chapter 35 End. On the third day, after leaving Konoha, the autumn chill deepened, as the wild winds carried a bone-chilling cold, swirling up withered grass, leaves, and dust sweeping across the barren hills and dry riverbeds. Yao walked steadily through this desolate land, far from human habitation, as if the rugged ground beneath his feet and the bleakness surrounding him had nothing to do with him. He was still dressed in his usual attire, a wizard hat hairstyle slightly swaying in the wind, a blue cloak fluttering behind him in celebration of the 5th anniversary of light encounter, a blue scarf shielding him from some of the cold, and a black mask covering his face, with loose jeans and sneakers on his lower half. He resembled a directionless traveler, yet also an observer drifting outside the world, strangely merging with the desolate land. His destination was unclear, merely following some instinct, or rather the intangible guidance of the realm of light, heading towards a direction where there might exist more light or secrets. However, in this wilderness that seemed to have only him as a living creature, uninvited guests had long since lurked. Hey Kakuzu, how much longer are we going to stay in this god-forsaken place? The Lord of Evil is already yawning. A voice filled with impatience and a hint of mania echoed from behind a nearby dirt slope. Shut up, Haiden. According to the black market intelligence and the vague clues provided by Jonin, there are abnormal non-chakra energy fluctuations in that direction. It is likely related to the sun we encountered last time. Another cold voice, gritty like metal scraping, responded coldly. Capture him. Whether to sell him to a research lunatic like Orochimaru, or to extract that peculiar energy from him, either way, it will yield a hefty bounty. It was Kakuzu and Haiden from the Akatsuki organization. Kakuzu's green old eyes gleamed with the greedy light of money, while Haiden bore his signature blood-stained side, his face a mixture of bloodlust and boredom. The last time they mentioned naturally referred to the fleeting glimpse of that golden figure, radiant like the sun seen at the summer festival not long ago. The pure light and beauty along with the unknown energy contained within made Kakuzu see immense value, while Haiden regarded it as the best sacrifice to the Lord of Evil. They had been tracking the faint yet unique energy residue, and had loitered in this wilderness for 2 days. At that moment Kakuzu's gaze suddenly locked onto a direction. Haiden followed his line of sight. In the distance on the horizon, a figure cloaked in a blue cape, wearing a wizard hat and a black mask, was slowly approaching. That figure appeared so small amidst the vastness of the world, yet so out of place, like an anomalous symbol that should not exist in this desolate land. Kakuzu's pupils suddenly contracted. It's him! Though his attire was different, the strange energy fluctuations, light power, and that unique distant feeling that could be sensed from afar could not be mistaken. Oh! Finally arrived! Haydn excitedly licked his lips, his eyes bursting with fervent red light. This time I must offer him to the Lord of Evil. Yao had clearly sensed the two unmistakable malicious and greedy auras ahead. He stopped in his tracks, his gaze calmly directed toward the slope. There was no panic, no caution, not even a trace of surprise. It was as if he merely saw two stones blocking the road. This complete disregard thoroughly enraged the already irritable Haydn. Hey! You masked weirdo over there! Aren't you going to kneel and plead for mercy when you see this lord? Haydn swung his blood-stained scythe, leaping out from behind the slope, blocking Yao's path, with a savage grin. Kakuzu, like a specter, silently appeared at Yao's side, cutting off his escape route, exuding a powerful chakra wave and a chilling, killing intent. Hand over that glowing power of yours, and perhaps I can make your death more painless. Kakuzu's voice hissed like a venomous snake, his green eyes fixated on Yao, as if assessing a commodity awaiting a price. Yao stood quietly, his blue scarf fluttering in the wind. He did not respond to Haydn's taunts, or Kakuzu's threats, merely tilting his head slightly, seemingly confirming something. Tisk, is he mute? Or just scared silly? Haydn, seeing the lack of response, grew increasingly impatient. He suddenly slammed the bloodstained scythe down onto the ground, hands forming seals, his face displaying a cruel yet devout expression. Never mind. Let's have you taste the Lord of Evil's curse. Curse technique, death by blood. He needed the opponent's blood as a medium. Haydn's figure shot towards Yao like an arrow released from a bow, the scythe slicing down with a piercing shriek. The angle was tricky, and the speed was incredibly fast, clearly aiming to inflict a wound to draw blood. However, facing this fierce attack capable of splitting an average jonin in half, Yao's response was astonishingly simple. He did not dodge or block. Just as the scythe was about to touch his body, he slid back half a step, with a seemingly effortless motion, as if his feet were equipped with wheels, defying the laws of physics. Hiss! The scythe's blade grazed the edge of his blue cloak, striking nothing but air, creating a wind pressure that lifted his scarf and the brim of his hat. What? Haydn's strike missed, and he froze for a moment, then became even more furious. Dare to dodge. He swung the scythe again, unleashing a frenzied series of attacks. Chop, slash, sweep, slice. The fierce onslaught enveloped all the space around Yao. Yet amidst this flurry of blades, Yao's figure darted like a phantom. His movements were minimal, yet he always managed to evade every attack by the slightest margin. The blue cloak and loose jeans appeared exceptionally agile and ethereal, as he moved at high speed, as if he were not engaged in a life-and-death struggle, but rather performing a graceful dance. Bastard! If you have the guts, don't dodge! Haydn, frustrated by his inability to land a hit, yelled in anger. Kakuzu watched with a furrowed brow. He could see that Yao's body technique was extremely peculiar, entirely unlike the instant body technique reliant on chakra. It seemed more like an absolute mastery over his own mass and space. Moreover, throughout the encounter, the opponent had not utilized that light power nor exhibited any chakra fluctuations. Haydn, fall back, Kakuzu said in a deep voice, deciding to take matters into his own hands. However, the blood-red Haydn, blinded by rage, could not heed his words. He seized an opportunity, abandoning the pursuit of strikes for sweeping blows, bringing the massive scythe down towards Yao, with a might that could sweep away armies. This strike had an immense range, nearly sealing off all angles of escape. This time it seemed Yao could not completely rely on his evasive maneuvers. He raised an arm, seemingly casually blocking the oncoming scythe. Seeking death. Haydn's eyes flashed with a bloodthirsty light, as if he could already envision the scene of the opponent's arm being severed, blood splattering everywhere. Clang! A piercing sound of metal clashing erupted. The anticipated scene of blood and flesh flying did not materialize. Yao's arm remained intact, blocking the blade of the blood-stained scythe. At the point of impact, sparks even erupted. What? Haydn and Kakuzu exclaimed in astonishment, their eyes filled with disbelief. That arm. Is it made of metal? No, even if it were metal, under Haydn's full-powered strike infused with chakra, it should not be unscathed. In the moment that Haydn froze in shock, Yao's arm that had blocked the scythe suddenly pushed forward. An unimaginable force purely derived from physical strength, or rather the body powered by light, erupted. Ah! Haydn felt an irresistible great force surge from the side of his palm, instantly cracking, blood streaming, as his body was sent flying like he had been struck by a speeding carriage, letting out a cry as he was forcefully flung away, tracing a parabolic arc in the air and crashing heavily onto the ground several dozen meters away, stirring up a cloud of dust. Haydn! Kakuzu's complexion changed drastically. He had not expected the opponent's strength to be so terrifying. At the same time that Yao sent Haydn flying, Kakuzu, who had been waiting for an opportunity, finally seized the moment when Yao's previously expended energy had just waned and his new energy had yet to rise, or so it seemed. Earth, release her spear! Kakuzu's arm was instantaneously covered in hard rock resembling the sharpest spear, as it darted towards Yao's face with lightning speed. His target was remarkably the troublesome black mask. This sudden change in technique was swift, precise, and ruthless. It caught Yao just after he had completed a burst of energy. The body seemingly momentarily stiffened, perhaps a deliberate opening Yao had revealed. Yao seemingly did not expect Kakuzu to suddenly attack the mask, or rather, he did not care. Crack! The familiar sound of the mask being forcibly severed at the connection point. The black mask adorned with mysterious patterns was once again snagged at the edge by Kakuzu's arm, covered in rock, yanked off violently. The mask tumbled through the air, landing on the withered yellow grass. Time seemed to slow down in that instant. The wild wind brushed against Yao's face, now exposed to the air beneath his wizard hat hairstyle. It was still that breathtakingly beautiful, pale, and ethereal visage. The skin was nearly transparent white, the features exquisitely transcending gender, with pitch-black pupils that delved into the abyss, reflecting no light. Unlike the soft beauty of the celestial being observed under the moonlight during the Mid-Autumn Festival, this face bore no expression at this moment, only a dead silence, a disdainful indifference, as if looking down on mere ants. Kakuzu's green pupils suddenly shrank to the size of pinpricks, despite having lived for over 90 years, accustomed to life and death, beauty and ugliness. He had never seen such a face. Seemingly embodying all contradictions of the world, extreme beauty and extreme coldness, sacredness and eeriness, fragility and immortality. The last summer festival had only provided a distant view, but this shocking proximity was even more intense. That inhuman, ethereal yet cruel beauty made even his heart, long filled with money and slaughter, skip a beat. You? Kakuzu opened his mouth, but found himself momentarily speechless. Meanwhile Haydn, who had been sent flying, struggled to rise. Clutching his painfully throbbing chest, he chanced upon the scene where Yao's mask fell, revealing his true appearance. His! Haydn inhaled sharply, momentarily forgetting the pain, his fervent eyes fixated on Yao's face, filled with extreme astonishment and an even crazier possessiveness. So beautiful. More so than last time. Lord of Evil. This is definitely the most perfect sacrifice. I must have him. Yao stood quietly, allowing the wild winds of the wilderness to sway his blue cloak and silvery hair. He glanced at the fallen mask on the ground, then raised his hollow black eyes, indifferently scanning the astonished Kakuzu and the fervent Haydn. He was neither angered by the removal of his mask nor frightened by their covetousness. It was as if all of this was merely a dull farce. He slowly opened his mouth, his clear voice sounding somewhat unreal in the wind, but it clearly reached the ears of the two immortal creatures. Undying body. Haydn, Kakuzu. He called out their names, his tone as flat as if he were taking attendance. It's you too. This statement was not a question, but a confirmation. Simultaneously it felt as if he was saying, oh, it's just you too. This condescending attitude, as if he had already seen through everything, stirred an extremely bizarre feeling in both Kakuzu and Haydn. Did this guy truly understand what predicament he was in right now? Or perhaps he simply had no fear at all. A lonely soul meets in this desolate land. One side is the undying duo pursuing eternal wealth and life, and the other is the child of light with an immortal body and unknown power. This encounter is destined not to be calm. An undying body. Fei Duan Jiao Du. So it's you. Yao's calm confirmation struck like ice water, snapping Jiao Du out of his momentary stupefaction at chill, and the fury of being scorned swept through him. Fei Duan grew even more excited, brandishing his still bleeding hand as he clamored to offer this perfect sacrifice to the evil god. Jiao Du's green eyes darkened, completely murderous, intent thick and tangible. He seized words, chakra surged wildly within him. Wadun Tukaku. Fong Dun Yahai. The searing sea of flames and the raging whirlwinds fused in an instant, becoming a vast conflagration storm that swept toward Yao with the force of annihilation. Its breath covered almost every space Yao might use to evade. Xiaoda's combined ninjutsu was unleashed at once, aiming for a single decisive kill, or at least to force his opponent to reveal his true strength. Faced with an atrocity of jutsu capable of flattening a hill, Yao nonetheless remained rooted to the spot, his posture unchanged. He merely raised the same hand that had just sent Fei Duan flying, and gave the onrushing blaze a gentle push. No seals, no chakra fluctuations. Only an invisible repulsive field, as if born of the rules themselves, radiated outward from his palm in an instant. The roaring storm struck that unseen field, and as if against an insurmountable wall, was suddenly blocked, diverted, and even rolled back upon itself. What? Xiaoda's pupils shrank, he could hardly trust his eyes. His combined ninjutsu had been dissipated with such casual ease. What power was this? The reverse flames and wind skimmed Xiaoda's body, scorching and tearing the ground behind him, yet he stood unscathed, his inner horror crashing like monstrous waves. Not finished yet. Xiaodu roared as black tendrils of Diyuanyu erupted from him. Lei Dun Wei on. Blinding lightning condensed in his hand into a spear capable of piercing great rock, hurtling at a speed beyond sight to strike Yao's chest. This was an utterly focused point-to-point penetrate attack. Yet Yao's reaction once more defied Xiaoda's understanding. He neither tried to block nor to dodge. At the instant the thunder spear neared his blue cloak, his figure blurred and flickered like a signal gone bad for an impossibly brief moment. The next second the lightning spear passed through, as if through a phantom, inflicting no harm, sailing off into the distant sky and vanishing. Yao remained perfectly unharmed, not even the hem of his cloak torn. Impossible. Xiaodu completely lost composure. Such utterly ineffective attacks filled him with unprecedented frustration and a sliver of fear. Xiaodu. Fei Duan, having licked his blood in the Xieshan Jiao ritual to prepare his curse, sneered and swung his Shueshing Sangua Lian, once more charging. See where you hide this time. Curse technique. He had not finished speaking when Yao's figure like a specter appeared before Xiaodu without any warning. He moved with speed that outran Xiaoda's nerve reactions. Xiaodu only saw those near hollow black eyes, and a pale slender hand that, as if penetrating thin paper, slid into his chest. Ugh! A surge of agony. Xiaodu let out a muffled groan, and looked down in disbelief. The hand had pierced him, and seized the fire-tributed Diyuanyu mask heart within his body. Then the hand gave a gentle pinch. The sound of a ripe fruit crushed echoed faintly within him. That heart brimming with chakra and life force shattered in Yao's grasp like fragile glass, dissolving into pure motes of energy that scattered and vanished. Xiaoda's eyes bulged as the shadow of death and the sensation of his power draining forced a tortured roar from him. Diyuanyu's black tendrils writhed desperately in an effort to repair, but the heart was the core. Its fragmentation meant the end of one life. But this was only the beginning. Yao's hand, precise as a scalpel, and like the tip of death, moved again within Xiaoda's chest. The second heart, the wind-attributed core, shattered. The third heart, the lightning-attributed core, shattered. In the space of a heartbeat, Yao, with incomprehensible speed and method, had located and crushed the 3 Diyuanyu hearts inside Xiaodu aside from his primary core. Xiaoda's massive body convulsed violently, his strength ebbing like a retreating tide, his green eyes filled with ultimate pain, terror, and disbelief. The many lives he relied upon and took pride in were stripped away in a trifle by another's hand. Such absolute dominance ground into him a long-forgotten soul-deep shudder of helplessness. Even Fei Duan, who had just rushed forward, froze in place, dumbfounded. Xiaodu, the near immortal with 5 lives, had 3 of them rendered void in an instant. How could this be? Yao slowly withdrew his hand. It bore not a drop of blood, only a few lingering flecks of dissipating energy. Xiaodu staggered back, clutching the vast bloodless void in his chest, perhaps a trait of Diyuanyu, gasping violently, his gaze upon Yao filled with aghast horror. At that moment Yao did something that utterly blanked the minds of Xiaodu and Fei Duan. He raised the hand that had crushed 3 hearts, palm facing upward. A pure gentle white radiance gathered in his palm, the same origin as the halo he had earlier emitted, but more condensed and brimming with vibrant life. Then he pressed that living orb of vast life energy toward the void in Xiaoda's chest. The pure light seemed alive as it merged into his body. Xiaodu jolted. He could distinctly feel the energy channels once withered by shattered hearts begin to rebuild and regenerate at a speed visible to the eye as the light fused in. New purer, more vigorous energy cores formed swiftly within him. 1, 2, 3. They were not Dun plundered hearts full of taint, but hearts of light constructed from the purest radiance perfectly integrated with his body. In a blink the 3 hearts that had been crushed were whole again, seemingly even stronger and more vibrant than before. Jiao Du stood motionless, feeling the 3 warm, gently beating new hearts glowing within him, as if petrified. Repair? No, this was rebirth. Such a method completely exceeded his understanding of medical ninjutsu, and even of life itself. Fei Duan was stupefied, as well oblivious even to his dropped scythe. Yao completed it all as if casually brushing dust from his sleeve. He withdrew his hand, and with his hollow black eyes fixed upon the stunned and disordered pair spoke in his characteristically flat, unruffled tone, "Tisk, don't be angry. I'll reimburse you for your hearts. Jiao Du. Fei Duan." The wild wind continued to moan across the wasteland. Jiao Du stared at the inhumanly beautiful presence before him, one who had casually crushed 3 of his lives, and then casually remade them, and for a moment did not know whether to feel anger, fear, or gratitude. Such absolute power, such an attitude that treated life and death as trifles, such an almost playful compensation. Jiao Du's true core, hard-hardened and cold after 90 years, felt, for the first time, an emotion called absurdity and powerlessness. After the recompense, Yao did not glance back. He turned, retrieved the fallen mask, and set it upon his face once more. Darkness again cloaked that stunning visage. He adjusted his blue scarf and his wizard hat, as though the harrowing episode had never occurred. Then he strode forward to continue his unfinished journey, leaving the 2 stunned undead creatures behind in the bleak autumn wind. The wind of the wilderness swept up the dust, brushing past the rigid forms of Jiao Du and Fei Duan. Jiao Du lowered his head, feeling the 3 warm, pulsating new hearts within his chest, emanating a gentle radiance, enveloping him in an unprecedented sense of absurdity. The power had indeed been restored, even fuller and purer than before, but this power did not stem from the land's resentment he had plundered. Rather, it came from that non-human existence that casually crushed him and then reshaped him, a gift of sorts. This sensation was more uncomfortable than death itself. Having lived for over 90 years, he was accustomed to putting a price on everything, keeping all within his control, whether it be life or wealth. Yet the radiance before him completely shattered his understanding and control. Fei Duan finally snapped out of his stupor, picking up the bloody scythe from the ground, gazing complexly at the figure of Yao, who was reddening his mask. The fervent desire of the sacrificial offering still burned, but deep within there was a hint of apprehension that even he was not aware of. This guy seemed truly immortal and absurdly strong. "Hey! Wait!" Fei Duan couldn't help but shout. Yao's steps did not pause. He continued walking at a leisurely pace, as if their existence had lost all significance. Jiao Du took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the chaos within his heart as flickers of brilliance danced in his green eyes. He was a realist. Since he could not overpower or comprehend it, he had to consider another possibility: utilization or perhaps coexistence. "That power of yours. Light, right?" Jiao Du's voice carried an unintentional hoarseness. "It's not chakra. The Akatsuki organization gathers the top rogue ninjas of the ninja world, possessing vast resources and an intelligence network. We are interested in all kinds of unknown powers." Yao's figure did not show any sign of stopping, as if he hadn't heard. Jiao Du clenched his teeth and continued to throw out the bait. "You don't have to join us, but you could exist as a sort of temporary worker. We can provide you with the intelligence and resources you need, or help you find what you are interested in." He recalled the summer festival and the mid-autumn celebration where Yao seemed to react to certain specific scenes and music. "And you only need to provide assistance with your unique power when necessary. Mutually beneficial." This was the best proposal Jiao Du could think of, incorporating the uncontrollable variable of Yao into a framework where they could trade. Fei Duan, who had been listening beside them, felt a bit confused, but he roughly understood that Jiao Du wanted to recruit this guy, although temporarily, and immediately shouted, "Yeah! Join the Akatsuki. Lord Evil God will definitely like you. Although you crushed Jiao Du's heart, and then replaced it with a new one, which is quite strange, but I acknowledge your strength." At this moment Yao finally stopped. He slowly turned around, his masked face revealing no emotion, but the invisible pressure instantly tightened the nerves of Jiao Du and Fei Duan. "Follow!" Yao's cold voice came through the mask, tinged with a hint of amusement. "You want me to join the Akatsuki?" He paused as if digesting this information and then posed a crucial question. Temporary worker. This term seemed to spark his interest. Unlike being a formal member, it implied fewer constraints and a more liberated position. Perhaps it aligned with his intention of wanting to see the vast world. The Akatsuki, as a colossal entity lurking in the shadows of the ninja world with its intelligence network, and the fields it involved could perhaps truly help him find something intriguing or touch upon deeper secrets regarding light. Jiaodu immediately caught this slight loosening and quickly added, Yes, a temporary collaborator. No mandatory tasks, no organizational constraints. You can leave at any time, and we only trade when you are willing. The Akatsuki's bases are spread throughout, containing ancient scrolls and secrets you cannot imagine perhaps. There are records regarding light. Jiaodu did not know what light truly was, but he was adept at speculating and trading, throwing out the most likely bait to attract Yao. Yao fell silent for a moment. The wind of the wilderness stirred his blue cloak and scarfed the brim of his wizard hat, slightly swaying. He indeed held a certain curiosity about this world, about the source of his own power, and about those secrets buried under the dust of history. The Akatsuki was undoubtedly a shortcut to access more dark aspects and forbidden knowledge. Being a temporary worker did not seem so bad. Location? He suddenly asked without any preamble. Jiaodu was taken aback, then quickly realized this was a question about the location of the Akatsuki base. He felt a stir in his heart, knowing the other party might be interested. We can take you to the nearest outpost, Jiaodu cautiously replied, not revealing the exact location directly. Yao nodded, tacitly agreeing to this proposal. He did not say anything further, simply standing quietly waiting for Jiaodu and Fei Duan to lead the way. Jiaodu and Fei Duan exchanged glances, both seeing complex and inscrutable emotions in each other's eyes. Inviting such a dangerous, mysterious, and uncontrollable existence into the Akatsuki, even as a temporary worker, was undoubtedly dancing on the tip of a blade. On the other hand, the power and value that Yao displayed made it impossible for them to give up. Fei Duan scratched his head, ultimately shouldering the side, muttering, let's go, let me show you the world. But if you dare to disrespect Lord Evil God, I'll still chop you down. Jiaodu silently led the way in front, his mind racing to calculate how to report this unexpected gain to Pain, and how to maximize the benefit from this temporary worker. Yao followed behind the two, walking at a leisurely pace. Beneath the dark mask, no one could glimpse his expression. Joining the Akatsuki. No, it was merely a temporary collaboration for mutual benefit. A journey filled with uncertainties, initiated by shattered hearts and replaced ones. In this lonely travel, it seemed there were temporarily two perhaps not so welcome companions. And the already turbulent structure of the Akatsuki was about to be stirred up by the arrival of this temporary worker, creating new unpredictable waves. Chapter 30 at the end. In the rain country, perpetually shrouded in gloomy rain, towering steel structures loom like the skeletal remains of colossal beasts piercing the leaden sky. A secret base of the Akatsuki organization lies hidden deep within this industrial wasteland. As Kakuzu and Haiden entered the cold and lethal atmosphere of this base, they immediately drew the attention of all present members. Haiden donned a new outfit and declared it would be his permanent attire, still sporting the white bird hairstyle, his silver hair elegantly cascading down, draped in a back cloak of inner red and outer black. The crimson lining under the dim light of the base resembled a surging river of blood. Below were sharp warrior pants. What stood out the most was the comical red face mask adorning his face. The mask was entirely white, with exaggerated round crimson blushes on both cheeks, reminiscent of a clown from a theatrical performance, and it lacked a mouth, only featuring two holes for vision, utterly concealing his expression or lack thereof beneath this absurd disguise. This ensemble, combined with his upright posture and the chill emanating from his white bird hairstyle, created a striking contradiction and a rather amusingly flamboyant aura. Kakuzu approached the seated figure of Pain with a blank expression, though he typically showed little emotion, quietly reporting the situation. Haiden, on the other hand, swaggered in, with his scythe, winking playfully at the others, who looked over. Konan stood silently beside Pain, her cool gaze resting upon Haiden's ludicrous mask, her brows slightly furrowing. Itachi Uchiha had his hands tucked into his sleeves, his Sharingan calmly sweeping across the room, revealing no emotion. Kisame Hoshigaki opened his mouth, exposing sharp teeth, seemingly finding the situation amusing. Sasori remained concealed within his Hiriko form, showing no reaction. Zetsu half emerged from the shadow on the ground, the pitcher plant slightly opening and closing. As for Obito, he was originally squatting on a pipe in his flamboyant posture, but upon seeing Hayden's outfit, he froze, as if struck by lightning, his single eye behind the vortex mask widening, fingers trembling, as he pointed at Hayden. You? He stammered for a long time without uttering a complete sentence, his mind already flooded with thoughts of so cute. I want to pinch. But why do they look even more annoying than me? The barrage of thoughts overwhelmed him. Pain Nagato gazed at Hayden with his unwavering Rinnegan, and after listening to Kakuzu's report, he slowly spoke, his voice cold and authoritative, carrying an undeniable divine quality. Unfamiliar powerful being Kakuzu has proposed that you join the Akatsuki as a temporary collaborator. Show your worth or leave. All eyes focused on Hayden, waiting for his response. However, Hayden's reaction took everyone by surprise. Instead of directly answering Pain, he suddenly turned to Kakuzu, the closest to him, and spoke through his mouthless comical red face mask, in a tone starkly contrasting with his cool voice. Hey! This brother Shark, you have quite a robust build. Those muscles, those lines, you must work out often, right? TSK Tisk, just looking at you gives one a sense of security. Kisame. His grin froze, and he tightened his grip on the Samahata momentarily, at a loss for how to respond. Did he just get teased? Teased by someone with a ridiculous mask and a cold voice in such a manner? Before Kisame could react, Hayden turned, as if discovering new territory, addressing Sasori in Hiriko form. Wow! This gentleman. Puppet Master. Your design is quite unique. The streamlined design, the cold texture, it's filled with a postmodern artistic vibe. I wonder if the internal structure is intricate. Can I have a look? I promise I want touch. Sasori. The core inside Hiriko seemed to emit a faint gear-like grinding sound. Then his red-faced mask turned towards Conan. This beautiful paper flower lady. Your aura is so cool and unique. Like the rare sunny days in the rain country, so dazzling. I wonder if I have the honor to invite you to dinner. I know a place with amazing origami art. Conan's brows furrowed tighter, and the paper pieces around her stirred slightly. He then turned to Itachi Uchiha. This young man, your eyes look quite melancholic. Is there something on your mind? Come, tell me about it. I love listening to stories, especially those full of love and hate, tragic romances. Itachi's lips twitched imperceptibly as he silently averted his gaze. Finally, his gaze through the mask's holes returned to Pain, above his tone still frivolous. This big boss, you have a strong presence. Rinnegan. The legendary sage's eye. It's truly a sight to behold. I wonder if you could give me a backdoor pass to experience what it's like to be a god. Pain. The Rinnegan remained cold, but the surrounding atmosphere seemed to grow heavier. The entire base fell into a strange silence. Everyone was utterly bewildered by Hayden's sudden shift from his previously cold and indifferent persona to this flamboyant and chatty mode. His emotional intelligence, or perhaps his deliberate teasing ability, was outrageously high. Every word precisely struck at people's sensitive spots or landmines, and combined with that expressionless yet hilariously funny red-face mask, the effect was outstanding. The others wanted to laugh, but kept it to themselves. They all knew this guy was definitely putting on an act, but it was such a flamboyant act. Even the most serious Pain and Conan were struggling to maintain their composure. Kakuzu covered his face, though he originally had no face, feeling his investment might have been a mistake. Hayden was already clutching his stomach, stifling laughter. As for Obito, after the initial shock, his heart was filled with complex emotions, a bit of anger because someone had stolen his comedic spotlight, yet he found this new Hayden to be more vibrant and intriguing. But he firmly suppressed any urge to meow. Doing so in this situation would be utterly embarrassing. Pain seemed to ignore Hayden's teasing remarks and directly issued orders. Your abilities have already been reported by Kakuzu. Since you chose to stay, you must adhere to the Akatsuki's rules. For now, you will team up with Deidara and Obito. This arrangement carried significant implications. Deidara, an explosion enthusiast who valued art above all, and Obito, who disguised himself as an idiot, combined with a seemingly flamboyant yet unfathomable Hayden. This trio alone was enough to induce a headache and anticipation. Deidara. Obito. Hayden's red-faced mask turned towards the curious blonde youth Deidara, who had just walked over, and the still conflicted Obito on the pipe, speaking in that frivolous tone. Oh dear, it's the explosion artist and that very lively orange peel mask guy. Looking forward to your guidance. I hope your art and vitality won't blow me away or annoy me to the point of seclusion.
Daidara.
Huh? His aquamarine eyes brimmed with confusion and a hint of provoked excitement. Obito. Orange Peel Mask. He actually called me Orange Peel Mask. Haydn seemed completely unfazed by the chaos he had caused, casually walking to his assigned temporary position, the back cloak tracing an elegant arc. His comical flamboyant disguise left a strong impression on all Akatsuki members, and a desire to hit him, yet no one knew that beneath that red-faced mask lay a pair of eyes that saw through everything cold and hollow. Did he recognize Obito as the Meow Meow monster who infiltrated his room? Perhaps. Had the others recognized him? It seemed not. Thus began a career filled with lies, teasing, and precarious collaborations as a temporary worker in the Akatsuki organization. Chapter 39 ends. Life in the Akatsuki's base has become much more vibrant and noisy with the addition of Yao, the temp worker. His comical red-faced mask combined with a white bird hairstyle and a bat-like cloak, along with the design of a mouthless face that nevertheless utters astonishing words, quickly made him the most eye-catching and also the most annoying presence in the base. Yao seems to have quickly found his fun in the Akatsuki, teasing his teammates. He particularly enjoys picking on Deidara and Haydn. Little Deidara, what new artwork have you crafted today? Let your senior have a look. Yao would lean over to Deidara, who was focused on kneading clay, his red-faced mask nearly touching Deidara's golden ponytail, his voice drawn out and overly sweet. Deidara would always explode in anger like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, his emerald eyes widening, his ears flushing uncontrollably. Get away from me. You weird guy. My art is not for you to see. Yet the way he kneaded the clay became inexplicably more intense, as if he was trying to hide his inner turmoil. Yao regarded this reaction as the shyness of a pure little virgin, and found it immensely amusing, intensifying his teasing. As for Haydn, Yao adopted a different approach. Senior Haydn, does Lord Jashin have any new instructions for today? For example, a particularly handsome sacrifice or something? He would crouch beside Haydn while he performed his rituals for the Jashin with that comical face, seriously asking questions, his tone full of mockery. Haydn would usually swing his bloody scythe and shout angrily, "Get lost. Is being a sacrifice something you can just decide to be? Keep talking, and I'll use you to test my blade." However, his wandering gaze and slightly flushed neck betrayed that he was not completely unaffected. Yao found great satisfaction in teasing this seemingly fierce yet simple-minded zealot. However, Yao was unaware that his self-assumed teasing was perceived differently by Deidara and Haydn. They had already learned through their own channels, Kisame's descriptions, Itachi's intel, and even that Mid-Autumn festival, just how astonishingly unconventional the face behind that red mask truly was. Watching him speak flirtatious words, with such a comical face, and a cold voice, the extreme contrast not only failed to evoke annoyance, but rather brought about a strange sense of cuteness. Especially since he believed he was hiding it well, thinking they were silly and innocent. This only made a few in the know, including the occasionally passing Itachi and Kisame, chuckle inwardly, enjoying the feeling of being special guests of a peerless beauty. Yet Yao's good days did not last long, for he encountered his nemesis, Kakuzu. According to the team assignments, he was to carry out some reconnaissance or sabotage missions alongside Deidara and Kakuzu. Deidara was manageable at worst, he would explode, but Kakuzu was completely different. One day the three walked through a desolate canyon. Habitually wanting to gain the upper hand through words, Yao turned to Kakuzu, who was flailing his arms beside him, and spoke in a flippant tone. "Senior Kakuzu, your outfit today is quite unique. That orange pea-like mask and your lively posture really exude youthful vigor." He intentionally emphasized the word senior, laced with a hint of mockery. However, Kakuzu had long since ceased to be the youthful disguised boy who would be silenced by his words of "You're so noisy." After going through an initial shock and internal struggle, Kakuzu quickly adjusted his strategy, deciding to play along and even turn the tables. "Oh my! Is the red-faced junior complimenting me?" Kakuzu immediately responded, in a tone even more exaggerated and flamboyant than Yao's, even leaning and suddenly nearly pressing his swirling mask against Yao's red face. "The junior is so concerned about the senior, I'm so touched." Meow. He ultimately couldn't help but let out a very faint playful meow from such a close distance. Yao. He was taken aback by Kakuzu's sudden closeness, and that meow, his movements freezing. Before he could react, Kakuzu pressed further, noticing the black leather gloves on Yao's hands, and directly reaching out to grab his hand. The junior's gloves looked great too. Let your senior feel the material. Kakuzu held Yao's gloved fingers, his actions appearing exaggerated and comical, but his fingertips carried an undeniable force, even secretly rubbing Yao's hand back through the gloves, transmitting a warm, ambiguous sensation. Yao's body stiffened for a moment. He could feel the deliberate intent and advantage-seeking nature behind Kakuzu's actions. He wanted to pull his hand back, but Kakuzu held on tightly, using the ridiculous excuse of the senior is concerned about the junior's equipment as a cover, leaving him at a loss for a suitable reason to retaliate. He could only endure allowing Kakuzu to study his hand, while the previously vacant black eyes beneath the mask narrowed slightly, a dangerous glint flashing. This bastard. Hey. Kakuzu. What the hell are you doing? Deidara, watching from the side, could no longer hold back, or felt a bit annoyed and shouted. Oh, come on, little Deidara, don't be jealous. Your senior is just concerned about the junior's equipment safety. Kakuzu cheerfully released his hand, yet, as if reluctant, his fingers accidentally brushed against Yao's wrist. Yao immediately withdrew his hand, hiding it under his oversized back cloak, his fingertips curling slightly. He felt as if the spot Kakuzu had touched still retained a strange sensation even through the gloves. In reality, he was being taken advantage of unilaterally by Kakuzu. During the following journey, Yao attempted to regain his footing, but every time he started to tease, Kakuzu would counter with an even more exaggerated, nauseating, and senior caring for junior manner, accompanied by various seemingly unintentional yet precisely timed physical contacts, like a pat on the shoulder, with a squeeze, a hug around the neck, briefly leaning in, or even pretending to stumble and lean against him. Yao maintained his flirtatious persona on the surface, retaliating with words, but his body grew increasingly stiff due to Kakuzu's repeated encroachments. He discovered that his prideful, self-proclaimed high emotional intelligence in teasing fell completely flat against Kakuzu's naturally thick-skinned disguised charm and handsome approach. Mutual teasing. No, it was Kakuzu's one-sided teasing and Yao's one-sided endurance. Deidara watched in astonishment, at times feeling that Kakuzu was too embarrassing, and at other times finding the sight of that red-faced guy being put in his place a bit satisfying. Yao began to regret being assigned to a team with Kakuzu. He would rather harass 100 Daidaras and Haidens than face this orange peel senior, who could precisely break through his defenses and leave him feeling furious yet powerless. What he didn't know was that while he was getting agitated by Kakuzu's harassment, a scheming smile was curling at the corners of Kakuzu's mouth beneath the mask. Tease me. Haha, let's see who teases who first. Since you're wearing a mask and pretending to be foolish, you'll play along to the end. Let's see how long your icy shell can hold up under my hands. A seemingly comical farce, yet filled with undercurrents of tension, of teasing and counter-teasing, quietly unfolded within the Akatsuki. Chapter 40 End. A phase sticky yet precise reverse teasing truly made Yao experience what it means to lift a stone and smash one's own foot. That comical red-faced mask seemed unable to bear the increasingly intense interactions between him and a Fae, nor could it effectively block a Fae's pervasive physical harassment. Finally, during a brief intermission in a mission, Yao disappeared for a moment. When he reappeared before the members of the Akatsuki, everyone sensed something different. He had replaced his elegant white bird hairstyle with a dragon bone hairstyle. This hairstyle was shaved extremely short on both sides, revealing the bluish scalp, while only a single white strand flowed back, like a dragon bone ridge, gathering into a clean yet lengthy braid at the back of his head. From the side, it resembled the tail of a small dinosaur, carrying a sense of desolation akin to grave soul and a rebellious danger. This hairstyle accentuated the sharpness and clarity of his facial features. He still wore the back cloak that was red on the inside and black on the outside, along with pragmatic warrior pants, enhancing the dangerous aura of his new hairstyle. The most significant change lay in the mask on his face. The comical red-faced mask without a mouth had vanished. In its place was a mysterious and noble deer head mask, actually resembling an antelope skull, but commonly referred to as a deer head. The mask covered most of his face, exposing only his elegantly contoured, almost translucent chin and perfectly shaped pale lips. The antler-like horns twisted upward from the top of the mask, imbued with an ancient totemic mystery. The entire mask emanated a calm, melancholic, and even slightly compassionate aura, which formed a wonderful fusion with the dangerous feeling brought by his dragon bone hairstyle. He stood quietly there, and the gaze hidden beneath the deer head mask, invisible to others, seemed to carry a hint of melancholy. For a moment everyone was taken aback. In Kaku's green eyes flashed a glimmer of calculation assessing the value of this new look. Haydn scratched his head, feeling that this mask looked considerably more sophisticated than the previous red face, more suitable to be a sacrificial offering. Deidara blinked his blue eyes, finding the design very artistic. The core of Sasori's puppet operated silently. Zetsu's carnivorous plant slightly opened and closed. Conan's gaze lingered on the antlers for a moment. Itachi's Sharingan calmly swept over, revealing no waves of emotion. And Afeabito, after an initial moment of shock, suddenly radiated a more intense light from the single eye behind the swirling mask. Dragon bone hairstyle. Deerhead mask. Only the chin and lips exposed. This feeling of being half covered, combining mystery and danger, struck a chord with a certain hidden preference within him far more than the previous glaringly comical red face. That pale chin, those light-colored lips. So enticing. So tempting. Everyone's inner thoughts so alluring. This detail concealed beneath the mysterious and noble mask was more thought-provoking and impactful than direct beauty. However, just when everyone thought that Yao, now wearing a seemingly melancholic and profound mask, would tone down his previous flamboyant demeanor, he proved their naivety with his actions. He slightly tilted his head, directing the deer-head mask towards Afei, who was trying to sneak closer, and then spoke in a crisp voice that seemed to carry a hint of subtle amusement through the mask, even more lively than before. "Oh my, isn't this our vibrant and passionate senior Afei? What's wrong? Are you so mesmerized by the new look of your junior that you're left speechless?" Everyone. This tone, this choice of words, is clearly even more flamboyant. Outwardly appearing melancholic and mysterious, yet inwardly even more lively, flamboyant. This contrast was simply lethal. Afei was caught off guard by this sudden upgraded flamboyance, his movements frozen in midair. Yet Yao seemed to have flipped a switch, continuing with a tone that was lively and teasing. "If you like it, senior, you can come a little closer to take a look, but you can't be as clumsy as before, okay? Your junior can get shy, you know," he said, shy, yet his tone was filled with mockery and provocation. The shattered mask did not bring about a sense of alienation, nor did it reveal his face. What arrived was an even more mischievous, flirtatious mask. Afeabito instantly reacted, his heart filled with joy. Such a Yao was more challenging. He immediately got into character, twisting and turning in an exaggerated manner. "Wow. The new mask of the junior is so cool. But does the junior say he's shy? I don't believe it. Let me check if you're really shy." "Meow," he said, pouncing again. This time Yao was already prepared, and his figure beneath the dragon bone hairstyle slipped away, like a fish leaving a fay to miss. Senior, touching is not a good habit. Beneath Yao's deer head mask, the corner of his lips seemed to curl into an almost imperceptible arc. "If you want to see, just look with your eyes." He said this, while naturally walking towards Deidara, who was adjusting the clay giant bird. "Little Deidara, where do you plan to take us to create an artistic explosion with this big bird today? Aerial performance. Do you need a partner as handsome as me to embellish it?" He deliberately mimicked Deidara's speech pattern, his tone affectionate. Deidara's ears flushed again, and he stiffened his neck. "Who wants you as a partner? My art is enough on its own." Yet his gaze couldn't help but glance at Yao's unique dragon bone braid and the mysterious deer head mask. Haydn shouted from the side, "Hey, deer head kid. Come tell me if this mask has any special meaning. Is it related to the Lord of Evil Gods?" Yao chuckled softly, his voice resonating through the deer head mask, carrying a magnetic quality. "Senior Haydn, whether or not the Lord of Evil Gods likes antlers, I can't say. However, if you're willing to tell me more about the doctrines of the evil god cult, I would be very happy to listen." He navigated among the group, his words lively, his demeanor calm, while the melancholic aura brought by the deer head mask was shattered by his flamboyant core, forming an even deadlier contrast. He appeared melancholic on the outside, yet was more lively and flamboyant on the inside. The Akatsuki base became lively once again, due to this temporary worker, who had changed into new attire, and seemingly upgraded his personality. And Afeabito watched as Yao, like a flower butterfly, or rather a night elf, with a dragon bone tail, navigated effortlessly through the crowd, taking teasing and counter-teasing to new heights, his smile beneath the mask growing deeper. "Interesting. Truly fascinating. No matter what mask you wear, you cannot escape my grasp. This game is becoming increasingly addictive." Chapter 41 End. Life at the Shao organization's base was sustained in a strange lively equilibrium by Yao's pairing of the dragon bone deer mask and his heightened provocative flamboyance. He seemed genuinely absorbed in the part of the temporary worker, teasing his comrades and being teased in return by a Fae temporarily setting aside the mission to explore the realm of light and the task of gathering intelligence. Yet that fragile calm was abruptly shattered by urgent intelligence relayed by Ju. The My Collapse plan had been set in motion. Emin and Shine had joined forces. De Shiwan had personally intervened, and their aim was the third Hokage Yunfei Rishin. The four purple flame formation had already risen. The conflict had reached a white-hot pitch. When Jiadu perfunctorily announced the report within the base, his main intent was to assess how this would affect the Shao organization's plans, and what shifts in profit might follow. He did not pay particular attention to Yao's reaction. But Yao, who had been idly toying with Daidala, changed in an instant the moment he heard the words third Hokage Yunfei Rishin De Shiwan and on the brink of death. His lively coquettish masquerade burst like a punctured balloon. The air around him seemed to freeze. The teasing curl at the edge of his lips tightened into a cold straight line. Although the deer-head mask hid his eyes, the sudden almost tangible chill it emitted made Daidala and Fade One, who stood nearest, instinctively step back half a pace. The base's noise cut off. All eyes involuntarily focused on this suddenly and unnaturally silent temporary worker. A Fei Daitu halted, his ostentatious writhing, the lone eye beneath his spiral mask narrowed as he fixed his gaze on Yao. Yao slowly lifted his head, the deer-head mask turning toward the source of the report. His voice shed its earlier levity and recovered its original temperatureless chill, carrying an almost imperceptible urgency. The third. Grandpa. He repeated softly as if confirming. Then he spun toward Pan Tiandao, his tone absolute and resolute beyond question. I am going back to my... At that declaration the base erupted. A flicker of displeasure crossed Jayada's green eyes. Temporary worker, do not forget your status and our agreement. Mui's affairs are none of our concern. Fade One shouted. Hey, deerhead brat. Why stick your nose in? Let Shiwan and the old man fight it out. Daidala said nothing, his blue eyes full of bewilderment. Yao seemed not to hear their protest, his gaze through the mask locked onto Pan as he repeated. I'm going back. Now! Pin's Lun Huyan betrayed no emotion, his cold voice demanded. Reason. Yao was silent for a moment, as if gathering words or restraining some emotion. At last, in an exceedingly calm yet weighty tone, he said, He is the one who picked up my life. A plain sentence without ornament, but heavy with meaning. It was he, Yunfei Rishin, who had found the unidentified unconscious Yao by the lakeside and brought him back to my, granting him a temporary shelter. No matter how coldly distant he appeared, that original rescue had perhaps left an imprint in the deepest hollow of his heart, a mark he himself had not fully recognized. He cared little for Mui's survival, or the lives of its villagers or shinobi. But the third Hokage, the old man who had furtively tied a red bow on him, and whose worried glance would surface during Yao's silence, must not die. At least not because of some petty invasion plan. That reason threw the base back into silence. Even Jiadu could not find an apt retort at once. Gratitude. Such a sentiment was alien to renegade shinobi like them, yet not entirely beyond understanding. At that moment Ju's sardonic voice rose from below. Hee, it seems that Shiwan is rather interested in Yokuin as well. I heard him whispering to the battle scenes in his crystal orb, murmuring, My white bird! My white bird! Those 4 words struck like the last fuse lit. Yao's aura became instantly dangerous and savage. Even the spikes of his dragon-bone hair rose slightly at the invisible energy ripple. His bat-like cloak stirred as if in wind, the crimson within seeming ready to spill out. De Shiwan, the renegade who had tried to abduct him in the snowy forest and had appraised him with greedy eyes. He dared to covet him. He dared use that pet name. A blend of fresh and old grievances, perhaps not hatred but a fierce loathing, coupled with worry for the third safety, pushed Yao to decide at once. He no longer waited for Pin's approval. He spun and strode toward the base's exit. Stand down! Jiadu barked. The Yuania's black tendrils writhed, ready to strike. A Fei Daitu flashed before Yao and tried to block him. Hey! Junior! Don't be so impulsive. Yao only gave them a cold sidelong glance. The jawline beneath his deer-head mask was taut. He lifted his hand, not to attack but to slash the air, and a light gate greater and more blinding than any before tore open with a thunderous roar. Beyond the gate were no serene plains or rainforests, but the muffled clamor of chaos, fires, and smoke, the scene of my village itself. Those who impede me shall die. The bone-deep voice, as though from an abyss, issued from beneath the deer-head mask, naked in its killing intent. In that instant, he was no longer the flashy teasing temporary worker, he had reverted to the cold entity that presided over ruin and judgment at the world's end. A crushing pressure spread like a tide, making even an immortal pair like Jiaodu and Fei Wan feel their hearts shudder. A Fei Daitu froze. He could sense that Yao was utterly serious. Yao ignored them and stepped through the light gate. The portal snapped shut and vanished behind him. The Xiao organization's base fell into deathly silence. Everyone was cowed by the terrifying momentum and decisive manner Yao had unleashed. A Fei Daitu watched the spot where Yao had vanished, his brow furrowing beneath the spiral mask. The third. Does she won? And that phrase, my white bird? Ugh, what a mess! He muttered, then quietly merged into the Shenwei vortex and disappeared. He had to follow. He could not allow Yao's precious little kitten, no, his white bird, to be carried off by that stinking serpent. The others in the base exchanged glances. Niui's turmoil now seemed all the more baffling because of the temporary worker's forceful intervention. The child of light in the dragon-bone deer mask, bearing cold, killing intent, and a faint, barely discernible anxiety, traversed space toward the land that had once nurtured and briefly sheltered him. Does she won? Your white bird has returned, bearing an edge that rends everything apart. Above Konoha, the four-cornered purple flame formation loomed like a colossal violet prison, sealing off the rooftop battlefield from the outside world. Within its confines, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, panted heavily, his body already marked by numerous wounds. Before him stood his former most favored disciple Orochimaru, and beside them, the first Hokage Hashirama Senju and the second Hokage Tobirama Senju, both resurrected through the impure world reincarnation technique. The situation had grown perilous beyond measure. A cruel, gleeful smile curled across Orochimaru's face as he savored his teacher's desperate struggle. His long tongue slid slowly over his lips. Master Sarutobi, the tides of time have turned. Rest now in peace. Just as he prepared to deliver the final blow, and just as the first and second Hokage were about to unleash their lethal assault, the purple barrier of the four-cornered purple flame formation directly above the rooftop rippled violently like water disturbed by a stone. In that instant, before the eyes of all present, shocked, stunned, disbelieving, the barrier famed for withstanding strength jutsu was torn apart by an invisible, overwhelming force, rending open a vast, jagged breach. A figure descended slowly through the breach, bathed in celestial light pouring from the heavens. His dragon-bone hairstyle stirred gently in the wind, haunting, desolate, and dangerously ancient. His cloak, black with crimson lining, flared like the wings of a bat, majestic, regal, the very embodiment of Night Sovereign. Upon his face rested a mysterious, noble deer mask, revealing only a pale, finely sculpted jawline and a tightly pressed, slender mouth. It was Yao. His arrival was abrupt, seismic, commanding every gaze upon the battlefield at once. Who are you? Orochimaru's golden serpentine pupils contracted sharply as he locked onto this uninvited intruder. From the sheer manner in which the barrier had been shattered, and from the immense alien energy radiating from Yao, utterly distinct from Chakra, he sensed a threat of staggering magnitude. Even the third Hokage froze, staring at that figure, familiar yet strange, especially at the deer mask, momentarily unable to place his identity. Yet Yao appeared utterly indifferent to the tension crackling in the air. His deer mask first turned toward the first and second Hokage, standing vigilant. His gaze, unseen by any, lingered for a breath upon their earthen bodies, still bearing unmistakable echoes of their former grandeur. In that single suspended moment, something extraordinary occurred. Within the hollow, spellbound eyes of Hashirama and Tobirama Senju, eyes emptied of will and animated solely by cursed seals, a faint, fleeting tremor flickered, the barest whisper of their true autonomous consciousness. That tremor did not arise from external control, but from an intrinsic soul-deep resonance with Yao himself, a timeless, death-defying recognition spanning the gulf between life and afterlife. Though instantly suppressed again by the binding seals, that ephemeral gaze had undeniably existed. Then Yao performed an act that made Orochimaru's pupils shrink in sheer disbelief. Without forming a single hand seal, he merely raised his hand casually toward the first and second Hokage, pure white luminescence flowing effortlessly from his fingertips. Release. As his voice fell, clear, cold, resonant, the cursed seals of the impure world reincarnation dissolved upon their bodies, like snow beneath sunlight, vanishing utterly. The binding shattered. For a fleeting moment, clarity returned to the eyes of the two founding Hokage. Though their bodies remained earthen, they were no longer enslaved by Orochimaru's will. They stared in astonishment at their own hands, then at the figure behind the deer mask. "What?" Orochimaru cried aghast. "What did you do? How is this possible? To dismantle his forbidden technique so effortlessly? What kind of power was this?" Yet Yao paid no heed to the first and second Hokage, or to the stunned third Hokage. His deer mask slowly pivoted toward Orochimaru, whose face had gone ashen with fury. Then, in a tone startlingly incongruous with the life-and-death stakes, light teasing almost whimsically enlightened, he spoke, "Oh, a teacher-student romance." He tilted his head, his dragon-bone braids swayed. His voice brimmed with playful irony. "You're fighting so fiercely. I assumed it was some tragic tale of love and betrayal. Turns out, esteemed senior Orochimaru, you've fallen into bitter hatred for grandfather Sarutobi, and since you couldn't possess him, you'd rather destroy him." Orochimaru, the third Hokage. The first and second Hokage barely regaining coherence. Across the entire rooftop battlefield an eerie absolute silence descended. Every soul present was utterly thunderstruck, electrified, scorched, left speechless, by Yao's earth-shattering interpretation. Orochimaru's face darkened to pitch black, his golden serpent eyes blazed with apocalyptic wrath and murderous intent. "You insolent wretch! You seek death." He recognized that voice. That aura. It was the treasure who had humiliated him in the snowy forest, the one who haunted his dreams, obsessed his thoughts. And yet, this being dared return, and dare mock him so brazenly. Yao, however, seemed only more delighted. He let out a soft, low laugh, its timbre rich and resonant, amplified subtly by the deer mask little snake, an appallingly intimate, even nauseating endearment. "Have you forgotten me? Didn't you try to take me away in that snowfield? How quickly you've shifted your affections, turning your cruelty upon your own master." As he spoke, he took several leisurely steps forward toward Orochimaru, his batwing cloak trailing behind him in a graceful, sweeping arc. "Don't be angry," his tone, even softened, almost coaxing, yet the words themselves were chilling. "Look at how desperately you chase eternal life, twisting yourself into something neither human nor spirit. How pitiful." He halted a short distance before Orochimaru, lowering his deer mask slightly, as if appraising a rare artifact. "Fine. Who am I to refuse a soft heart?" Yao said, his voice dripping with condescension. "I'll grant you eternal life." Even as the words left his lips, he raised his hand once more, this time palm aimed squarely at Orochimaru. An irresistible torrent of warm, overwhelming light surged forth, flooding toward Orochimaru. Instinctively he tried to resist, but found himself utterly powerless before that radiant force. The light brought no destruction, it merged. It flooded his flesh, his cells, delving deep into the very core of his soul. "Aah!" Orochimaru screamed in agony, feeling his body undergo a fundamental, irreversible metamorphosis. The light faded. Orochimaru collapsed to the ground, gasping violently. He examined his body. No injury, no wound, but an unprecedented sensation filled him. His cellular vitality had been locked at its absolute peak, his metabolism nearly arrested. The slow, inevitable decay of time, the creeping dread of aging, of death, had vanished. This was no counterfeit immortality, no endless cycle of body hopping he had spent lifetimes researching. This was true, absolute, unaging, undying existence, forced upon him at the level of life's very essence. Yao hadn't merely promised false eternity, he had bestowed real, irrevocable immortality. Orochimaru lifted his gaze to Yao, his eyes blazing with utter shock, profound bewilderment, and unexpectedly a fierce, visceral tremor born of this incomprehensible gift. Had his lifelong ambition, his obsession, just been fulfilled in this impossible, effortless way, by this enigmatic being? Yao observed Orochimaru's tumultuous expression. Beneath the deer mask, unseen by all, his lips curved into a glacial, razor-thin smile. "Well, do you like this gift, little snake?" he asked softly, his voice tender yet laced with a chill that pierced bone and marrow. Was this eternity a blessing, or a far more enduring curse? Wind roiled across the rooftop. Clouds churned overhead. With Yao's arrival, and his unfathomable gift, the balance of power had shattered beyond repair. The chaos of the Konoha crush plan spread like a plague across the village. Cries of battle, deafening explosions, and the thunderous collapse of buildings converging into a symphony of despair. Shinobi from Suna and Otogekure surged in like a relentless tide, clashing fiercely with Konoha's defenders. Blood stained the streets, and terror gripped every throat. At one corner of this maelstrom, a far crueler, profoundly unequal battle was unfolding. Gaara of Suna, the ultimate weapon of his village, the Jinchuriki of Shikaku the One-Tail. At this moment the bloodthirsty beast within him had nearly seized full dominion over his will. Half transformed into his tail beast form, he hovered encased in viscous malevolent armor of sand. Dark red Shikaku markings crawled across his once ethereal face, while his eyes, hollow and savage, held only the most primal urge to kill. He floated midair beneath him, churning waves of sentient sand that lashed out like living things, leaving ruin and annihilation in their wake, devouring both structures and lives without mercy. Opposite him stood Haruno Sakura, straining to hold her ground, and Uchiha Sasuke, already drained of chakra, collapsed on the ground, yet still shielding her with his broken body. Naruto was nowhere to be seen, perhaps fighting elsewhere in the village. Sasuke-kun! Sakura cried, tears mingling with blood and dust as she gazed upon the battered figure before her. Despair flooded her heart like freezing sand. Gaara let loose a roar, utterly inhuman. More sand coalesced into colossal spears charged with annihilating force, aimed unerringly at the immobilized Sasuke and helpless Sakura below. Slaughter seemed inevitable. Then, just as fate hung by a thread, a figure appeared, silent and seamless as if piercing the boundaries of space and time itself, materializing high above the carnage, precisely between Gaara and the two youths beneath. His dragon-bone hairstyle remained unmoved amid the turbulent air, radiating an ancient, desolate stillness. His bat-shaped cloak, crimson-lined and black, spread wide behind him, forming an impenetrable barrier between the descending assault and the desperate pair below. His enigmatic noble deerhead mask, framed against smoke and dust, stood like a serene artifact from another dimension. It was Yao. Having resolved the rooftop crisis, and having bestowed immortality upon Orochimaru not as a gift, but as an act of sovereign grace, he did not linger. With the third Hokage's peril averted, Yao sensed darker, more turbulent currents of despair and darkness surging elsewhere in the village, especially here where chakra thickened into near-tangible density, of volatile fusion of Shikaku's fury and the Jinchuriki's anguish. He came, not to save anyone, perhaps only, drawn by that extremity of pain and solitude. The moment Yao appeared, Gaara's descending spear of sand froze midair, unnaturally, inexplicably. Gaara had not willed it to stop. Rather, Shikaku's rampaging chakra, on the verge of drowning his consciousness, suddenly recoiled upon encountering Yao's invisible aura, a field of pure gentle light. Like boiling water meeting snow, it flinched, staggered, retreated. A primordial instinct, awe or perhaps aversion, rose unbidden within Shikaku, reverence for a higher, purer energy, so profound it stilled even its own savagery. Gaara's hollow, violent gaze locked, compelled, involuntary, onto that sudden deer-masked silhouette. In that instant Yao's deerhead mask tilted ever so slightly. Behind it, unseen by any mortal eye, his pitch-black pupils pierced through spatial barriers, precise, unobstructed, meeting Gaara's own eyes, scarred by suffering, hungering for slaughter, drowning in endless solitude. One glance, eternal. Time stretched, thinned, and crystallized. Gaara felt his soul struck, as if by a silent thunderclap. What kind of gaze was this? He could not see it, but he felt it. No fear. No revulsion. No pity. No curiosity. Only absolute stillness. An unfathomable void. A gaze that saw past all masks, past all agony, past the hardened shell forged from hatred and isolation, straight into the barren desert at the core of his soul. Was it understanding? No, not even understanding. It was coexistence. As if whispering, look, you are alone. So am I. You are tormented by the monster within you. I am an undying, unbreakable non-being. You are cast out by the world. I drift beyond it. We are at essence kin. This voiceless resonance, reaching deeper than any blow, any word, cut with unbearable precision. Gaara's heart, long frozen beneath Shikaku's chakra and years of accumulated hatred, was pierced unexpectedly by a warm, luminous dagger, sharp, tender, and irrevocable. Within him Shikaku roared uneasily, thrashing to reclaim control, to expel this unsettling light. But the imprint of that single glance had already seared itself into Gaara's consciousness, indelible, eternal. Yao hovered motionless. His bat-shaped cloak shielded the horror below, and deflected Gaara's murderous intent. He spoke no word, made no gesture, only held Gaara in that silent, soul-deep gaze, a dialogue beyond language. Below, Sasuke and Sakura, granted reprieve, gazed upward, breathless with awe, unable to comprehend the enigma who now stood between them and death. Who is he? Why has Gaara halted? That dear mask, why does it feel so familiar? How long passed? A heartbeat, or an eternity? Gaara's sand armor and Shikaku chakra flickered violently, destabilizing. The crimson markings on his face pulsed, sharp then faint. His eyes wore the savage emptiness of Shikaku clashed violently with a newly awakened glimmer, confused shaken, of Gaara himself. Gaara clutched his head screaming, a raw dissonant cry. Shikaku fought back desperate to erase the echo of that single shattering glance. Then Yao moved, at last. Not toward attack. Not toward soothing or sealing Shikaku. Slowly, deliberately, he raised his gloved hand, black leather stark against the chaos, and pushed forward gently, palm outward. No hand seals. No chakra surge. A radiant white ring, softer, vaster, and imbued with purer life energy, and serene, well than the one he'd wielded at the Akatsuki base, rippled outward from him, like still water disturbed, enveloping Gaara, Sasuke, and Sakura alike. This light bore no aggression, it carried purification, solace. The moment it washed over Gaara, Shikaku's frenzied howls receded, muffled, distant, as if veiled by a tender, soundless barrier. The hatred and loneliness that had gnawed at his soul for years softened, just briefly, beneath its warmth. A rare, almost luxurious peace flowed through his parched spirit like sacred spring water. He stared transfixed at the deer-masked figure. His murderous aura ebbed like a tide, the Shikaku markings faded, the blood-red haze dissolved, revealing his natural sea-green eyes, now wide with bewilderment, shock, and a fierce, incomprehensible pounding of the heart, and longing. Longing to draw nearer to that light. Longing to be gazed upon thus again. Longing to escape this eternal solitude. Below, Sasuke and Sakura too were stunned by the light's power. Their wounds eased, their exhaustion lifted. Gazing upon the figure suspended above, divine or demonic, they felt emotions too complex for words. Yao observed the dawning clarity in Gaara's eyes, and the storm of emotion swirling deep within them. The deer mask tilted, almost imperceptibly, as if in quiet acknowledgement. Then he departed, without delay. As if his descent into this world had served only one purpose, to bestow that single glance, and that single ring of light. He turned. His bash-shaped cloak parted the air, and his form blurred, grew translucent, dissolved like snow melting into sunlight, vanishing utterly. He left no words, no trace, no sign he had ever been there. Only the lingering resonance of tranquil light, and the indelible timeless imprint of one glance, one lifetime, remained to testify to that fleeting world-altering encounter. The sand spears had long since dispersed. Gaara descended slowly, landing amidst the wreckage, his sea-green eyes vacant, fixed upon the direction Yao had vanished, lost in silence. Sasuke struggled upright, watching Gaara's dazed expression. Then, recalling the deer mask, an absurd, staggering suspicion rose in his mind. Could it be him? Sakura steadied Sasuke, equally shaken, yet awash with gratitude and confusion. Chaos still raged across Konoha. Yet within the heart of the Sand Child a tempest far fiercer than any tail beast rampage had quietly begun, sparked by that single silent glance. Two solitary souls, amid smoke and fire, had met in a wordless gaze destined to entwine their fates forever. One glance, eternity. The smoke above the leaves had not completely dissipated, and the ruins were filled with cries and shouts. After resolving the rooftop crisis, and completing the fateful encounter with Gaara, Yao did not linger long in the chaotic Konoha. The gate of light opened once more, and he stepped out, having left that sorrowful place, appearing in a valley far from the battlefield, quiet and deserted. The valley was deep and serene, with a babbling brook contrasting starkly with the grim scene in Konoha moments ago. Yao slowly walked to the edge of the stream, his dragon bone hairstyle unmoving in the gentle breeze, while the crimson lining of his back cloak stood out vividly against the lush greenery of the valley. He raised his hand, and gently removed the deer mask from his face, revealing a pale and otherworldly visage that could overshadow all else. The cold stream reflected his hollow black eyes, as if even the water itself had stilled in awe. He needed a moment of tranquility to digest everything that had just transpired, the crisis of the third Hokage Orochimaru's gift, and the unfathomable loneliness in the eyes of the sandstorm child which mirrored his own. However, this tranquility did not last long. The space behind him began to twist and swirl silently like ripples on the surface of water disturbed by a thrown stone, forming a vortex. A figure emerged, clad in a familiar black cloak adorned with red clouds, wearing the orange whirlpool mask, stepping silently from the realm of Kamui. It was Uchiha Obito, or rather Akatsuki. Yet his aura at this moment was starkly different from the flamboyant and quirky demeanor he had displayed earlier at the Akatsuki base. Although he still wore the comical mask, he exuded a heavy and inscrutable aura as dark and deep as an abyss. He did not rush forward, as usual, nor did he utter any playful tones. He simply stood there quietly, the only visible eye behind the mask gazing deeply at Yao's back. Yao did not even turn around, as if he had anticipated his arrival. He continued to gaze at the stream, his voice cold as jade, breaking the valley's silence. "You followed me all the way, aren't you tired, senior?" He no longer used the frivolous Senior Akatsuki title, but directly addressed the other's identity and movements. Obito, for the moment we shall call him that, did not deny it, nor did he resort to exaggerated theatrics as before. He merely stepped forward a few paces, stopping at a distance, neither too far nor too close from Yao. His voice, transmitted through the mask, was low and imbued with an indescribable magnetism, sounding completely different from Akatsuki's tone. Was the play in Konoha entertaining? He did not ask Yao why he had returned, nor inquired about what he had done with Orochimaru, nor did he mention the peculiar confrontation with Gaara. He simply posed this seemingly trivial question. Yao finally turned slowly, his pure black eyes devoid of any light met Obito's deep gaze beneath the mask. As their eyes locked, it felt as if invisible sparks were colliding in the air. "An uninteresting farce," Yao replied indifferently, his tone revealing no hint of joy or anger. "But senior, did you enjoy it?" He spoke with hidden implications. Obito had been lurking in the shadows, witnessing everything that transpired on the rooftop, including Yao's effortless disarming of the Edo Tensei, and that astonishing gift of immortality. Obito chuckled softly, his laughter no longer comical, but rather laced with a chilling derision, easily granting others the eternal they desire, playing with life as if it were in the palm of your hand. "You truly are more dangerous than I imagined." "Dangerous?" Yao tilted his head slightly, his dragon bone braids swaying, a faint, almost cruel smile curling at the corners of his lips. "Compared to those hiding behind masks plotting to ensnare the entire world in an infinite Tsukumi of false dreams, I find myself benevolent." He had directly exposed Obito's deepest plans. Obito's aura instantly stiffened, a sharp glint flashing in his single eye, but it quickly fell back into silence. He was not enraged. Instead, he advanced a step closer, the distance between them shrinking instantly, almost feeling each other's breath if Yao needed to breathe. "False dreams." Obito's voice dropped further, imbued with a beguiling tone. "At least in that dream, there is no loss, no pain, no. The tragic state of Konoha today that you see. Everyone can attain happiness. Including the girl named Rin." Yao suddenly inquired, his tone still flat, yet it pierced like the sharpest dagger into the most bloodied wound of Obito's heart. Obito's body barely stiffened for a moment, his breathing beneath the mask seemed to halt. The atmosphere around them plummeted to freezing point, as if the wind in the valley had turned chilling. "What do you know?" A trace of uncontrollable cold, killing intent finally crept into Obito's voice. "I know you live in a lie woven by others." Yao met his gaze filled with killing intent without fear, his black eyes still reflecting a timeless void, like a puppet immersed in self-righteous revenge and redemption, both laughable and tragic. These words tore at the already battered heart of Obito like the most vicious curse. He suddenly reached out his speed, leaving only an afterimage seizing Yao's wrist. The grip was so strong it nearly crushed the delicate bones. "You?" Obito's voice trembled slightly with anger. Yet Yao did not even furrow his brow. He simply lowered his gaze, glancing at the gloved hand tightly gripping his wrist, then slowly raised his eyes, a hint of almost pity flickering in his black gaze. "Angry. In pain." Yao's voice was as light as a breeze, yet every word struck at the heart. "This is what you must endure for the path you chose. Instead of blaming me, why not think about who turned you into the person you are now?" Obito fixed his gaze on him, his fingers gripping Yao's wrist, turning white from the exertion. His chest heaved violently, the expression beneath the mask twisted, as his heart surged with unquenchable fury, panic from having his truth exposed, and a strange thrill he himself was unwilling to admit, born from being so blatantly confronted by the person before him. He should have killed him. This being who saw through everything, whose words were poison, was far too dangerous. Yet, the hand gripping Yao's wrist seemed to have a will of its own, unable to truly exert force and crush down. Fingers could even feel through the layer of leather gloves the cold and delicate touch of the skin on Yao's wrist like exquisite cold jade. Yao watched the fierce struggle in his eyes, and suddenly let out a light laugh. This laughter was no longer mocking, but carried an indescribable meaning. He raised his other free hand, not to attack, but slowly and gently with his fingertips brushed against the edge of Obito's whirlpool mask, the movement carrying a kind of almost intimate provocation. "Isn't wearing such a mask tiring, senior?" His voice lowered, laced with an almost imperceptible seduction. "Or have you grown accustomed to hiding behind it, afraid to reveal your true emotions?" Obito jolted as if struck by electricity, and instinctively released his grip on Yao's wrist, retreating half a step. The cold sensation of Yao's fingertips seemed to linger on the mask, inducing an unprecedented heart palpitation. The two fell into a standoff once more, but the atmosphere had changed. The valley was silent, with the brook babbling softly. A smoke-free yet perilous game unfolded silently between them. One seeking to tear apart the other's facade, one struggling between murderous intent and an indescribable allure. And behind Yao's seemingly pitying and seductive demeanor, deep within those unfathomable black eyes, no one could glimpse his true thoughts. The air in the valley seemed to solidify into heavy amber, enveloping the silent and intense confrontation between the two. Obito lost control, due to the sharp inquiry about Rin from Yao, and in response to the nearly familiar touch from the other, he suddenly retreated, the turbulent waves within him still not calming down. Yao observed Obito's half-step retreat, and the violent rise and fall of his chest beneath the vortex mask. Deep within his hollow black eyes a glimmer of understanding seemed to flicker. He did not continue to close the distance. Instead, he withdrew his hand that had brushed against the edge of the other's mask, his demeanor becoming distant and languid again, as if the moment of probing and temptation was merely an illusion perceived by Obito. He gently moved his wrist, which had gone slightly numb from Obito's grip. The skin beneath the black leather glove remained pale, showing no signs whatsoever. Then, in a seemingly casual tone, as if discussing the weather, he threw out bait capable of shaking the entire ninja world and completely tearing apart Obito's soul. Obito, or should I say, lovesick Obito. He once again exposed the other's true name and essence, his tone flat yet carrying a brutal clarity that pierced through everything. "Do you want me to help you revive her?" Revive her. These three words struck like three silent thunderclaps, echoing in the depths of Obito's mind. The eye that was exposed widened to its limits, pupils constricting, his breath coming to a complete halt. The face behind the mask contorted with extreme shock, and a certain wild hope ignited in an instant, one he had not even anticipated himself. Revive Rin. To bring back the girl whose smile warmed him and illuminated his dark childhood, the one who perished in what he thought was the collapse of his world at the hands of his closest friend, to live again. Is this possible? This thought, like the most tempting poison, instantly eroded all his reason and resolve. The Eye of the Moon plan. Infinite Tsukuyomi. In the face of that real and tangible revival, the illusory dream seemed so pale and powerless. For a brief moment Obito nearly blurted out, "Yes." Yet just as that desire was about to burst through all barriers, countless icy memories flooded in like a tide, drowning him. Rin's desperate and sorrowful gaze when she collided with Kakashi's Raikiri, Uchiha Madara's whisper filled with temptation and calculation, the endless wars, deceptions, and sufferings of this world. And the Yao before him, his inhuman power, his attitude of manipulating life and eternity, and his unfathomable motives. Would this revival be real? Or would it become another more exquisite, more inescapable trap? What would be the cost? To bring Rin back to this dirty, painful, betrayal-filled world? Or would it turn her into an existence like Orochimaru forcefully granted immortality, neither human nor ghost? A massive fear and doubt, like a bucket of cold water, extinguished the flickering flame of hope. Obito abruptly closed his lone eye, his body trembling slightly, as if struggling to suppress something. After a long time, he slowly opened his eyes, now covered by a near-paranoid cold despair. He stared intensely at Yao, his voice hoarse and dry, as if every word carried blood. "What do you really want to do?" Yao seemed indifferent to Obito's intense inner struggle, even tilting his head slightly, his dragon bone braid cascading over his shoulder, his tone laced with unabashed mockery. "Tsk. It's because Rin doesn't like you, so you want that dream version. A false illusion completely under your control, obedient to you." Those words struck like the sharpest needle, piercing precisely into Obito's most hidden and painful spot. One of the deep motives behind his construction of the Eye of the Moon plan was indeed his inability to accept Rin's death, to accept that she might never have belonged to him, thus desiring to create a perfect world completely governed by himself, where everyone loved him, and Rin also loved him. "Shut up." Obito roared, a fierce killing intent erupting from him, causing the stones on the ground to tremble slightly under this pressure. "What do you understand?" "I don't understand these complex and tedious emotions of yours, human." Yao's tone returned to its previous flatness, even carrying a hint of weariness. But I can see that you are afraid. Afraid that even if you revive her she still won't choose you. Afraid to face the truth, afraid to lose again. So you would rather hide in that self-deceiving dream, like a timid turtle. His words became increasingly cutting, ruthlessly tearing apart Obito's facade with each statement. Obito's chest heaved violently, the teeth behind the mask clenching tightly, his lone eyes swirling with violent rage, exposed shame, and an unfathomable pain. He could hardly control himself from striking again, wanting to completely shred this existence that had pushed him into despair time and again. However, just as Obito was about to explode, Yao suddenly retracted all mockery, his black eyes returning to that deep void. He quietly watched Obito, as if appreciating a piece of art on the verge of shattering. So Yao finally concluded, his voice soft as a sigh yet filled with undeniable resolve, you have rejected the possibility of reality. You still want to execute that Eye of the Moon plan. This was not a question but a pronouncement. Obito clenched his fists tightly, nails digging deep into his palms, bringing sharp pain, yet not even a fraction of the anguish within. He gazed into Yao's eyes, seemingly capable of swallowing all light, a massive emotion mixed with despair, anger, and a sense of indescribable loss ultimately transformed into a deep soul-stirring roar. Yes. So what? This decaying world filled with betrayal and pain is not worthy of the real Rin. Only in the dream of the Eye of the Moon can eternal peace and happiness be found. This is the correct path. He spoke as if trying to persuade Yao, but more like he was trying to convince his own already crumbling belief. Upon hearing this, Yao fell silent. He merely cast a deep, complex glance at Obito, one filled with mockery, pity, and perhaps even a hint of appreciation for such extreme obsession, one he himself had not noticed. Then he turned away, no longer looking at Obito's crumbling demeanor. The back cloak billowed up and his figure began to fade, becoming blurry and transparent. Then, may your beautiful dream never awaken. Leaving behind this cold and profound statement, Yao's figure completely dissipated in the gentle breeze and sound of the stream in the valley, as if he had never appeared. The valley returned to silence. Obito stood alone in place, as if all his strength had been drawn away slowly, and dejectedly kneeling to the ground. The vortex mask concealed all his expressions, only the slightly trembling shoulders revealing the far more intense war within him, one that was far more tragic than any ninja confrontation. The temptation to revive Rin. The ruthlessly pure shame and anger. The obsessive adherence to the Eye of the Moon plan. All of this, like maddened vines, tightly intertwined around his heart, tightening more and more, nearly suffocating him. And that existence named Yao, like a ghost from another world, carved a deep and unfathomable scar upon the already cracked trajectory of his fate. Can the Eye of the Moon truly bring redemption? Or is it merely the beginning of an even longer and more desperate descent? Obito knelt by the cold stream, unable to find an answer. The departure of Yao was as silent as his every appearance, yet it left an undeniable ripple within the ranks of the Akatsuki. Details of the battle atop the roof trickled back through various channels, the ease of breaking the impure reincarnation and bestowing the peculiar eternal life upon Orochimaru brought even the most arrogant members a profound sense of pressure and trepidation. He did not return to the base in the Land of Rain, as if he had evaporated from the world. Days later, in a corner of the short table that Yao had briefly used, Ju, who was responsible for organizing the common area, discovered a plain sheet of paper gently pressed down. The paper was not the usual material found in the ninja world, but rather some unknown fiber that was smooth and crisp. On it, in an extremely neat script that carried a unique sense of aloof beauty, was written, beginning of autumn, gradual cold, do not fall, it'll be well. The opening was a simple seasonal greeting delivered in a tone as plain as stating an objective fact, yet inexplicably laced with a hint of concern, like a cool yet refreshing breeze on an autumn day. Immediately following, the pen shifted slightly, inscribing a phrase that felt more like a lament yet also a piece of advice. People experience joy and sorrow, those who let go are without worries. This line carried a certain transcendence that suggested a deep understanding of worldly affairs, as if it were responding to the tragedy of Konoha, yet also served as a light admonition to the members of the Akatsuki, who were lost in their own obsessions and darkness. Finally, there was a clear farewell and blessing. This is it, wish you well. It was straightforward and decisive, announcing the end of this brief temporary collaboration. However, at the very bottom of the note there was a line where the writing became lighter, even carrying a playful undertone, as if the writer had whimsically left a prank before departing. All Seniors don't miss me too much. The ending even featured a simple smiley face contrasting sharply with the cold words about creating a strikingly humorous dichotomy. This note quickly circulated among the core members. Kisame held the note, his green eyes gleaming with insight, immediately assessing the value of the paper and ink, calculating the losses and unsettled transactions that Yao's departure might entail. This is it, he sneered coldly. The resource usage fees owed to the organization haven't been settled yet. Hayden leaned over to take a look for a long while, scratching his head. He's really leaving. I haven't even offered him to the Lord of Evil yet. But? Do not fall ill. Looks like this kid still has some conscience. Deidara glanced at the smiley face, his azure eyes blinking, snorting him. He sure left in a hurry. I wanted him to see my explosive arc properly. But? Those who let go are without worries. This guy always speaks in such strange ways. Scorpion remained unresponsive, yet whether the core within was stirred by the phrase "those who let go are without worries" remained unknown. Itachi Uchiha's gaze lingered on people experience joy and sorrow, his Sharingan revealing no ripples, and none could decipher his thoughts. Kisame grinned, revealing his sharp teeth. TCH, that guy was just playing tricks. Good riddance, saves me from being bothered by his odd remarks all day. Yet recalling the guy teasing people while wearing a deer mask, he felt that the base had become a bit too quiet. Conan looked at the neat handwriting, and the final smiley face, a fleeting hint of complexity flickering in her cold eyes. This note resembled Yao himself, contradictory and elusive. Ju appeared, smiling in a strange manner. Don't miss me too much. It seems he is quite aware of his charm, or rather very clear about the deep impression he left on us. And then, there was Faye. When the note reached the unusually silent Faye, he stared at the familiar, uniquely aloof handwriting, especially the final playful awe. Seniors don't miss me too much, and that smiley face beneath the whirlpool mask, his single eye narrowed slightly. He did not shout, or make any exaggerated gestures as usual. He simply used his finger to rub the line of text with such force that he almost tore the paper. Uncontrollably, the image of Yao's all-seeing black eyes in the valley surfaced in his mind, along with the words that lingered like a curse in his ear. May your sweet dreams never awaken. Miss him. Huh. Abio chuckled coldly in his heart, yet felt a dull stab in his chest, stirred by this sudden, seemingly light-hearted farewell that was filled with a sense of distance. Pain Tendo sat high above his Rinnegan, sweeping over the note, ultimately resting on the words, "This is it, wish you well." He was not particularly surprised by Yao's departure. Such an uncontrollable variable leaving might actually benefit the plans of the Akatsuki. Yet the phrase "people experience joy and sorrow, those who let go are without worries" felt like a stone cast into still waters, creating a barely perceptible ripple within his heart, which was guided by the creed of making the world feel pain. Letting go. How to let go? In this world filled with suffering, only by feeling pain can one understand peace. A light note, a concise farewell. Yet like a mirror it reflected the different corners of each member's heart within the Akatsuki. Yao's arrival was like a sudden storm of a different hue stirring the deep waters of the Akatsuki. His departure resembled a faint sigh in autumn, leaving behind endless speculation, trepidation, and a hint of an emotion they themselves were reluctant to admit, known as a sense of loss. The beginning of autumn had arrived. The weather was gradually turning cold. The Akatsuki base remained concealed in the shadows of the land of rain, continuing their dark plans. Only now lacking a temporary worker who wore a changing mask, whose words alternated between cold and flamboyant, it seemed, indeed, quieter. Don't miss me too much. Perhaps some people have already begun to think. Chapter 47 End. In Duan Street, a town renowned for its hot springs and casinos, there perpetually lingers an atmosphere of indulgence and revelry. The air is filled with the rich aroma of fine wine, the warmth of food, and the hoarse shouts of gamblers mingling with the crisp sound of colliding gold coins. Deep within the most prestigious casino, Jimbolero, the din is overwhelming. Amidst this fervent atmosphere, one figure stands out remarkably. She possesses an impressive physique with golden hair styled into 2 ponytails, and a green short jacket embroidered with a giant character for Gamble on the back. At this moment, she forcefully slams the dice cup onto the table, her delicate face flushed with excitement, or perhaps alcohol, and her emerald eyes sparkling with exuberance and defiance. This is Katsuyu, famously known as the legendary Big Fat Sheep, accompanied by Shizune, who holds a small piglet. Ha ha ha. Sweep it all. Pay up, pay up. Katsuyu let out a hearty and proud laugh, scooping all the chips on the table towards herself, clearly on a winning streak. Surrounding gamblers either lament or flatter, the atmosphere is lively. Yet at the peak of this uproar, the light at the entrance of the casino seems to dim slightly. It is not caused by someone blocking the light, but rather a kind of invisible aura quietly spreading, like a drop of cold water falling into a boiling pot of oil, causing the nearby clamor to inexplicably subside. Many people instinctively turn their heads to look. A figure enters backlit by the doorway's light, stepping in with a measured pace. He sports an elegantly flowing bird-like hairstyle, silver strands glistening with a cool sheen under the casino's dim light. Around his neck is a war-toned prince's scarf cloak, the soft fabric creating a strange harmony with his chilly demeanor. His lower half is clad in vibrant rainbow warrior pants, the audacious colors appearing harmonious on him, adding an artist's irreverent flair. Most striking is the ebony mask, covering much of his face, adorned with two delicate white stars on his cheeks, like lonely twinkling stars in the night sky. Dangling from his ears are two purple magical earrings radiating mysterious auras. And behind him, instead of conventional weapons, blooms a vividly beautiful, seemingly eternal red rose adorned on his back, quietly hovering and exuding a faint fragrance mixed with an indescribable sadness. The purity of the bird, the warmth of the prince, the brilliance of the rainbow, the mystery of the starry mask, the magical essence of the purple earrings, and the eternal sorrow embodied in the rose. All these contradictory elements perfectly unify in this figure stepping into the casino. He resembles a walking, breathtakingly beautiful painting that transcends the bounds of reality, instantly capturing the breath and focus of everyone present. The once noisy casino fell into a bizarre silence centered around him. The dice ceased to roll, chips were forgotten, and everyone's gazes were magnetically fixed upon that figure. Katsuya's action of gathering chips also froze. Following the gazes of the crowd, when her eyes met that figure, time seemed to stretch infinitely. She had seen countless handsome men and beautiful women, and she herself was stunning. But this person before her was entirely different. It was a beauty and mystery that transcended appearance and struck at the soul. Those eyes beneath the dark starry mask, she couldn't see them, but felt their gaze, that elegant and upright posture, and the complex aura surrounding him, mixing detachment, sorrow, warmth, and brilliance. Thump! A clear and violent heartbeat reverberated within her chest, shaking her eardrums, and sending a fine tingle through her fingertips. What is this? This feeling. Having traversed the ninja world for decades, experiencing wars and losing beloved ones, she had tempered her heart to be as hard as rock, convinced she would no longer be easily moved by any person or thing. Gambling and alcohol were her ways to numb herself, a mockery of this mundane world. But, at this moment, in this casino filled with desire and the stench of copper, this figure, like a star from another world, suddenly descended, tearing apart all gloom and pretense with a light that struck hard and precisely into the deepest part of her heart, long sealed and thought to be dead. Love at first sight. Absurd. Ridiculous. Impossible. She should be drinking, she should be gambling, she should be mocking those fools lost in desire, instead of being here feeling an uncontrollable flutter, like a lovesick girl, for a mysterious figure whose origins were unknown, and whose face remained unseen. Yet her gaze could not be torn away from that figure, even for a moment. She looked at that bird-like silver hair, the starry-adorned ebony mask, the warm prince's scarf, the colorful rainbow pants, the mysterious purple earrings, and that rose that seemed to encapsulate all sadness and beauty. A previously unexperienced intense emotion, mixing extreme awe, strong curiosity, and a deep resonance surged through her like a flood, instantly overwhelming all her psychological defenses. The figure seemed oblivious to the silence and focused gazes that arose around him. He strode directly to a relatively quiet gambling table, calmly taking a seat, the rose on his back gently swaying. He didn't even glance at the gambling tools on the table, merely tilting his head slightly, seemingly more interested in the casino's opulent decor. Shizune, holding the piglet, nervously tugged at Katsuya's sleeve. Lady Katsuyu, that person. Katsuyu suddenly snapped back to reality, realizing she had been holding a stiff posture, her heartbeat still racing uncontrollably. She took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the tumult within, but her gaze continued to uncontrollably dart toward that direction. Who is he? Katsuya's voice carried a hint of dryness she was unaware of. No one could answer. The figure sat there, creating his own realm, starkly contrasting with the surrounding frenzied gamblers. Occasionally, he would sweep his gaze across the crowd hidden behind the starry mask, lingering slightly longer on Katsuyu than on others. It was this brief moment of lingering that made Katsuyu feel as if her blood was about to boil. Is it him? The one rumored in the Akatsuki organization, who easily broke the Edo Tensei, granted Orochimaru immortality, and mysteriously appeared when Gaara went berserk, the child of light. The one that Jiraiya spoke of in vague terms in the intelligence scroll filled with trepidation. Yao. You are Yao. This speculation spread in her heart like wildfire. Just then, as if sensing her gaze, the figure, wearing the starry mask, and carrying the rose suddenly turned his head slightly, the gaze hidden behind the mask seemingly piercing through the crowd, precisely landing on her face. Their eyes met despite the mask in between. Katsuya felt her breath catch. Yao looked at her, and within those unseen black eyes a fleeting emotion akin to inquiry seemed to pass. Then under Katsuya's almost breathless gaze, he gave a slight nod almost imperceptibly. As if to say, it is me. In that moment Katsuya distinctly heard the sound of the string named Reason in her heart completely snapping. The casino in Duan Street remains as boisterous as ever. Yet amidst this clamor a fateful encounter beginning with astonishment and destined to entwine has already begun. Chapter 48 complete. After enduring the trauma of the collapse plan, my village resembled a wounded giant slowly mending itself in pain. The sounds of reconstruction intertwined with the lingering air of sorrow. The setting sun painted the sky in warm shades of orange, casting a slightly tragic hue over this land that had weathered many hardships. At the edge of the village, in a small grove near the hot springs, a sneaky figure, with white hair, crouched in an unseemly position on a large tree branch, blood streaming from his nose, loosely fixated on the distant misty women's bath. It was Jiraiya, one of the legendary 3 ninjas. Oh! That curve! That scale! Truly a treasure of art! As he wiped his nosebleed, he murmured in ecstasy, completely immersed in his research, while temporarily casting aside serious matters, like tracking the prophesied child or investigating the Akatsuki. Meanwhile Naruto Uzumaki, just finishing a day of tedious reconstruction work, trudged home with his head down, weary steps weighing heavily on him. The devastation of Konoha, the injuries of his comrades, and his own feelings of helplessness all pressed down on his heart. The sparkle in his blue eyes was replaced by an unusual heaviness, not befitting his age. As he passed by the grove, a flicker of movement caught his peripheral vision. He abruptly stopped, rubbed his eyes in disbelief, and then looked excitedly towards the treetop of another large tree not far away. There, under the dense foliage, a figure stood silently. The figure sported a peculiar artistic hairstyle with hair that seemed to be drawn by an invisible brush, exuding a sense of dynamic artistry. Covered by a familiar unadorned black mask that obscured all expression, the figure wore a cape that was red on the inside and black on the outside, fluttering slightly in the evening breeze. The lower half was clad in sharp warrior pants. It was Yao. Though he had changed his hairstyle, Naruto would never mistake the unique aura, that cold mask, and that familiar outfit. It was Yao who had appeared like a celestial being on the night of the Mid-Autumn Festival and mysteriously vanished during the village's crisis. He was back. The immense joy instantly dispersed the gloom in Naruto's heart. He didn't even think about why Yao was here. His body reacted before his brain could process it. Yao! Naruto shouted with surprise and longing, like a fledgling bird returning to its nest, chakra bursting forth beneath his feet as he leaped towards the tree where Yao stood. His movement was so fast and sudden that Jiraiya, who was lost in art, and Yao perched in the tree, momentarily failed to react. Naruto crashed into Yao like a white cannonball, arms tightly and forcefully embracing Yao's slender waist defined by his warrior pants. Buried in Yao's back cape, his voice choked with emotion and dependency. Yao! You're back! You really came back! I missed you so much. Everyone. He seemed to have 1,000 words to express about the pain of Konoha, about Sasuke's coma, about his own confusion, but in the end it all transformed into a tight embrace and a weeping call. In his heart, the strong, mysterious Yao, who had once shown him what he perceived as a hint of warmth, was different from Iruka Sensei and Kakashi Sensei. He felt more like a special senior, or perhaps an object of admiration he could rely on and confide in. Yao was slightly jolted by this sudden attack. He looked down at Naruto, who clung to him like a koala, the golden-haired head rubbing against his chest. Behind the black mask, his pupils seemed to flash a faint glimmer of helplessness. Or perhaps it was a sense of being at a loss in the face of such fervent emotion. He did not immediately push Naruto away, allowing him to hold on his arm slightly raised, seemingly uncertain where to place it. The back cape enveloped both of them in a shadow. At that moment Jiraiya, who had just regained his senses from the beautiful scenery of the women's bath, witnessed the whole scene. Jiraiya initially just wanted to see who had disturbed his artistic appreciation, but when he clearly saw the figure tightly embraced by Naruto in the tree, he froze instantly, as if struck by a paralysis jutsu. The artistic hairstyle outlined a mysterious, elegant silhouette. The black mask emanated a cold aura, warning others to stay away. The bat cape shimmered with a dark luster in the sunset, and the warrior pants accentuated a tall and lean figure. And that usually boisterous Naruto, like a little son, now embraced that person, as if he had found his ultimate sanctuary, burying his face in their embrace. This scene exuded a strikingly contradictory beauty, cold yet fervent, mysterious yet dependent, distant yet intimate, perfectly merging to create a powerful visual impact that struck deep into the soul. Jiraiya felt his heart as if gripped tightly by an invisible hand, then suddenly released, blood rushing through his veins at an unprecedented speed. His nostrils warmed, and the recently stopped nosebleed almost erupted again, but this time, it was not due to those vulgar artistic distractions. Having traversed through flowers for decades, he prided himself on having seen all kinds of beauties, already mastering the art of moving through a garden without getting a single petal stuck to him. Yet, the mysterious presence before him, whose face was obscured, whose gender was ambiguous, with Naruto hugging his waist, but the aura transcended gender, made his heart long dulled by alcohol, and women feel a long-lost intense tremor that even startled him. Love at first sight. This absurd phrase appeared in his mind. He didn't even know who the person was, whether they were male or female, friend or foe. But that blend of extreme mystery, cold detachment, yet inexplicably alluring to Naruto's pure soul, was like the strongest wine, instantly intoxicating this old drunkard. Who was he? What was his relationship with Naruto? Why did he make Naruto display such utter dependence, as if he had found the entire world? Countless questions, and a strong desire to get closer, to explore, ignited like wildfire in Jiraiya's heart. He forgot about peeping, forgot about his nosebleed, and simply stared blankly at the two embracing one-sidedly in the tree. In the tree, Yao seemed to have finally adapted to Naruto's embrace. He raised his hand, clad in a black leather glove, hesitated for a moment, and ultimately gently rested it on Naruto's messy golden hair, patting it in an awkward, soothing manner. "All right." His cool voice came through the mask, carrying a hint of barely perceptible stiffness. Naruto lifted his head, tears still glistening in his blue eyes, but a radiant smile broke across his face as he nodded vigorously. The setting sun elongated their shadows, casting overlapping silhouettes. Below, Jiraiya gazed at the scene, feeling a mix of emotions, as a feeling called envy quietly took root. The threads of destiny entwined once more. An encounter that began with peeping but concluded with a stunning glimpse drew Jiraiya, one of the legendary three ninjas, into the unfathomable vortex named Yao. Chapter 49: The End. Naruto tightly embraced Yao, as if he had found a long-lost relative, pouring out the fears and grievances that had accumulated over the past few days. Yao's unfamiliar yet gentle patting felt like a clear spring slowly flowing into Naruto's parched heart, gradually calming his excited emotions. Beneath the tree, Jiraiya maintained his rigid voyeuristic pose, yet his gaze had long shifted from the women's bathhouse, fixating intently on the two figures above him, turmoil raging within. He watched the mysterious silhouette of Yao hidden beneath the hairstyle and dark mask, and Naruto's completely trusting demeanor and unprecedented curiosity and palpitation entwined around his heart like vines. Finally, Naruto seemed to have hugged enough, or perhaps realized his behavior was a bit excessive, feeling a bit embarrassed as he released his hold, jumping away from Yao's embrace, his face still marked with tear stains, and a silly grin. "Hee, Yao, you're not leaving again, this time, right?" Yao did not answer directly, merely shaking his head slightly, the strands of his hairstyle gently swaying in the evening breeze. His gaze seemed to pass over Naruto, landing on the white-haired old man beneath the tree, who was clearly petrified and staring blankly. Jiraiya felt the gaze projected through the mask. He sensed it was directed at him, and shivered all over, nearly falling from the tree. He hurriedly steadied himself, instinctively trying to adopt his nonchalant, heroic posture, but found his throat dry, forgetting even the most practiced lines of flotation. Jiraiya scratched his white spiky hair, forcing a smile he thought was suave, though it was somewhat stiff. "Kid, who are you?" Naruto then noticed Jiraiya's presence, and immediately shouted, "Pervy sage! What are you doing here?" "Ah, you're not spying on the women's bath again, are you?" Jiraiya's face turned red, and he retorted, "No. I am conducting necessary social customs research." "Yes, research." His excuse seemed feeble under Yao's silent gaze. Jiraiya felt as if he were stripped naked under the sun, all his thoughts laid bare, leaving him with an inexplicable sense of embarrassment and a racing heart. Yao remained silent, simply watching Jiraiya, the silence more oppressive than any words. Just as Jiraiya felt he might go insane from this silence, Yao suddenly moved. He raised his gloved hand, reaching behind him to the beautifully floating, vividly red rose accessory. In the astonished eyes of Jiraiya and Naruto, Yao gently detached the rose from the connection point of the accessory. The rose, released from its fixture, still held its blooming posture, its petals full and rich in color, as if it had condensed eternal time and some indescribable emotion. Then Yao leaped down from the tree, his movements as light as a feather, landing silently. He walked slowly to stand in front of the stunned Jiraiya. So close Jiraiya could even smell the cool and distant fragrance emanating from the rose, see the pale, graceful neck beneath Yao's hairstyle, and the delicate skin texture at the edge of the dark mask. His heart raced uncontrollably, blood rushing to his head, making him feel a bit dizzy. Yao stood before Jiraiya, presenting the real red rose he had taken. No explanation, no words. Just a simple action. Jiraiya was completely stunned, his mind a blank. He looked down at the rose so close at hand, then up at Yao's masked face, utterly unable to comprehend the meaning behind this sudden gift. Was it mocking his earlier lewd behavior? Or some implication he dared not think too deeply about? Naruto also widened his blue eyes, looking at Yao, then back at Jiraiya, utterly confused. Seeing that Jiraiya did not respond, Yao seemed unbothered. He gently and almost casually placed the rose into the pocket of Jiraiya's red outer robe. The bright red rose blended almost seamlessly with his red outer robe, yet its exquisite bloom stood out vividly, as if igniting a small silent flame in his chest. After doing all this, Yao withdrew his hand, no longer looking at Jiraiya's dazed expression nor paying any mind to the astonished Naruto by the side. He turned the bat-like cloak, sweeping through a crisp arc, and with a few movements vanished into the deepening dusk and shadows of the woods, as if he had never appeared. Leaving behind the petrified Jiraiya, and the mysterious red rose blooming silently in his pocket. The evening breeze passed, carrying the rose's cool fragrance. Jiraiya slowly and extremely stiffly lowered his head, trembling fingers touching the rose in his pocket. The feel of the petals was delicate and real, imbued with a hint of cool vitality. This was not an illusion, nor a joke. The enigmatic Yao, who had not even revealed his true face, had truly given him a rose. Why? Jiraiya's heart was filled with immense confusion, absurdity, and a kind of secret joy and excitement that even he felt ashamed of. He had lived more than half his life, received countless love letters and flirty glances, yet never had he felt so unsettled and stirred by a seemingly random rose as he did at this moment. Pervy sage, why did Yao give you a flower? Naruto leaned closer, curiously looking at the rose, a face full of confusion. Jiraiya opened his mouth, but found he couldn't say a word. He could only stare intently at the rose, as if trying to discern some answer from it. Was it a warning? A tease? Or had he really gotten lucky with someone like that watching him? Countless speculations bubbled up in his mind, like bubbles, then burst. In the end, he carefully, as if handling the world's most precious treasure, took the rose out of his pocket and cradled it in his palms. The setting sun cast a golden edge on the rose, illuminating the complex expression on Jiraiya's face, a mix of confusion, excitement, and a hint of tenderness he had not even realized. The twilight of Konoha still carried the fatigue and sorrow of reconstruction. Yet one of the legendary Sannin, Jiraiya, fell into an unprecedented, sweet, and perplexing turmoil over a rose from the mysterious child of light. Chapter 50 End. The reconstruction work of Konoha continues, with the air filled with the aroma of wood and a faint sorrow. In front of the memorial stone, the crowd is denser than usual, the newly inscribed names, like unhealed scars, piercing the hearts of every visitor paying their respects. Hatake Kakashi stands alone before the stone, his usual lazy demeanor concealing an overwhelming heaviness within. Wearing a mask, the only visible right eye droops, gazing at those familiar yet unfamiliar names, especially the newly added ones belonging to comrades lost in the recent disaster. His fingertips unconsciously brushed against the cold stone surface inscribed with Uchiha Obito and Noera Rin, where old wounds and new pains intertwine like a gloomy mist shrouding his heart. He is not one to openly display his emotions, all the turmoil hides beneath that nonchalant mask. But at this moment, standing before this stone that bears too many losses and regrets, the feeling of solitude and helplessness is clearer than ever. At that moment, an extremely faint sound of footsteps, almost blending with the wind, halted not far behind him. Kakashi did not turn around immediately. The instinct of a ninja made him tense up, but some strange intuition allowed him to relax quickly. That presence, felt familiar yet carried an indescribable deeper change. He slowly turned around. The afterglow of the setting sun cast a long shadow of the newcomer. It was the familiar attire, spiky hair styled with a vibrant flare, a pitch-black mask obscuring all expressions, and a back cape of red and black floating silently in the evening breeze, while his samurai pants outlined sharp lines. It was Yao. He stood there quietly as if merging with the sorrowful atmosphere surrounding the memorial, or perhaps standing apart like an observer from another world. He did not speak, merely gazing calmly at Kakashi and the heavy stone monument behind him, with the eyes hidden behind the mask. Kakashi's pupils subtly constricted. He was not particularly surprised by Yao's sudden appearance. This boy, who perhaps was no longer just a boy, had always acted in such a manner, appearing and disappearing unpredictably. Yet at this moment, seeing him here stirred a complex ripple within Kakashi. He recalled their previous encounters, the heart-stopping truth of the immortal in the training ground, the dreamlike journey in the land of light, and the note he left when he departed, inscribed with the words, "Those who understand life's sorrows will have no worries. Those who understand life's sorrows will have no worries." Kakashi silently repeated this phrase, in his heart a hint of bitterness tugging at the corners of his mouth. How easy it was to say. A peculiar silence enveloped the two. No greetings, no small talk, only the heavy tranquility unique to the memorial stone. Eventually it was Kakashi who spoke first, his voice tinged with his usual slightly hoarse laziness, yet a bit lower than usual. "You're back." Just a common question, as if Yao merely went out to complete a short mission. Yao nodded slightly, his spiky hair swaying gently with the movement. His gaze shifted from Kakashi to the memorial stone, once again lingering particularly long on the name Uchiha Obito. Kakashi noticed where his gaze fell, and his heart felt as if it had been pricked by something. Obito. That name is an unhealed wound in his heart. Here Yao suddenly spoke, his cold voice breaking the silence. He raised a gloved hand, pointing at the memorial stone. "There are many stories here." His tone was not a question, but a statement. Kakashi fell silent for a moment, nodding. "All. Many. Mostly sorrowful." Yao continued, as if commenting on an artwork unrelated to him. Kakashi responded, unsure how to continue the conversation. He felt Yao seemed a bit different today, lacking the previous flamboyance or coldness, replaced by a tranquil clarity. Yao turned his head, aligning the mask back towards Kakashi. "You are also one of the stories." Kakashi was slightly taken aback. Bearing the eyes of others, Yao's gaze seemed to penetrate Kakashi's mask, landing on his hidden Sharingan, living in guilt and memories. "Are you tired?" These words were like a precise scalpel, directly slicing through the layers of Kakashi's heart, exposing his core struggles to the light of day. His body stiffened imperceptibly, a glint of sharp light flashed in his visible right eye, but it quickly returned to silence. "Tired? Of course I'm tired. But I've long grown accustomed to this weight. This is my way of survival." Kakashi's voice was soft yet carried an undeniable firmness. Yao quietly watched him for a few seconds, then made an unexpected move that took Kakashi by surprise. He slowly raised his hand, not pointing at the memorial stone nor at Kakashi's eyes, but at the book Paradise of Affection that Kakashi had been holding but had not opened since arriving at the stone. "You haven't read the book yet," Yao said, his tone flat. Kakashi instinctively looked down at the brightly colored book in his hand, which seemed out of place in the solemn atmosphere. "Ah, I haven't gotten around to it," Kakashi replied, somewhat vaguely, attempting to put the book away. Holding such a book in a place like this felt indeed inappropriate. However, Yao shook his head. He took a step forward, closing the distance between them. Kakashi could smell the unique cold scent of him, reminiscent of melting ice and snow. Yao extended his finger, lightly tapping the cover of Paradise of Affection, then raised his eyes, as if looking through the mask into Kakashi's eyes, his cold voice carrying a hint of elusive meaning. "Not all stories are in the past. A new chapter might just be on the next page." After saying this profound statement, Yao no longer lingered. He looked deeply at Kakashi, glanced at the memorial stone, then turned away, his back cape lifting behind him, his figure blending into the twilight, disappearing into the forest path beside the memorial. His arrival was sudden, and his departure was equally abrupt. Only Kakashi remained standing in place, still holding the unopened Paradise of Affection. He looked down at the exaggerated illustrations on the book cover, then raised his gaze towards the direction where Yao had vanished, finally letting his eyes return to the memorial stone. "A new chapter," Kakashi murmured softly to himself, the visible right eye shimmering with complex obscure light. The memorial stone remained cold, bearing endless longing and sorrow. Yet for some reason Kakashi felt that the heavy mist in his heart seemed to have been blown apart slightly by that phrase next page. He hesitated for a moment, then slowly, he opened the next page of the book in his hand. The sun had completely sunk below the horizon, and the lights of Konoha began to glow. In front of the memorial stone the silver-haired Jonin leaned against the cold monument looking down at the book in his hand that contrasted starkly with the surrounding solemnity, as if searching for some answer, or perhaps simply allowing himself to temporarily immerse in another story that was unimportant. The figure that had delivered this reminder had long since vanished. Chapter 51 complete. The battlefield of the Fourth Great Ninja War resembled a colossal, tumultuous, and brutal meat grinder. Smoke filled the air obscuring the sun, while the thunderous sounds of explosions, the clash of ninjutsu, and the desperate roars and cries of the ninja coalition wove together a tragic and hopeless symphony. The earth lay ravaged with the air thick with the sense of charred remnants, blood, and earth. Uchiha Obito, as the Ten-Tails Jinchuriki, hovered high above like a cold and indifferent deity looking down upon the struggling ninja coalition below, who appeared no more significant than ants. Opposite him stood the resurrected figures of the former Hokage, Senju Hashirama, Senju Tobirama, Sarutobi Hiruzen, and Namikaze Minato, summoned by Orochimaru through the impure world reincarnation. The tension on the battlefield reached its peak, the air seemingly frozen, with each breath laden with a heavy pressure. Hashirama furrowed his brow, sensing the immense and malevolent chakra emanating from Obito. Tobirama's gaze was sharp, analyzing the situation. Hiruzen's expression was grave, while Minato looked anxiously at Naruto, who was fighting desperately in the distance. At that critical moment, as the great battle seemed imminent, a ripple unexpectedly surged through the space at the center of the battlefield. The ripple quickly expanded, forming a swirling portal of light that stood in stark contrast to the surrounding brutal battlefield. Then a figure stepped forth, bathed in the soft yet undeniable glow pouring from the portal. He wore an elegant and holy hairstyle resembling a white bird, with silver hair remaining untouched by the smoke and fierce winds, as if unaffected by any worldly filth. Draped in a distinctive Radan black back cloak, the scarlet lining resembled flickering flames amidst the dim battlefield, akin to dried bloodstains. He wore a peculiar ascetic mask that concealed his eyes, revealing only a sharply defined jawline and tightly pressed lips, adding an air of mystery and asceticism. His lower half was clad in practical samurai pants. Behind him a seemingly unadorned long staff floated, subtly radiating a strange energy. He appeared abruptly in the very center of the battlefield, positioned between the confronting parties, resembling a deity misplaced among mortals, or a judge from another realm. His sudden appearance instantly drew the attention of nearly everyone on the battlefield. The ninja coalition was filled with uncertainty, unsure whether he was friend or foe. The four Hokage's expressions varied as they recognized the figure's attire, especially the white bird hairstyle and the back cloak. Hashirama's bold face revealed a look of near stupor for the first time. In his mind, memories flashed back to the moment three Hokage faced peril, recalling the figure in a deer mask, who effortlessly countered the impure world reincarnation, uttering words that shocked the world. Though the hairstyle and eye-covering method differed, the signature cloak and the extraordinary inhuman aura, it was him. The very presence that had once caused him an inexplicable jolt, even in his impure world state. Tobirama's pupils suddenly constricted. As a master of perception and forbidden techniques, he could distinctly sense the vast energy wave radiating from the figure, entirely different from Chakra, the power of light. This level of power instilled an unprecedented alertness in him, yet deep within a certain forcibly suppressed subtle ripple stemming from that previous glance was again stirred. Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression was complex. He recognized this was Yao, the child he had personally brought back to Konoha, who had left him in awe and shrouded in mystery. Seeing him appear in such a manner on this brutal battlefield, Hiruzen felt a mix of emotions, both concern and an indescribable hope. Namikaze Minato frowned slightly. His understanding of Yao was limited to information and hearsay, but the fact that Yao could so easily traverse space to appear here indicated his power was not to be underestimated. Meanwhile, Uchiha Madara, just recently resurrected, preparing to showcase his Eye of the Moon plan, regarded this unexpected guest with a newfound interest and a hint of surprise in his Rinnegan. Madara had encountered countless powerful individuals. He himself was a legend standing atop the ninja world. But this person before him was entirely different. The extreme contrast between the purity of the white bird hairstyle and the darkness of the back cloak, the mystery and asceticism brought forth by the ascetic's mask, and the calm and ethereal aura that seemed to exist independently of the battlefield's slaughter, along with a vast energy within that felt elusive even to him. A long-lost emotion named interest began to blossom in Madara's cold and proud heart. He even temporarily ignored the confronting Hashirama and the bothersome ninja coalition, redirecting more of his attention to Yao. Was it love at first sight? Perhaps it couldn't be called that, but it was undoubtedly a strong desire for exploration and an indescribable attraction stemming from encountering an unprecedented anomaly. As everyone's thoughts stirred due to his appearance, Yao seemed oblivious to the countless gazes of shock, vigilance, and obsession from some impure world resurrected individuals around him. He slightly tilted his head, the gaze covered by the mask, if there was indeed a gaze, seemed to sweep over the four Hokage, then over the indifferent Obito in the sky, and even further to the members of the Akatsuki hidden in the distance, some resurrected or controlled. Then he raised his hand, gently brushing the tips of his white bird hairstyle with a hand clad in black leather gloves, speaking in a tone that clashed starkly with this brutal battlefield, imbued with a familiar blend of flamboyance and grievance. Oh dear, his voice was clear yet deliberately drawn out, carrying a hint of exaggerated sorrow. How long has it been since I last saw you? Have you all forgotten me? Senior Hashirama, Senior Tobirama, Grandpa Hiruzen, and Mr. Minato. Oh, and that fool hiding over there, too scared to show himself, referring to Obito, and those old colleagues, referring to the Akatsuki. His gaze, though obscured, everyone could feel it, swept over the Hokage, and Obito, finally seeming to glance in a certain direction, perhaps towards Orochimaru's hiding place. I've worked hard to save quite a few people, you know. His tone was cheerful, as if discussing what he had eaten that day, yet the content was earth-shattering, like that perverted sage, who almost got pierced by a black rod, Jiraiya, and some Akatsuki members, who accidentally died. It took a lot of effort to pull them back from the Pure Land to play with me, and now it seems like everyone is pretending not to know me. Oh dear. I'm so heartbroken. He spread his hands, causing the back cloak to unfold, striking a posture of utmost grievance. It's just, I'm so sad. This statement was like a scoop of ice water splashed into a boiling pot of oil, instantly plunging the entire battlefield into a dead silence. Resurrected? He resurrected Jiraiya. He also resurrected members of the Akatsuki. How is that possible? Tobirama's face changed dramatically. As the developer of the impure world reincarnation, he understood the insurmountable boundaries of life and death. Hiruzen and Minato also displayed extreme shock. Hashirama scratched his head, wearing a perplexed expression of, though I don't understand, it seems impressive. Meanwhile, Obito in the sky, though masked, showed a momentary disturbance in his aura. Resurrected? This guy can actually do such a thing. So what he said earlier about being able to resurrect Rin, could it be? Uchiha Madara's Rinnegan exploded with even greater interest, and he even chuckled softly. Interesting. Truly interesting. Yao seemed pleased with the effect he had created. He looked at the paling Tobirama, his tone carrying a hint of provocation. Senior Tobirama, your little tricks, referring to the impure world reincarnation, must be so boring to play with. Why not try the true feeling of being alive? He then looked at Obito in the sky, his tone becoming somewhat subtle. And that fool, do you now believe what I said before? However, opportunities don't last forever. Finally, he directed the gaze concealed by the mask towards Uchiha Madara, who had been watching him intently, his tone once again turning playful and ambiguous. As for this esteemed, legendary Uchiha Madara, pleased to meet you. Consider this chaotic scene of reunion and rebirth as a gift for our first encounter. I hope you still like it. He slightly bowed, performing an exaggerated gesture akin to a theatrical curtain call, the white bird hairstyle shimmering with a holy glow during the motion, forming a devastating contrast with his flamboyant words. The entire battlefield fell silent. Everyone was rendered unable to think due to Yao's sudden appearance, shocking statements, and that familiar yet maddeningly flamboyant demeanor. The fourth great ninja war, due to this uninvited white bird ascetic, instantaneously veered into an unpredictable direction. Chapter 52 End. The shining revelation of the secret of resurrection and the affected sorrow added tension to the already taut atmosphere of the battlefield, making it eerily strange. The Ninja Alliance was left speechless. The four Hokage had their own thoughts, while the remaining members of the Akatsuki organization and those who were resurrected wore complex and indescribable expressions. However, Yao seemed to completely disregard the chaos he had caused. His sight, obscured by the mask of a devoted practitioner, scanned the crowd with interest, ultimately fixing precisely on a figure high in the sky, Obito Uchiha, whose true face was revealed after his mask was shattered by Minato. Obito's face was a tapestry of scars, and gloom intertwined with the intense shocked doubt, and a flicker of an undeserved hope that surged violently due to Yao's earlier words. He stared hard at Yao, trying to discern any trace of mockery or deceit on that masked face. Just then Yao suddenly made a move that almost caused everyone's eyes to pop out. He raised his hand, gently covering the area below his eyes blocked by the mask with his gloved hand, as if truly shy, causing his white bird hairstyle to sway slightly with his bashful posture. Then, in an exaggeratedly sweet tone, he called out to Obito, "Wow wow! Obito-senpai." He deliberately elongated the word senpai, his soft and sticky voice creating an absurd contrast with the battlefield littered with corpses. "Why aren't you wearing your mask anymore? Looking at you like this, it's so embarrassing. Obito." His brain felt as if it had been struck by a lightning bolt, blanking out completely. The muscles in his cheeks twitched uncontrollably, a tumultuous mix of extreme shame, absurdity, and rage surged towards the heavens. This bastard. He is definitely doing this on purpose. In front of so many people on such a serious battlefield. What the hell does he want? A wave of suppressed gasps and whispers came from the Ninja Alliance. Even the usually composed Minato Namikaze, watching his gloomy and extreme disciple being so teased, had a remarkably expressive face. Hashirama Senju's mouth fell open, forgetting his habitual scratching of his head. Tobirama Senju's lips twitched, feeling that this suddenly appearing character was even more incomprehensible than Madara Uchiha. Yao seemed unsatisfied. He lowered his shy hand and threw a wink at the pale-faced, nearly furious Obito, his tone light-hearted. "But senpai, you look quite handsome like this. Much better than that orange peel mask. You go die." Obito finally lost his patience, and in his rage the chakra around him surged wildly, as he prepared to obliterate this annoying fellow into dust. However, just a second before Obito could strike Yao, as if foreseeing the future, blurred like a specter, and easily evaded Obito's furious targeting. He seemed to have merely completed a harmless prank, immediately shifting his interest to a more dangerous target, Madara Uchiha. Madara had his arms crossed the entire time, coldly observing this farce. The interest in his Rinnegan deepened. This mysterious being not only possessed unfathomable power, but his character was also exceedingly interesting. He was curious about what the other party would do next. Sure enough, after easily shaking off Obito, Yao's figure flickered and appeared directly in front of Madara, close enough to almost feel each other's breath if Yao needed to breathe. Madara-senpai. Yao's tone shifted instantly, infused with a sense of joy and adoration akin to seeing an idol, yet the eyes covered by the mask held no trace of awe, only intense curiosity and an almost artistic scrutiny. "I've only heard your name in legends, and today I finally meet you in person. You really do exude an extraordinary presence. It makes me so excited." As he spoke, he actually reached out with his gloved hand, pretending to touch Madara's chest, which was covered in dirt rebirth cracks yet still showed a solid outline. "Let me feel if this legendary body is truly as perfect and flawless as they say." In that moment, even Madara Uchiha was taken aback. He had traversed the ninja world throughout his life, experiencing countless battles, being revered, feared, and hated, yet no one had ever harassed him in such frivolous and unrestrained a manner. Especially since the other party was an enigmatic existence, whose power level he could not even fathom. A flicker of astonishment crossed Madara's Rinnegan, which soon turned into a dangerously cold glint mixed with a sense of offense and heightened interest. He did not move, merely coldly watching the hand that was about to touch his chest, exuding a chilling murderous intent, as if ready to rip apart this audacious character in the next second. In the distance, Hashirama Senju almost leapt up. "Hey, Madara, be careful." Tobirama Senju's face was as dark as the bottom of a pot, thinking that Yao was simply the embodiment of chaos. Obito also temporarily forgot his anger, staring in astonishment at this scene. However, just as Yao's fingers were about to touch Madara's chest, he suddenly withdrew his hand, as if shocked once again, striking a shy pose. "Oh no. I can't. Madara-senpai's aura is too strong. I still can't dare." He said he was afraid, yet his tone was filled with eagerness and mockery, clearly teasing on purpose. Madara looked at his exaggerated demeanor, and the murderous intent surrounding him suddenly dissipated, somewhat replaced by a very peculiar expression. He let out a low chuckle, watching Yao, as if he were a particularly interesting toy. "You are very interesting. Isn't it? Isn't it?" Yao immediately seized the opportunity, cheerfully replying, "I also think I'm very interesting. So Madara-senpai, would you like to accept me as your interesting temporary teammate?" As soon as he said this, the entire scene erupted in astonishment. He wants to join Madara Uchiha's camp. Yao's intention to join Madara's camp was merely to see Kagaya, and to save Madara and Obito, as this was all part of Black Zetsu's scheme, but he did not voice it. Yao had his own plans. He had no interest in the disputes of the ninja world, but he harbored great research interest in Black Zetsu, who had hidden in the shadows for a millennium, and plotted the scheme as well as in the Akatsuki Kagaya he aimed to summon. Joining Madara's camp was undoubtedly the fastest way to access the core secrets. As for Madara and Obito, these two pitiful fellows, who were mere puppets in his eyes, would also be rescued, as part of his observational experiment. Such calculations, of course, he would not voice. Madara gazed deeply at Yao, the light in his rinnegan flickering as if weighing considerations. This mysterious person's power was eerie and unpredictable, their affiliation a mystery, but he was undoubtedly a tremendous variable and asset. Moreover, he truly was very interesting. Do as you wish. Madara finally uttered two indifferent words, tacitly agreeing. He wanted to see what kind of storm this fellow could stir in his plans. That's great. Yao cheered and immediately stood beside Madara, his back cloak creating a bizarre harmony with Madara's crimson armor from the Warring States period. He did not forget to turn back, throwing a kiss gesture towards the griff-faced Obito and the dumbfounded crowd, so from now on him on Madara-senpai's side. To everyone else, please be merciful on the battlefield, of course it's fine, if you don't, since I won't die anyway. He spoke the most infuriating words in the most carefree tone. The situation on the battlefield instantly became even more perplexing due to Yao's seemingly childish betrayal. Obito looked at Yao, who stood beside Madara. His smile, or at least it appeared bright, infuriating, and the nameless fire in his heart burned hotter, mixed with a hint of an inexplicable sense of loss that even he did not notice. Meanwhile, Yao comfortably remained in Madara's camp, like a calm observer waiting for the climax of the grand drama and the arrival of the surprise known as Kagaya. Chapter 53 completed. The situation on the battlefield was like a wild horse that had broken free, galloping in an unforeseen direction. As Naruto and Sasuke received the gifts from the Sage of Six Paths, their power surged, while Uchiha Madara finally gathered the chakra of the nine-tailed beasts, awakening the Rinne Sharingan on his forehead and emanating a terrifying aura akin to that of a deity officially stepping into the realm of Six Paths. Ha ha ha! This is the power of the Six Paths! Feel despair! Madara laughed wildly, the god tree seemingly alive swirling around him, its immense pressure causing the entire battlefield to tremble. He looked down at the struggling insects below, his gaze sweeping past the figure beside him, still wearing a sage's mask and draped in a back cloak, revealing a hint of curiosity, but more so a confidence of controlling everything. With this mysterious figure by his side, whose motives were unclear, at least for now, they stood on his side. However, just as Madara was filled with complacency, ready to unleash the infinite Tsukuyomi and drag the entire world into a dream, a sudden change occurred. The Black Zetsu, which had been lurking like a shadow and disguised as Madara's, will seize the moment when Madara was fully focused on casting his technique, like the most lethal snake launching a surprise attack from behind. Its pitch-black arm carrying an extremely cold chakra stabbed straight at Madara's back heart. Madara! Be careful! From a distance, Obito, who had just teamed up with Naruto and was on the brink of exhaustion lying on the ground, let out a final shout with the last of his strength. For some reason at the moment he saw Madara about to be ambushed, what surged in his heart was not pleasure, but an indescribable urgency and panic. Was it because of the Eye of the Moon plan, or something else? Madara also sensed the deathly crisis from behind, but the power of the Six Paths mode had not fully stabilized, and the surprise attack from Black Zetsu was too sudden and bizarre. He could not evade completely in time. At this critical moment, the previously motionless figure Yao moved. His action was so fast that it surpassed visual capture, as if it were merely a flicker of light and shadow. Swish! A light sound, not the noise of Black Zetsu piercing Madara's body, but rather the simple long rod that had been hovering behind Yao, which had suddenly struck like lightning, accurately piercing through Black Zetsu's dark, twisted body. Black Zetsu let out a piercing, incredulous scream. No! How could you? It could not comprehend why the seemingly indifferent and ambiguously positioned guy would stop its millennium-long scheme at this moment in such a manner. Yao said nothing, merely flicked his wrist slightly, and the pure light power flowing from the long rod erupted explosively. The brightness purified and evaporated Black Zetsu's body composed of unreleased chakra, as if it were ice melting under the blazing sun. Not a trace remained. A millennium-long conspiracy, countless tragedies arising from it were casually erased by Yao in this fleeting moment. Madara turned abruptly, looking at the dissipating Black Zetsu, and Yao, who held the long rod and wore a calm expression masked by the eye mask, his Rinnegan filled with shock and a hint of fear. He never expected that he had been accompanied by such a being all along, nor did he imagine that this mysterious temporary ally would save him. "You?" Madara was about to speak. However, Yao did not even glance at him. His figure disappeared once more, and the next moment, he appeared beside Obito, who lay on the ground, his life force flickering like a candle in the wind. Obito looked at Yao, who had suddenly appeared before him, his blurred eyes dulled by blood loss, and exhaustion filled with complex emotions. Confusion, resentment perhaps. Even a faint glimmer of hope that he himself was reluctant to acknowledge. Yao squatted down, still wearing that seemingly emotionless expression and feeling. He extended his hand, covering the horrific wound on Obito's body, which the god tree had pierced, almost impossible to heal. A warm and immense light power surged, like a tide, into Obito's body, forcefully stabilizing his collapsing life force, repairing those fatal injuries. The process was not gentle, even carrying a kind of undeniable dominance, but it truly pulled Obito back from the brink of death. Obito stared blankly at him, feeling the life force re-emerging within him. His lips moved, yet he could not utter a single word. After finishing all this, Yao stood up, still not looking at Obito nor acknowledging Madara's complex gaze, not even caring about Naruto, Sasuke, and others' bewildered stares from a distance. He simply raised his head quietly, although wearing the sage's eye mask. His gaze seemed to penetrate everything, looking towards a certain point in the void. Because although Black Zetsu had been erased by him, its ultimate goal had been achieved. Using Madara as a sacrifice, the ritual to resurrect Kagaya Akatsuki was completed just before its destruction. The sky cracked open. Endless pale and cold expanding god trees began to devour everything, reshaping space. A figure with long white hair, a Rinnegan on its forehead, and an ancient terrifying aura slowly emerged from the void. The progenitor of Chakra, Kagaya Akatsuki, had descended. Her gaze was hollow and indifferent, sweeping over the beings below, akin to ants, and finally landing on the figure, radiating an energy wave that was vastly different yet equally immense, Yao. The entire battlefield fell into absolute silence and despair due to Kagaya's arrival. Naruto and Sasuke struggled to stand, preparing for the final battle. Madara's expression darkened. He never expected to become someone else's pawn. Obito lay in the ruins, his eyes vacant. And Yao, facing this ultimate surprise, fell completely silent for the first time. He did not speak again, nor did he make any frivolous or mocking gestures. He simply stood there quietly, his white bird hairstyle still pure under Kagaya's terrifying pressure, while his back cloak rustled under the erosion of the expanding god tree. The sage's eye mask obscured all his emotions. He raised the long rod in his hand. There was no explosive momentum, no complex hand seals or incantations. He merely extended the long rod gently towards Kagaya, who had descended, representing the ultimate fear of the ninja world. The motion was simple and unadorned, like brushing away a speck of dust from his sleeve. However, at the moment the long rod was extended, time seemed to freeze. Space appeared to stand still. Everything, the light, sound, the flow of chakra. Even Kagaya's enormous existence itself was locked in that instant by an invisible absolute rule. In Kagaya's hollow eyes, for the first time, an emotion named fear revealed itself, hard to believe. She wanted to struggle to activate her ocular technique to mobilize all her chakra, but found her body, her energy, and her consciousness completely restrained by an incomprehensible, irresistible power. Then at the tip of that seemingly ordinary long rod, a point of extreme light, whose color and nature cannot be described in words, quietly ignited. That light was not dazzling, yet it seemed to contain all the mysteries of the birth and end of the universe. It detached from the long rod, floating like a dandelion seed drifting towards the immobile Kagaya. Upon contact, there was no explosion, no rumble, no dazzling effects. Kagaya Akatsuki, the progenitor of Chakra, the ultimate boss behind the infinite Tsukuyomi, and the white Zetsu army, under the touch of that point of light, was erased, without a sound, thoroughly disappearing from head to toe, from matter to energy, from existence to concept. Along with the expanding god tree, she brought all the space she controlled receded, like a tide, restoring the battlefield to its original appearance. As if she had never appeared. A single strike. Merely a single strike. Casual, almost playful. Yet it ended a nightmare that had lingered in the ninja world for 1,000 years. The Fourth Great Ninja War concluded in a manner almost mythical. There were no grand celebrations, no sighs of relief, only a sense of bewilderment in survival and endless speculation about that mysterious existence. The world began the arduous process of rebuilding from the ruins, yet certain things had changed forever. When Yao reappeared, it was not amidst the ruins of any ninja village, but on a tranquil hillside adorned with nameless flowers. He had changed out of his battle attire, still dressed in the same white bird hairstyle, a little prince scarf cape, and rainbow warrior pants, his face concealed by a deer mask that only revealed his chin and lips, as if he had never experienced the war that ended the myth. Around him light and shadow danced, and a massive door to the realm of light quietly opened. Beyond the door lay the eternal sunset of Yunyi, the brilliant star river of Xiaogu, and the mysterious glow of the Forbidden Pavilion. He made no invitation, merely standing there quietly. Yet some seemed to sense a connection, or perhaps their souls had long been marked by that light, irresistibly drawn towards him. The first to arrive was Naruto, who held Hinata's hand, his face alight with a pure, unclouded smile. Next came Sasuke, and Sakura. Sasuke remained silent, but the tension at the corners of his lips had softened considerably. Kakashi approached lazily, holding on to the ever-unfinished intimate paradise. Jiraiya was somewhat shy, yet his gaze could not leave Yo. Tsunade walked with Shizen, her expression complex, but her steps resolute. Gaara stood alone, his emerald eyes reflecting the winds and tranquility. Konoha's Sunas, and even the other ninja villages people who had crossed paths with Yao in the war, their hearts touched by his brilliance. Rock Lee, Niji, who had been revived, Shikamaru Temari. Even Yahiko and Nagato, who had been pulled back from the Pure Land and reshaped into new forms, as well as the various members of the Akatsuki. Kisame calculating the eternal value, Haiden wondering if the evil god would like the new world, Deidara excited about eternal art, Sasori silently studying the structure of the light body, Itachi calmly observing everything, and Kisame grinning as he felt the different energies. Jubi, part of white Zetsu, rejoicing, while part of black Zetsu had already dissipated. Orochimaru filled with fervor for eternity and the unknown. And standing slightly apart, Uchiha Obito and Uchiha Madara, still with awkward expressions yet unable to leave. Madara crossed his arms, his Rinnegan surveying this brand new world, proud as ever, yet the obsessive desire for destruction seemed to have quietly faded amidst the tranquility of the land of light. Obito looked at Yao, gazing at the serene star sea, then glancing at Kakashi and Rin, who had been revived by Yao, and was now smiling gently, his heart filled with mixed emotions as the darkness and struggles of over a decade finally found a resting place. Yao observed the gathering crowd beneath the deer mask, his lips, unseen by anyone, seemed to curve into a very faint arc. He said nothing, merely turned and stepped first into the light gate. The crowd exchanged glances and followed suit. As they crossed that threshold, truly entering the realm of light, a wonderful transformation occurred within each of them. The scars of war were soothed, the traces of time erased, and the agitation of chakra replaced by the gentle light of power. They achieved immortality, not the twisted kind pursued by Orochimaru, but a form of existence that harmonized with the land of light, free from aging and decay. They followed Yao, traversing the various maps of the land of light. Running across the grasslands of Yunyi, dancing with Yao-kun, listening to the rain amidst the rainforest's patter, lighting warm candles, racing along the tracks of Xiaogu, feeling the thrill of speed, reflecting in the ruins of Mutu, contemplating the philosophy of light and darkness, gazing at the stars under the Forbidden Pavilion, exploring the mysteries of the universe. There was no pressure of tasks, no torment of hatred, no worries of survival. Only endless exploration, companionship, and tranquil happiness. In such eternity and beauty, certain deeply buried emotions could no longer be suppressed. On one of the brightest nights beneath the stars of the Forbidden Pavilion, Naruto was the first to rush to Yao, his blue eyes sparkling with a light brighter than the stars as he shouted, "Yao, I like you the most. We should always be together from now on." Sasuke turned his face away, his ears slightly flushed, yet he whispered, "What's the rush? You always come in last." "Hey, thanks." "And me too." Kakashi closed his book, the only visible eye curving into a crescent. "Well, looks like we have plenty of time to slowly turn to the next page." Jiraiya's face turned red, stammering for a long time, ultimately transforming into a long sigh and a relieved smile. Tsunade lifted a cup of the Land of Light special fruit wine and raised it towards Yao, everything unsaid yet understood. Gaara walked quietly to Yao's side, saying nothing, simply placing a rose crafted from the purest sand which would not fade in the palm of Yao's hand. Obito struggled for a long time, finally speaking awkwardly under Rin's encouraging gaze. Hey, about before. Thanks. I'm sorry. Never mind. Madara snorted softly, yet unusually refrained from retorting, simply looking at Yao with a gaze as deep as the star sea. Members of the Akatsuki expressed their feelings in their own ways, some directly, some awkwardly, some with exaggerated artistic flair. Faced with this overwhelming tide of declarations and dependencies from different souls, Yao quietly listened. The deer mask concealed his expression, but the aura around him was gentle and accepting. He did not respond to the word love, for perhaps his feelings were different from those of humans. But he expressed his attitude through his actions. He allowed their closeness, permitted their companionship, and shared this eternal star sea with them. However, the life of immortality and the depths of emotion sometimes give rise to more primal desires. When certain individuals, such as the energetic Naruto or Deidara, who sought to feel eternal art through the body, or some former rogue ninjas desiring more intimate interactions, hinted or outright expressed their eagerness for physical intimacy, Yao's reaction was unexpected for everyone. He showed no surprise, no disgust, and did not conform. He merely extended his hand, as if treating naive children exploring the world gently, and with an embrace transcending desire, brushing over their heads or patting their shoulders. His touch was warm and pure, carrying the unique calming effect of the light power, like the gentlest moonlight, quietly washing away those restless desires, leaving only a deeper soul-level peace and connection. The way he looked at them, though obscured by the mask, everyone could feel it was like an eternal elder watching over the lively, sometimes mischievous children he protected. In his eyes, physical desire was perhaps merely a tender and interesting expression of life energy, far less significant than the resonance of souls and eternal companionship. He embraced all their love and dependence, but transformed those overly intense impulses into gentle streams, integrating them into this eternal sea of stars. At first, the crowd was somewhat startled, but soon a strange sense of calm and happiness replaced the initial restlessness. They realized that the bond and companionship shared with Yao, transcending the physical and reaching deep into the soul, perhaps represented the true everlasting eternity. Thus, in this realm of light ruled by Yao, everyone happily lived together, achieving true immortality. They formed a unique and unbreakable symbiotic relationship with Yao. They were the stars in his sea of stars, and he was the gentle and eternal night sky that embraced all the stars. Chapter 55 complete. The main storyline temporarily concludes. Flowers scatter. The extras cannot be broadcast. I will post them in the QQ group once finished.